we might get moving. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee inquiry into the climate change bills. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. And on behalf of the committee, I'd like to welcome everyone here today. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I'd like to remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in a private session. It is important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the grounds on which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure that their mobile phones are switched to silent, and I also remind senators and witnesses participating online to mute their microphones when they do not have the call. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all those who have made submissions and sent representatives here today for their cooperation in this inquiry. So I would like to welcome representatives of the Australian Academy of Science and Professor David Karoly. Can you please, for the Hansard record, state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing today?
Sure, Senator. My name is Christopher Anderson. I'm Director of Science Policy at the Australian Academy of Science.
Thank you. Mr England?
I'm Professor Matthew England from the University of New South Wales. I'm a Fellow of the Academy of Science, so I'm joining Chris as part of that group.
And I'm Professor David Karoly. I'm appearing in a personal capacity, but am an honorary professor at the University of Melbourne and also a fellow of the Academy of Science, but I'm not representing or appearing on behalf of the Academy of Science at this time.
Thank you very much. We might start our questions with Senator Payman.
Hello, good morning everyone. My question is, I do understand and appreciate the importance of having that national conversation and, you know, moving away from just the destructive nature of polarising within the climate change sphere. And knowing that there's been a massive, you know, decades of uncertainty and inaction, I would like to pose the question, what are the impacts on investment and certainty a legislated target would provide? So I can start with you, Mr Anderson, and we can see what the other professors have.
I don't want to appear to be dodging the question, but I don't feel as if that's an area that I or the Academy has particular expertise. Professor England may be able to give some indication of what the level of uncertainty has meant in terms of the scientific capability of the nation. I'd also refer you to a report we did a few years ago on climate science capability, which found that Australia was lacking in terms of a range of discrete areas of climate science capability, which are actually quite significant for the globe.
I'd be happy to talk to this briefly if that's welcomed. It has really held us back in Australia to have a lack of, or have policy switching, if you like, between governments and even within government terms. Australia has a rich history of innovation and science that, and the business sector needs certainty around where we're going to with our emissions targets. And unfortunately, the politicisation of this issue has held back certainty in the business sector, and it's meant that our progress toward some of the goals that are being sought by government today, that we've been behind, and we're behind today. And I think it's one thing that as a scientist, as a scientist looking at the urgency of this action, one of the things the business sector would welcome is certainty around this issue, knowing where we're going.
Thank you. A follow-up question, if I may, Chair.
Professor Caroli, did you want to answer that question or make some comments on that question first?
I would be very happy to, but very briefly, certainly I completely agree with everything that Professor England said. It's also important to recognise that while the Climate Change Authority was established in 2012, and I was one of its initial members, it made recommendations for stronger emission reduction targets, which would have provided more certainty, but those emission reduction targets were not followed by the government led by Tony Abbott at the time in 2014. And then there were significant opportunities for increasing the renewable energy target by...
Professor, we've lost...
They were... okay, it's my problem.
I think you might be on mute or the connection's not very well. I wonder if you would turn off your video and just speak to us. See if that improves the quality. Okay. Can you, I think you might still be on mute. David? No, we're not hearing you. Okay, looks like you've taken it off. Can you try again, David? No. We might go...
It's my system and your system. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Fantastic. I think it was a problem between...
No, it's not working. I wonder if you would try the chorus call number that was given to you previously and see if we can get you on that. And in the meantime, we might go to Senator Payman's follow-up question.
Sure.
So I understand that, you're talking about there's a lack of incapabilities and we're not there yet. Where do you see that improvement happening, or where can investments be made further to ensure that this legislated target is giving us the outcome that we're seeking here?
Professor England is best qualified to answer that one.
Okay, Professor England.
I think, look, this is now getting in the Academy of Science. Our charter is to advance Australia's science, and there is a scientific process to go through to meet these emissions targets. Absolutely, and we can be part of that conversation, mapping out how that plays out. But we've seen time and again the business sector jumping on the chance to, let's be blunt, make money from this process, and there is a lot of money to be made from emissions reductions. And one of the great myths that's perpetrated by a lot of people trying to slow action is that somehow this is going to derail the economy. There's a tremendous amount of innovation, scaling up brilliant ideas. We've got actually the world record leading solar PV specialists in Australia, creating the most efficient solar cells. They've been, they battle it with the US every year and European research groups in getting the most efficient solar cells. We've got an abundance of lithium and silicate and copper, all these things that are needed to actually drive a low carbon economy. Australia's one of the best placed from an investment and business point of view. So that's why we've been saying for a long time that the cost of inaction far exceeds the cost of action. We've seen that with the floods, bushfires and so on over the last couple of years. We have a situation in Australia where we're very fortunate to have an abundance of solar energy. We're very fortunate to have battery storage technologies developing. We saw recently one of the big fossil fuel companies wanted to replace a gas plant with a big battery storage solar energy plant. This was a brilliant move. And as I recall, former Prime Minister Morrison tried to block that move. And to me, it's just unthinkable that we would have a situation where businesses are moving towards low carbon technologies and the government of the day are trying to stop that. It just makes no sense. And it actually is 100% against the science and actually against the national interest. Australians are being sold short if governments impede businesses at making those moves. I know that it can be incentivised further. I know that once we have those emissions targets in place, there may be a need to incentivise further. The fossil fuel sector's had giant subsidies for many decades, and it's those kind of situations and inequities that the scientific community has been calling out for a long time to be absolutely ceased, not in a year or 10 years, but right now. These subsidies for fossil fuel companies globally, but also in Australia, need to go in favour of incentivising this low carbon future. And those companies, the very companies that are high emitters, some of them are poised to make those transitions. They're ready to go. And I think they also find it frustrating. I heard a former CEO of one of the companies at a forum a couple of years ago say very publicly, this is holding us back. We are ready to make this transition. Until we have clear guidance from government on the future of emissions, we don't know where to realign our business. And so it's that kind of, if I can say it, it's that kind of clarity that will move the progress of Australia forward towards a low carbon future. And clearly, globally, this is important because we need to lead on this.
Thank you, Professor England. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Yesterday we had an answer that came in that science was somewhat, always being surprised by some of the consequences, some of the pace of climate change to this point. As we go forward, we're talking about huge investments in infrastructure, we're talking about huge investments in change of stuff. Are we investing enough in science? You just made a point that we're at the pointy edge of PV, Professor England, and I think there was a parliamentary library presentation 2 days ago that said some time ago we were at the pointy edge of carbon capture, but we've dropped the ball on that. Are we doing enough in science? Are we spending enough on you guys to look at things that might help?
Matthew and David would probably have clear examples in their fields. I think at a more economy-wide level, I think we would note that Australia's national investment in R&D has fallen over the last decade. Most of that has been in terms of business investment as the mining investment boom eased off, but government investment has eased. We were all very concerned about university investment in R&D might stall during the pandemic. I think that's yet to play out in full. These are long-term factors. So we think that Australia needs to reverse our fall in national R&D. There are a number of critical areas, particularly around climate science, that we do need greater understanding in, and I might let Professor England supplement my remarks on that.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks for the question. It's a really good, important question because if you look, Chris alludes to this, it's very easy to go and look at the investment by Australia in research and development compared to other Western economies, and we're an outlier down the low end, down the wrong end. And there've been ample studies to show that for every dollar invested in science, you get many, many more in return. It does sound self-serving perhaps to say this, and it's not intended in this way, because my own field, for example, of studying the problem is very much, and understanding the scale of climate change, is at the end, it's at the other end of the solutions. And I think a lot of scientists, including myself, are calling out for that solutions end, so not my side of the science, to be funded. I would caveat a big warning around carbon capture and storage. Former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, famously at a UNSW forum a couple of years ago, said quite clearly to the audience, he spent a lot of money exploring carbon capture for Australia, and that it wasn't viable with the geological structures we had. I do understand there are some new technologies coming along that are carbon neutral and that maybe have some merit. There's definitely a need to invest in some of those negative emissions, and we can get to that question later on. But to answer your question, definitely not. There's not enough investment in science. You only need to look at the where Australia is amongst other nations. We are well behind the leads in that, and we're actually right down the end of some nations. You would be surprised even match our level of science investment given their much lower economic wealth than Australia. And of course also given we've been rated one of the top nations as being vulnerable to climate change. I think China and Australia usually come out at the very top, and Australia's probably the very top if you look at the last couple of years in terms of exposure to climate change. So it's in the national interest that business and government investment in science to both study the problem so we adapt sensibly and also solve the problem by mitigating, by going to low carbon technologies.
And Professor Crowley, if you're anything?
Yeah, can I just check that you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Sure. So look, I want us to go back to I think what was the beginning of the question. In fact, I would argue that climate scientists weren't surprised by many of the sorts of observed climate changes we've seen. Some of the extreme events that have occurred earlier this year, for instance, in extreme temperatures in Europe and the United Kingdom, or the extreme rainfall that was experienced in Australia, were at the outer range or the upper limit of some of the climate change projections at regional scales. But in fact, what we've seen is that for many of the climate changes, what we have been experiencing in terms of the impacts of the observed changes has been at about the worst case of the climate projections, not the mid-range or the least case. So in fact, what we need is considerable investment in better understanding the sorts of reasons why we're tracking at the worst case of earlier climate model projections rather than the mid-range. And there are a number of reasons why that is likely to be happening, including the need for higher spatial resolution climate model simulations that better represent the sorts of extreme weather events that have been impacting Eastern Australia, Queensland and New South Wales in terms of rainfall, or the extreme fire weather conditions that were experienced in the black summer conditions of 2019 and 2020. They were at the extreme end of the climate projections, but they were not unexpected.
And we've lost you. Done. Okay, thank you.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I've just got one quick question, if I might. To use Professor England, you made some comments that there's a number of companies that are poised to move away from larger emissions to input more renewable as their source of power. If it's commercially viable for these businesses to do it, wouldn't they just do it? Why are they looking to government to pave the way for them, or are they actually requiring government incentives or government subsidies for that transition? But also, I'm just interested whether or not these move to renewables, particularly when you look at some of the big emitters, mines, etc., whether or not they are producing or using some of these renewable technologies and putting that into the grid, or whether they're doing that behind the meter and therefore basically pushing costs of maintaining the grid onto families as opposed to the big traditional users.
Some of these things get outside my area of expertise.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a climate scientist that studies the problem, and I read with great interest developments in the business sector and investment around renewables. And certainly that last question around how big emitters may play the grid for their own economic wealth is right outside my expertise. We'd have to take that on notice. But in regards to investment, there is investment now. People aren't holding back on investment. They know that globally we're in this move towards a net zero future. That's going to happen. You know, that net zero future is 20 years from now. some of the investment decisions people make are around how much money they'll make this year or next year. So some of it's a timescale thing, but I think, so you're right, there is actually action without government intervention, but government intervention and subsidies of one sector and say, for example, any move to stop renewables growing, and that can happen, that does limit certainty, and business thrives on certainty. And whilst there's uncertainty in policy, I think my understanding is that it really has held back some of these bigger emitters, especially from changing their business model. They've assumed they've got to, and they're accountable to their shareholders, and they think, well, let's just keep doing this because there's no change on the horizon. And so I think it is a powerful incentive for business to move when governments act on enacting a fixed carbon policy with emissions targets. It sends a clear signal. But you're right, there is some investment already, of course, that because people know the writing on the wall.
Right, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr. England, the Academy of Science last year, I know you did a report, you brought together a bunch of research to draw a picture about what Australia would look like in a 3-degree world. Wondering whether you could paint that picture for us, just so that we can understand where the worst case scenario, what the worst case scenario looks like. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question, Senator. It is not a pretty picture at all. You only have to look at the last couple of years. We're barely at 1 degree Celsius warming, and to take the planet to 3 degrees would have catastrophic implications for Australia and for all Australians. I said once at a previous Senate inquiry that Australia may be 1.6% of global emissions, but we are 100% of the impacts. And what I mean by that is there is no single impact of climate change that I can think of that Australia is not exposed to, from coral bleaching, spread of infectious tropical diseases to the north, right through to bushfire seasons being more severe and costly, flooding rains, absolutely decimating and taking out towns, sea level rise, which is basically unstoppable under that sort of scenario. And what I mean by that is we believe the Greenland ice sheet would be unstable long term. It would lock in a runaway melting of that ice sheet. Once you take the ice sheet below the altitude at which snow falls, so once you bring the ice sheet down to a level where snow becomes rainfall because of the temperature effect, everybody knows if you go up to a mountain, it gets colder as you go higher. The Greenland ice sheet can stay stable at certain levels of warming because that ice sheet remains above the snow line. Once it comes below the snow line, it is like a doctor giving a diagnosis of a terminal illness. We could not stop that Greenland ice sheet from melting. And all the evidence we have is that 3 degrees Celsius would, with very, very high probability, virtual certainty, see the end of the Greenland ice sheet. It's something that we have on planet Earth. That's around 6 or so metres of global sea level rise. That takes out cities like Sydney. And whilst we're talking about centuries and centuries for that full disintegration of an ice sheet to occur, there's no pleasant experience up to that level of sea level rise. It's a progression of rising oceans that would affect all of our coastline. And as we know, Australia has a massive investment of infrastructure, housing, and it's part of our nation's psyche to live by the coast and to enjoy the coastal environment, and that's going to be taken out. So put simply, we do not want to go there, and we actually need strong action. It's confronting to know that we actually need strong action to reduce to 3 degrees Celsius as well. The committee should not view 3 degrees C as the limit of warming we would experience with no action. That's actually a lucky best case scenario. Without action, we'd be terribly lucky to keep warming down to that level. And so that's why we're calling for action, because we know the costs of these events far outstrip the cost of action.
And of course, you've mentioned.
Can I add something, Senator Hanson-Young, if I can?
Yeah.
I was one of the authors of that Academy of Science report. One of the things that Professor England did not mention is that while when we're talking about impact of Australia, when we talk about global average temperatures, for instance, of stabilising the global temperatures at 2 degrees or 3 degrees, it is critically important to recognise that those are the combination of global land temperatures and global ocean temperatures, and that Australian average temperatures are about 50% higher rates of warming than the global average. So 1.5 degrees of global warming corresponds to more than 2 degrees of Australian average warming. The 1.1 degrees of global average warming that we've experienced globally already corresponds with 1.4 to 1.5 degrees of Australian average warming already. And 3 degrees of global average warming would correspond to 4.5 degrees of average warming across Australia, with much higher rates of warming in inland areas. So it's critically important, and many people do not understand that the Australian average temperatures are substantially greater than the global average rates of warming.
Thank you. In fact, that was going to be my next set of questions, was to unpack the particular vulnerability of Australia in this. So, and perhaps, I don't know whether Professor England or Mr. Anderson, you're in a position to articulate that as well. But when we're talking about an effort to keep global temperatures down to 1.5 or well below 2, which is what the Paris Agreement asks for, even within that scenario, Australia is going to be warmer. Is that correct?
100%. And I agree with what David just said fully. We still have climate impacts from that level of warming, and we've seen. I mean, climate change is here with us now. We've seen events worldwide that can be attributed to climate change, and so we're already feeling the pain. And it only gets more painful with every fraction of a degree Celsius.
Mr. Anderson, have you got something to add to that?
I can't think of how I can add to those answers.
Okay. Well, thank you. This does strike me as the reason why we need to be taking much faster and urgent action. And while this particular piece of legislation is only 43% as a floor, we do need to be finding ways to increase that number and to increase the level of action in reducing pollution. I'd like to get your scientific perspective on what that means for opening up new coal and gas operations and fossil fuels. Know that the international community is saying the carbon budget, the global carbon budget simply can't afford it. But I'd like to hear from a scientific perspective what your response to new coal and gas is.
Senator, you may be interested to know that in November last year, the presidents of Australia's 5 learned academies released a statement emphasising that there is no realistic path to decarbonisation without ending fossil fuel use. So you can take that as it is. We don't believe that we would support initiatives that align with emission reduction scenarios, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. In that, we probably need to also be starting a debate in this country about and seriously discussing what contribution we can make to what is called negative emissions efforts. The Academy is actually going to be holding a roundtable on novel negative emissions science next month to try to do a bit of a stocktake of where we are in Australia. So I think the position that we've articulated today is pretty clear.
Senator, could I just add also that I made some statements in my submission that it is critically important to recognise that the Australian emission reduction target of 43% while it is not adequate currently to limit Australia's fair share of global contributions in terms of emission reductions to well below 1.5 degrees, what is also critically important to recognise is that Australia's export of coal and fossil gas dramatically increases Australia's contribution to global warming, and there are significant benefits to Australian economy, but that in terms of Australia's contributions to increasing global warming, that the export of fossil fuels, both coal and fossil gas, are significant contributors from Australia, and it is not possible to limit global warming to well below 1.5 degrees with continued Australian fossil fuel exports and increases in fossil fuel mining in Australia, whether it's coal or fossil gas.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, could you just pick you up on that phrase of negative emissions? Could you unpack that for us a little bit?
Sure. Basically, there are a range of scenarios, and David, I think, is probably an expert on this more than I am, but just to summarise, there are a range of scenarios that essentially say that if we are to get to 1.5 degrees, we are going to have to invest in some form of carbon dioxide removal. This is something that's been articulated in the latest IPCC, I think it was Working Group 1 report. And that involves, at the moment, that's challenging. It involves a mix of technologies, everything from nature-based restoration through to carbon dioxide removal, direct air capture, yes, carbon capture and storage, ocean. I know there's some people in Western Australia who are talking about growing kelp forests, for example, as ways of sucking up carbon dioxide. A lot of the 1.5 degree pathways, as I understand it, and I emphasise I'm not a scientist, I'm the scientist's employee for that matter, articulate that a lot of the 1.5 degree pathways involve overshoot and pulling the globe's temperature back down to 1.5 degrees by the end of the century.
So if we need to be removing carbon dioxide in order to do this, the last thing we should be doing is creating more of it. It's going to be much harder to deal with what we've got at the moment.
It would make the level of dependence on negative emissions technologies less the less we put out in the first place.
Yeah. Okay.
Senator Hanson-Young, would you like me to comment on that briefly?
If you're happy to, yes.
Very happy to, because it is in fact an area of research, and I know that Professor England would like to comment after me as well. The level of negative emissions that are assumed globally in the scenarios that limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees assume more than 10 billion tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions or carbon dioxide removed from the atmosphere. 10 billion tonnes is currently about 25% of the current global emissions. We need to remove more than 10 billion tonnes a year if we're going to limit global warming. As Chris Anderson said, the current scenarios is that we will reach 1.5 degrees of global warming between 2030 and 2040 and stay at that level unless global emissions of carbon dioxide reach zero. And then we go to substantial negative emissions. In other words, Mr. Dyson with his vacuum cleaners invents a vacuum cleaner that sucks carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. We do not have financially viable, large-scale vacuum cleaners that suck carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere at present, and that technology does not exist, but it is assumed as part of the scenarios that limit global warming to below 1.5 degrees by the end of this century.
Thank you. I think Professor England wanted to say something, and then then we'll move on.
Yeah, no, I think what's been articulated by both David and Chris before me is on the money. Just wanted to quickly say that's correct. Opening up new coal mines, gas extraction and so on, hydrocarbon mining of all descriptions needs to be ceased. And opening up new ones will create more emissions that we need to worry about in the future. And these emissions don't go away in a hurry. They stay in the atmosphere for thousands of years. And David, unfortunately, carbon dioxide, this is the bad thing about carbon dioxide. It has a very, very long lifetime in the atmosphere. Coal production takes millions of years. We can burn it in a second, but the natural process of producing coal that takes carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, that process is millions of years. To speed it up to a timescale of days or minutes, which is something about like biochar tries to do this. I mean, it's terribly hard. It's not been proven. There was a recent initiative out by a company to try this vacuuming that David refers to. It's a multi-million-dollar, multi-year program, and the total emissions that will be taken up, if that succeeds, are 5 seconds of our emissions globally. 5 seconds of our emissions globally taken up with an initiative. Now, I'm all for investment in these negative carbon emissions, but it's as it's been stated by both Chris and David, at the moment we don't have scalable technologies that can do that. Of course, let's keep exploring, but it is foolhardy to take our foot off the pedal of stopping the emissions and imagining we're going to have a silver bullet down the track that will solve this for us. Because all indications are that we will not. We will have the means to take out some carbon dioxide, but it's a tiny fraction of our emissions. And the mitigation, the stopping of the emissions now is the most cost-effective way to deal with this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
On a proposed by you, and it's a global pathway to eliminating coal, for let's say thermal coal, worldwide, not just Australia. Does it make sense along that pathway to get rid of the dirtiest coal first, the low calorific coals, these sorts of things, to improve that? Is that a natural progression from a scientific point of view?
I saw Professor England nod. Do you want to take that or?
Again, this is outside my immediate field of expertise and research, but it's sensible to get rid of the worst first. But having said that, there are some cases where we can get rid of other emissions easily as well. I mean, the actual prioritisation of what goes first is important, but the most important thing is stopping the emissions altogether. CO2, once it's in the atmosphere, doesn't care where it's come from, whether it's gas or coal or other sources. But yes, it's a process that should be done strategically, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Senator McKenzie.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen. I'm assuming it's all gentlemen. No judgment. I just wanted to, I guess I'm interested from a social justice perspective on a pathway to transition. It will be the poorest and the most vulnerable communities and people, the working class, the people I represent, who will be at the front line of paying for this and feeling the impact of this. So when we are thinking about doing the transition, what role because we don't have the reliability piece in place yet, everyone talks a big game on batteries, but we are colliding, engineering is colliding in with aspiration at the moment. We know the technical difficulties of actually providing that in the now. What role do technologies like carbon capture and storage have to play on the pathway to make sure we have affordable, reliable power until we do have the backup, if you like, or the firming for the more renewable sources of energy?
Sure.
Can I have a go at this one,
Yeah,
please?
sure. Go.
Everyone's going to get a prize on this one.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, it's critically important to recognise that within Australia there has been federal government investment in research on carbon capture and storage, and that has led to no large-scale commercially viable carbon capture and storage solutions in Australia despite financial investment for more than 20 years. it is much easier, unfortunately, to pay for and use batteries or other, if you like, water resource related dams, like the Snowy 2 plans that had been set up to do it. These are much more tested and reliable solutions. But you're absolutely right that there are critically important transition needs for all communities to a transition to a zero carbon economy. And there are lots of opportunities within the agriculture sector, particularly in soils, to improve agricultural output by improving the carbon storage in soils throughout Australia, because, how would I say, European agricultural techniques have led to significant reduction in carbon stored in soil in many areas of Australia. Improvement of that soil storage will lead to improved agricultural productivity as well as reduction of carbon in the atmosphere. The same applies to increases in, first of all, retention in native forests as well as planting more trees. Critically important, and trying to manage those trees so they stay upright and don't cut down more trees. So there are lots of opportunities. It is not only the bad news that Professor England and I have been talking about.
Christopher?
I think you're absolutely right to pinpoint that there are communities at the, if you like, the pointy end of the transition.
And this has been the great,
farce
of this debate, right?
Absolutely.
That it's just going to be this cost-free
absolutely,
thing.
Absolutely, and
argued by Kooyong and Wentworth.
Yes.
Most affluent people in our country.
Well, it sort of demonstrates the argument, doesn't it, that it's both those communities that are having the impact of the energy transition, but also those communities particularly who are also at the feeling the impact of extreme climate events as well. So I just inform you that there's a piece of work underway led by Drew Clark through the Australian Council of Learned Academies, which is looking at at the energy transition and what is the contribution that the science and research sector has to make to that, particularly around that the transition is not just a technological problem, it is a social problem as well. And they're focusing very much on the social science aspects of that. And I'd really encourage you to get in touch with Drew or to Ryan Wynn, who's the CEO of Ecola. I'm sure they'd be happy to talk to you about that.
Thank you.
If I could just add quickly to that, there is no justice to climate change, and those poorer communities are the ones who are the most impacted, not just within Australia, but also globally, the nations with the least capacity to adapt and deal with the climate extremes. And, we'd be selling, government policy that sells disadvantaged communities short by inaction on climate change is a far worse thing than acting on climate change and making sure that those communities are subsidised for any extra costs they have. But it's again, I would say it's being used to slow action, and effectively government deals with inequality all the time through the tax system and through other avenues. It's critically important that nobody's left behind during this transition. But as Chris referred to, the very communities we'd be concerned about in any transition phase are hit the most with climate impacts. They're the most vulnerable to climate extremes. They're the least able to deal with the severe heat waves, flooding events, and so on that come along. So, let's get on with the job. That's why we've been saying this.
Yeah, no one's arguing about getting on with the job. It's who pays and how it happens. Just to follow up, part of the former government's response was a $2 billion regionalisation package, which essentially was a place-based program to be rolled out a couple of months ago after the election. Obviously, that's now up to the current government, but which was for specific communities to access funds to help them seize the opportunities of a pathway to net zero and also assist them to overcome some of the challenges. I mean, do you think, after what we've just been speaking, I'd be interested to know if you've got any suggestions of how governments can support communities to overcome the challenges, because we've all got to admit that there will be specific challenges for certain communities, and also harness the opportunities, that some of the opportunities that you've outlined in your submissions. I mean, is it a massive fund like the Europeans gave their regional communities? I mean, I'd be interested.
No.
I won't comment on that. Sorry.
Go, Matthew.
I was going to say I won't comment, and without having looked at the legislation, the proposal, I won't make a specific comment on that. But I think any program, David referred to soils and carbon, the agriculture sector and other regional communities are a big part of this process. And if there are ways to bring them on board to grow business, sort of not business investment, but to grow jobs in regional areas in solving this problem. Good example, big solar PV farms, you know, if we can, let's put them where the mining communities are that were mining coal, if it makes sense to put them there. I mean, there are ways to go about this that make sure that regional communities aren't left behind, and anything that can do that would be welcomed by the scientific community.
I think the contribution that I think the Academy would make to those sort of discussions would be that any policies to address the impacts of climate change or of decarbonisation of the economy must be informed by the best available scientific evidence, monitoring and evaluation. So we would argue that moving forward, if this legislation passes Parliament, and David would have direct experience in terms of how the Climate Change Authority works, that that process needs to be informed by the best evidence, science and research evidence, because we've learnt from the pandemic that it's not just science we need social science.
Yes.
We need humanities, we need, you know, the technologists and the industrialists as well, to help all of us, all Australians, understand and frankly benefit as much as possible from this transition.
Yeah, I think the previous government, we put in our NDC, you know, post negotiations with the Nationals, a productivity commission review into the social and the economic impacts every 5 years to inform future governments on the way of what the impacts were, who was hurting, where were the pinch points, etc., to get some really serious data in from an independent body, not through a minister. As I understand now, the amendments that have been made to the legislation, that isn't in our current NDC, that was removed by the Labor Party, that check and balance. They've, you know, put in some amendment to this legislation that it's coming through the Climate Change Authority and the Minister reporting to Parliament rather than an independent authority. I'd be even on notice if you could give some consideration to that, because you're right, it is the social, the technical and the economic impact over the next 28 years that we need to get our heads around and have relevant information for parliamentarians to make decisions on. Just on notice, thanks, Chair.
Yep, thank you. And we're just coming to the end. So I will just maybe follow up from that. The process that has been put forward in these bills for the Climate Change Authority to provide that independent advice, and not to dilute, but for the Minister to then table it in the Parliament so that it is on the public record. Can you just talk very, very briefly to the importance of that?
Sure. As a matter of principle, the Academy believes that, and this is not just the Academy, there are a number of international organisations involved in science and in science advice to government that talk about a series of principles that should be adhered to. These, particularly in terms of the scientific advice component of that process through the Climate Change Authority, and in fact in a range of other bodies in Australia. These principles include principles of independence, that science advice should be honest, honest advice, not advocacy. It should be evidence-informed policy, and the appointment of advisors to authorities should be based on expertise. science advice should be as open and as transparent as possible in order to build public trust. That science advisors, particularly through these processes, should have access to decision makers. That these mechanisms should be diverse. In that I mean it should have a diversity of experience, of expertise and perspective. So that means not just diversity in terms of gender, but there are multiple dimensions of diversity, geographic, for example. We need also increasingly a First Nations perspective on these issues. And also the main fundamental principle is that science advice should clarify what is known, what is not known, in that we need to actually address uncertainty in the levels of advice.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence today. If you have taken any questions on notice, the date for return of those answers is Tuesday the 26th of August. Thank you for your submissions, thank you for your evidence. We really appreciate your time. If I could now call the representatives of the Institute of Public Affairs to the table.
Thank you.
Welcome. If I could ask you both to just record your name and the capacity in which you are appearing here today for the Hansard.
Morgan Begg, the Director of the Legal Rights Program at the Institute of Public Affairs.
Daniel Wild, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute of Public Affairs.
Thank you. In looking through your material, just a point of clarification, would it be fair to say that you do not believe in climate change and that's why you don't think we should be taking action? Or is it that you believe that the planet is warming but that the actions we're taking are not accurate or appropriate? I just want a
Firstly,
point
could
of
I just
clarity.
ask permission to have photography undertaken?
Oh,
if that's-
sorry, yes.
Is that okay?
Can I just check with my colleagues?
Yeah.
Yeah, we okay with
Yeah,
that?
just
Thank
get my
you.
good side.
Thank you, great, thanks. And to begin with, I was hoping the opportunity to make a brief introductory
sure.
remarks, if that's okay. So if
Yes.
I'll do that first and then get to your questions.
Easy.
Thank you. Well, again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. I'll just wait for that music. Thank you. I'd like to make some brief remarks on the research that we have undertaken on the economic, social and humanitarian consequences of legislating a net zero target by 2050. The policy of net zero will impose significant and irreparable economic and social damage across Australia, with regional Australia most affected. IPA research has shown that under net zero, at a minimum, all coal, oil and gas projects in the construction pipeline will need to be cancelled. This will come at the cost of at least $274 billion in lost economic output, around 14% of Australia's annual GDP, and will cancel close to 500,000 jobs. The biggest impact will be felt in North and Central Queensland and the Hunter Valley. North Queensland could see up to 125,000 jobs cancelled, which is the equivalent to around 25 years' worth of local job creation. Net zero, which the legislation before us codifies, risks further driving up already rising electricity prices for families and small businesses. Under net zero, at a minimum, a further 6 large coal-fired power stations are scheduled to close by the year 2030. These stations currently generate approximately 1/5 of all energy supply on the national energy market. Our research identifies that this could, by 2030, more than quadruple annual wholesale electricity prices and more than double annual retail electricity prices. In addition to the cost to Australian families and businesses, the government's net zero target, which they are seeking to legislate, will mean more red tape and expense through court costs and delays to critical natural resources projects. As the legislation before us stands, net zero targets and the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement would become, quote, relevant considerations that a minister would need to take into account when making an approval decision. Section 5 of the Administrative Decisions Judicial Review Act allows a person to challenge a ministerial decision as an improper exercise of power if the minister fails to, quote, take a relevant consideration into account in the exercise of a power, end quote. This, combined with Section 487 of the EPBC Act, which extends legal standing to environmental groups to challenge projects, would mean environmental activists could be able to challenge any carbon-emitting project on the basis that the minister failed to consider how that project could contribute to or detract from the meeting of the legislated net zero targets of this proposed bill. Relatedly, I would like to refer to senators to Section 10, subsections 4, 5 and 6.
Can I just stop you for a moment?
Of course.
We only have half an hour. Most of what you're providing to us is in your submission. To allow senators to ask questions, can you keep it a little shorter?
Of course. I would just
That would be
conclude
great.
by saying Sections 4, 5 and 6 contain a ratchet clause that allows Parliament to increase emissions targets allows the government to increase those targets without approval or debate in Parliament, whereas reducing or repealing those targets would require separate legislation. The last point that I would like to make goes to the definition of net zero itself. What is net zero emissions by 2050? According to the explanatory memorandum of the bill, net zero means, quote, a balance between anthropogenic emissions by sources and removals by sinks of greenhouse gases, end quote. If net zero is the goal, it's unclear why only anthropogenic activity is included. Let me finish by referencing analysis by Professor Ian Plimer. Professor Plimer has identified if we include anthropogenic and natural sources of sequestration, Australia is already at net zero. Not only are we at net zero, according to Professor Plimer, we are at net zero 5 times over. Yet this or any other meaningful facet of net zero is not debated. Australians have not had the opportunity to adjudicate as to whether or not they believe the policy of net zero is in their interests or in the national interest. Both sides of politics took the same policy to the last election, depriving Australians of the opportunity to have their voice
Mr.
heard.
Wald, I'm going to remind you again that we have a short period of time. What you are telling us is all in your submissions. You are very welcome to table that, but I know that the senators have questions for you.
Of course. Well, please proceed with your questions.
Senator McKenzie?
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Could you please outline one of the risks of legislating a target? When we look at the UK, where other targets have been legislated, we've seen an increase in lawfare, the third run rate, Heathrow, etc. Environmental groups taking the government to court. We see that this target will apply to a specific number of government agencies. Can you outline some of your concerns that this may have for infrastructure pipelines and the like?
Well, our headline concern is exactly as you identify, Senator. This will result in significant more red tape and court delays to major projects across the country by embedding the net zero goals in legislation. That could require relevant ministers to take that into account as to whether or not they give approval to that project. And under the current legal standing provisions, as you know, green groups are able to challenge ministerial projects, ministerial approvals in court if they consider the unlawful consideration to have been given. Did you want to elaborate on that?
Well, we heard from a lot of the environmental NGOs yesterday, and I specifically asked them each individually whether they would guarantee that they would not be taking this federal government or future federal governments to court over much-needed critical infrastructure projects as a result of legislating this target. And they could not give me that guarantee. So have you done any modelling on what that potentially could cost in terms of jobs, time and taxpayers' dollars?
What we have looked at is 19 projects which were the target of 2 green groups who wrote to the Environment Minister asking the Environment Minister to reconsider approvals which had already been given to those 19 resources projects around Australia, and we see those as the first cabs off the rank and a clear indication of the intent of those green groups. And as per our research which was released yesterday on that matter, the total economic cost would be in order of around $101 billion. approximately 175,000 jobs put at risk, and again, 14 of those 19 projects in North Queensland, and all of those projects in regional communities. So the economic costs are very significant, and the flow-on social and humanitarian costs of that widespread job loss could be irreparable and very damaging to those communities. Morgan, perhaps you could elaborate on the specific lawfare component of our research.
It's worth mentioning that it's not speculative. You did refer to one case in the United Kingdom. Another case in the United Kingdom was Stevenson and the Secretary of Housing, I believe, where an individual did challenge the government on an approval, and the court did agree that the government needed to consider a legislated net zero target as part of its decision-making process. There's similarly cases in New Zealand which have, because they've also legislated a net zero target. It's an emerging area of law, and only a few countries have legislated a net zero target, but the UK, New Zealand and now Canada, there's increasing amounts of lawfare in that jurisdiction as well. And these are, in terms of being common law countries, these are very compatible, very influential precedents that I would feel that Australian courts would be persuaded to follow.
You made comment in your opening remarks about both sides of politics having a net zero position. The difference being one had a flexible pathway and a non-legislative pathway. The very act of legislating a target, which is the bill before us today, significantly increases risk, it would seem, for government itself. Did you have any comment to make around what amendments could be moved, or for those who think, this is an emerging area of law, why haven't other countries, such as Germany, France, et al., legislated? Because the government won the election, obviously. They've changed the NDC to their election commitment. They're well within their rights to do that. We're a democracy. But the act of legislating just seems to be adding additional sovereign risk to taxpayer spends. Why haven't other countries legislated? They've just updated their Paris target as they're able to do.
Well, it's a good observation. I think you're right. It does add to sovereign risk, and the legislation of the target embeds that in law, which then opens up the potential court proceedings. So that's the main concern from a legislative target perspective. Look, our view on this and our position is that the bill should be scrapped wholesale. The only way to safeguard our economy, our society, regional communities, and to avoid any potential lawfare or litigation from green groups is to simply scrap the policy of net zero emissions by 2050 in recognition of all those very significant costs that I've previously outlined.
Thank you. Will, I might take a follow-up question first. Given that we already have international obligations that we've signed up to take action on climate change, why would this legislation impose any greater burden?
Well, the first is, as I just mentioned, in terms of the potential litigation component to it.
But surely, given that we're nationally committed, the government has signed up, that would place us in a similar situation.
Signing on to the Paris Agreement, that is a treaty. It's not, that doesn't mandate or cause any sort of obligation in terms of domestic policy. So what this bill is actually codifying the instrument through which the executive can sign on to and amend its commitments to the Paris Agreement. So the Paris Agreement, the treaty alone does not cause any sort of meaningful legal consequences, but by legislating it, that does put it into the bedrock of Australian law.
And the other point I'd just quickly add is, I think it was in 2015 when we signed on to the Paris Climate Agreement, the IPA was very clear that the Paris Climate Agreement was not in our national interest and that we shouldn't have signed up. And we've argued with our research and our analysis ever since that we should be withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement and not enmeshing ourselves and undermining our sovereignty by embedding our emissions policies and having that influenced by international organisations.
So perhaps I can go back to my first question which do you believe that climate change is real and feel that that we should not take action, or do you not believe that the planet is warming and therefore don't believe we should take action?
Of course, climate change is real. Climate changes all the time and has been since time immemorial and will continue to do so. The issue that's before us today is the policy of the government, which is legislating net zero by 2050 and a 43% cut by 2030. The first point that I make is the cost of this and who will pay, how much they will pay in our community need to be discussed, and they haven't been debated. And the key point here, as I mentioned before, is that Australians have not been given the opportunity to have their voices heard. We know that almost every single major institution in our society has had an opportunity to have their voices heard. We know the big banks back in net zero. We know that big corporations back net zero. We know that the major international financial institutions back net zero. We know that the UN backs net zero. But why haven't Australians had a chance to have their voice heard on this issue, which is them that will be affected? It's not the inner city elites in Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane. It's working class, middle class Australians in the outer suburbs and the regions that will pay the price, yet their values, their views, their aspirations are ignored by the political class.
There are those of us who would say that everyone had a chance to vote at the last election, even those people who don't live in the elite suburbs. I will just take you to one other point.
Just quickly on that though, because as I said, the policy, yes, everyone had the chance to vote, but they didn't have a chance to vote on the policy of net zero because both major parties had committed to net zero. Yes, I accept that there are differences in how both parties said that they would aim to get to net zero, but we have not had the opportunity to have a clear election on whether or not Australians want the policy of net zero. And I'll just add, when we ask Australians, do you want net zero? They don't. We ask, do you want to pause the policy of net zero, as what happened in the United Kingdom? 61% of Australians said, yes, we want to pause the policy of net zero emissions. So when we ask Australians, it's very clear that they don't support the policy of net zero. And it's disappointing that the political class doesn't want to garner the views or listen to the voices of mainstream Australians.
And I would just point out, Mr. Wild, that there are many other polls that say the exact opposite from what yours does, and I think it's probably that point of disagreement about whether people have had their say. I will just very finally, because we have a short period of time, we need to get to other senators. I will just say it is my understanding that 150 countries have announced net zero. 18 of them have legislated net zero and 19 have proposed legislation, which is a higher number than what you were talking previously.
Okay,
we will now go to Senator Hughes.
That bears no relevance as to whether or not it's in our national interest to do so.
No, but you were citing some numbers, so I'm just giving you the numbers that I'm aware of.
I said a small number of countries, which I don't think is inconsistent with what
18 out of 150 is a small number.
It's a pathway to progress. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. If I can bring you, Mr. Wild, you mentioned the ratchet clause in your opening statement. What sort of impact could that have on Australia's sovereignty, and what? We'll start with that one and go from there. So,
perhaps I'll address that. So, the combined impact of clauses 10.4, 10.5, and 10.6 is that the executive will be given the authority to amend its nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, but that it can only increase its commitment. It can only be more ambitious. But to wind back that commitment or to abandon that commitment altogether would require a separate piece of legislation. This is a problem. It is essentially granting the executive a law-making power because its determination about the nationally determined contribution would change the content of law and would have serious legal consequences, as we've outlined. The other observation...
So you're saying the government of the day could just go, well, we've legislated 43%, but we've changed our mind, we're going to go to 65%.
Yeah, exactly. And that wouldn't require a public debate.
They could just decide. Or we've got to negotiate a piece of legislation with the Greens, so therefore, we said 43%, but we might just go to 55 now because the Greens are happier with that, and we
Yeah,
need
exactly.
this other
It
piece
could
of
be, it
legislation
could be made
on
for
a
any
completely
reason,
separate matter.
a base political reason.
Yep.
It could be for any reason. So,
Okay.
yep.
So the Australian people wouldn't get a say then. They've agreed to 43%, but we might want to negotiate a
Yeah.
completely separate piece of legislation, so we'll give the Greens an extra couple of percentage points.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. So just to reiterate, the legislation does not legislate the target, it legislates the mechanism by which the target is set and gives that power to the executive to decide what that
So
target
it takes
is.
it away from the Australian people
Yeah.
having a democratic say.
It's fundamentally an anti-democratic measure.
Yeah, okay, so just...
allowable instrument though?
I think you find that the target can be set without legislation. The idea of the legislation
Yeah.
is to provide certainty, clarity and transparency.
And
43% is a floor.
If you want, just on the point of certainty, why not legislate 0%? That would give certainty as well. So this is not a
Well, because
question of
that's not a target
this
we
is not
agree
a question
with.
of certainty. It's
Well,
a
it
question
is,
of providing
because so people are
certainty
clear
to
about
a
where we're
particular
going.
sectional interest that you're buttressing with government authority. If we want certainty, we can have certainty with any number. So let's not
That's
pretend,
right.
Let's
And
not
that's the
pretend this is
importance.
about certainty
So it's not about 43%, it's about allowing the executive to set a number whenever they want,
without having debate.
without having debate,
Because they know
and
full now-
taking the power away from the people, putting it in the hands of the legislators and the executive. So it's not about 43% at all. It's about a
The
mechanism
power to
that
set that
allows...
target sits there already.
No, but it's
with
not
or
about
without the
40.
legislation.
Can I have my questions, please?
Yes,
Because
you
it's
may.
not about 43%, it's about putting a legislative mechanism in to just say the executive can just pick a number, whatever they feel like, whenever they feel like. So it's not really even providing that certainty, because businesses may invest to hit a 43% emissions reduction, but because they need another piece of legislation, they need the Greens, they need Senator Pocock or whoever, we've actually gone up to 55% now. So your investment strategy is no longer
The
appropriate.
target could change with less than a day's notice.
Yeah, okay, right. So when you also mentioned there that there could be issues with international organisations now being able to influence what Australia's targets are. And looking at the global situation at the moment, we've got German Greens backing coal back in, we've got China opening more power stations than we've got in total. This is a global issue. Somehow or other, there's some people in this place that seem to think it's only Australia's problem to solve, and economically tying our hand behind our back while we have some of the best coal in the world, and the rest of the world is crying out for it. Yet we're demanding to shut down one of our most lucrative industries, supporting rural and regional Australians in particular, but all Australians through the revenue that it generates and economic activity. What are the international organisations, or what are the threats that international organisations could have now through this legislative mechanism on Australia's sovereignty and our ability to compete on the world stage, let alone support everyday Australians keep the lights on?
Well, I might make one point on the international organisation. So, as you know, this bill would embed the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement. So, Section 10.2 says the emissions targets are, quote, to be interpreted in a manner with the Paris Climate Agreement, end quote. Now, it's worth looking at what the actual Paris Climate Agreement says, and as Morgan identified, this would mean judges would now be in the position of considering whether a minister has considered whether projects uphold the values and principles of the Paris Climate Agreement. Well, what are those principles? Well, climate integrity, Mother Earth, international equity. These are the kinds of notions and principles that are in the Paris Agreement. So again, this potentially opens up the possibility that whether or not a project affects Mother Earth could be a relevant consideration in the minister making a decision. So the potential scope for inserting these international organisational values into Australia is very significant, and it's an emerging issue for us.
Things like the Inland Rail?
Look, anything that is carbon emitting project could fall within the remit of environmental groups to challenge projects because of how that project might impact the commitment to net zero. So anything that emits is on the hit list.
So anything using steel or concrete?
Yes.
Any road, any bridge, any rail project?
It's all now
in our
risk of
$120
litigation.
billion infrastructure project pipeline.
It's all in scope. It's
Right.
all in scope. And
I,
the key
I
thing
hope you like those gravel roads out there and get flooded out. So I just want to be just uber clear before I finish, just so that everyday Australians out there might understand this. This is not about legislating 43%. This is about giving power to the executive to pick a number on any day of the week that they feel is the emissions target Australians should strive for. So it's not about business certainty. It's not going to provide that certainty because they could change from 43% on a whim if they need to negotiate something through the Senate.
That is correct, and that is
So
literally
Australians
what the
need to understand this
legislation
isn't
spells out.
legislating 43%. This is legislating power to the executive to set a target whenever, however they feel like.
Well, the other point is that
Yeah.
the target can only go up.
Yep.
That's the other point.
Yep.
So it can't come down. So if there was any future government that wanted to reduce or repeal these targets,
Yep.
they'd require separate legislation, as they should do.
Yep.
Our point is quite simply, if you're going to legislate a target, which you shouldn't do anyway, but if you are going to legislate a target, the normal parliamentary process should be followed for increases or decreases to those targets.
That's got nothing to do with the science. It's all about the politics now.
I'll take that as a comment from you. If that's okay.
I think you can take that as a comment. That's fine.
Maybe the last 10
Thanks,
years
Chair.
were all about politics as well.
Well, I think it's going to continue to be about politics because apparently now we're not allowed laughing gas when we're in Labor because the carbon emissions have knocked us too much. No, I kid you not. The Greens in South Australia are trying to
Okay,
ban
can we have some order?
laughing
Who
gas
would like the call
through
to
Labor.
ask a question of our witnesses?
I'll send you the article.
Anybody?
It's great. Adelaide
No,
University.
nobody has any
Hilarious.
questions? Okay. Senator Mackenzie.
Gentlemen, some more questions. In terms of, the legislating of the target, I understand your arguments, Mr Wild, but the election was held, the people had their say. They've elected a government that's changed our NDC to 43%. They've removed one of the key checks and balances that the Nationals were key in inserting into the Glasgow piece, which was a 5-yearly productivity commission review into the social and economic impacts of not just of any government over the next 28 years, climate policies, whether they were coalition or Labor Party, who was paying, who was hurting, so that governments could and the people could be informed. This government has removed that from our nationally determined contribution. They've amended it to have the Climate Authority to do a bit of a whiz through on the socio-economic impact. Can you, or Mr Begg, give us some insight in what sort of checks and balances we need around these sort of policy settings to ensure that the Parliament and the people are rightfully informed about the impacts of climate policy going forward?
Yeah, I'll address that first. So I am quite concerned about the checks and balances angle that you've described. In particular, clauses 15 or 16 of the bill, which confers on the Climate Change Authority this responsibility to advise the Minister in developing a new nationally determined contribution. I read that as a kind of legislated institutional mechanism to encourage higher targets over time. An interesting case, decision still pending in New Zealand actually, where an environmental group challenged the Climate Change Commission in that country on the basis that it violated the law because its recommendations for emissions cuts to the government were insufficient and incompatible with their targets under the Paris Agreement. So, and I see for the Climate Change Authority being provided for in this bill is completely applicable to what's happening in New Zealand. I see that happening here as well. So over time, I think rather than checks and balances, you're getting institutions which are essentially encouraging the government to go further.
So would there be an agency in our current governance arrangements who would be much more appropriate to be doing that regular assessment rather than almost setting up a ratcheting mechanism as a result of this legislation?
I think your proposal, Senator Mackenzie, makes a lot of sense in terms of the Productivity Commission looking at these issues. And look, I'm terribly concerned what this is going to do to jobs around the country. We're consistently told that there'll be new jobs. Where are they? They're not there. The jobs aren't coming in. And I'll refer you even to the CSIRO report that came out recently as reported in the Australian Financial Review, which identified that in Queensland, up to a maximum of just 26,700 jobs would be needed to get to net zero by 2050 in Queensland. Now that's as a maximum, and as our research identified, there are around 125,000 jobs in the fossil fuel sector in North Queensland alone. So even on the CSIRO's most optimistic scenario, the job destruction is 6 times that of the job creation. So that when we talk about finding new jobs for the communities that are affected, the jobs aren't there, and the minuscule number of jobs that are there are low paying. They pay around 1/3 less than the jobs that are being destroyed in coal mining and about 5% less than the economy-wide average. So the fundamental thing we need is for people to be honest with Australians about what this means for them. The jobs are not there, the jobs aren't coming back, and the communities that rely on these jobs are going to disappear.
Just on notice, can I have you to look very, very seriously at checks and balance mechanisms and provide us some advice back? Thank you.
Of course.
And I'll just wrap up with one final question. You were talking about us withdrawing from the Paris Agreement. Could you just very briefly outline how you think that would impact our foreign policy, our security interests in the Pacific particularly, and also in our trading relationships?
It would be a significant benefit to our security interests. The reason for that is we have an abundance of natural resources, so we have energy sovereignty. We have 2,000 years of coal, we have an abundance of oil and gas, we've got 1/3 of the world's uranium deposits, and legislating the Paris Climate Agreement, given effect through net zero, risks outsourcing our energy sovereignty to foreign nations. 80% of our solar panels come from China, for example, and all we have to do is look at what is happening in Europe to see the devastating and serious impacts of what happens when a nation unilaterally and voluntarily outsources its energy supply to foreign nations. So withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement not only would regain Australia's competitive economic advantage on the world stage, not only would it reduce energy prices, but crucially, it would secure our domestic energy supplies, and that is of particular importance in the Asia-Pacific region now when it's such a volatile part of the world.
So you think us withdrawing from sort of foreign relations and international engagement on those areas would be of benefit to us?
I'm talking specifically about the Paris Climate Agreement, and I think absolutely yes, for all the reasons that I've outlined.
Okay, fascinating. Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for appearing. If you have taken any questions on notice, the date for return is Tuesday, the 23rd of August. I would now like to welcome our nuclear experts from the Australian Nuclear Association, Nuclear for Climate Australia and Gamma Energy Technology to come to the table or show themselves on the screen. Okay, reserve your right. So for the Hansard record, could I ask you each to cite your name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee today?
My name's Robert Parker. I'm the founder of Nuclear for Climate Australia.
I'm Dr. Mark Ho from the Australian Nuclear Association. I'm the Vice President.
And online?
Excuse me, Jeff Bongers. I'm here representing Gamma Energy, an independent consulting company.
We do not have a particularly clear line there. I wonder if you would turn your video off and see if we can get a better connection. Could you maybe just go with your name again, please?
Jeff Bongers.
That is much better. Thank you very much. Would any of you like to make a very short opening statement, preferably around a minute?
Okay, I might kick off if that's all right.
Kick off.
Mark and I know each other very well. Rob Parker's my name, founder of Nuclear for Climate Australia. I'll say from the outset that I'm fully supportive of legislation to cover carbon emissions reductions. My concerns are the way it's being, or the tools that are being used to limit carbon emissions in Australia. That's the purpose of my submission to the committee. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have worked as about 35 years as a civil engineer around the globe and in Australia. I was influenced strongly by Dr. James Hansen, the grandfather of climate change science, who's become a colleague and has had a significant influence on my attempts to pursue the use of nuclear energy in Australia for emissions reductions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Ho?
Thank you. I'd just like to read out a prepared statement. Australia must be able to use all low-carbon technologies, including nuclear power, to create a future energy mix that satisfy the energy trilemma of affordability, reliability, and low-carbon sustainability. Australia is almost unique amongst developed economies in having historic legislative prohibitions on nuclear power plants. Reducing carbon emissions by 2050 is too important to have legislation that arbitrarily excludes any consideration of nuclear power plants, which is a proven, economic, and scalable low-carbon energy technology. Reducing carbon emissions. So, nuclear power is a very well-established technology, producing dispatchable electricity with very low carbon emissions, and nuclear power plants are widely used in over 30 countries. The lifetime carbon emissions from nuclear power plants is similar to emissions from solar and onshore wind facilities, and nuclear power plants themselves emit no carbon dioxide. We cannot afford to ignore the potential of nuclear power to reduce carbon emissions. The legislative prohibitions must be removed so that nuclear power can be considered on its merits. Removing prohibitions is not approval of nuclear power. Approval will come at the project level when proposals to site, construct, and operate nuclear power plants are developed and the environmental, financial, and other factors are assessed. That is when the minister and the regulator decide if a project is fit to be approved and licensed. The removal of the Commonwealth legislative prohibitions against nuclear power plants will demonstrate that Australia is serious about meeting the climate challenge by its willingness to consider all technologies for reducing carbon emissions. The Australian Nuclear Association strongly recommends amending the Climate Change, i.e. Consequential Amendments Bill of 2022 to, number 1, amend the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 to delete the prohibitions preventing the minister considering, making a declaration or approving any action involving a nuclear power plant in clauses 37J, B, 140A, B, and 143M, B. And 2, to amend the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Act 1998 to remove Clause 10, which prevents the Arpansa CEO from licensing the construction or operation of a nuclear power plant. Thank you.
Dr. Bongas.
Thanks. I'll read a statement to you, but I'll turn the video off to ensure the audio works, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence to the committee. I didn't actually put an active submission in. I was asked to, I was invited to speak, so I put a short submission in response to my thanks. Essentially, Gamma Energy has been actively involved in modelling the electricity system in Australia since about 2016, partnering with a UK modeller, Andy Boston from Red Vector, who has something like 30 years experience in the energy modelling field, electricity in particular. So that's from the basis where I present my evidence today, appreciating that the bill seeks to frame Australia's climate ambitions and our role in limiting global warming. The energy sector is a really major contributor to our current emissions profile. So in order to achieve our objectives, some radical and sustained change needs to occur within the energy sector, and the electricity sector is a serious subset of energy more broadly. So in relation to the bill you guys are examining today, we would ask that you would consider that the bill motivates the best energy solutions possible for Australia within the constraints of being environmentally responsible. So in that context, we argue that keeping Australia competitive requires a total system cost approach to any solution. So it's not just about renewables, nor storage, nor hydrogen, nor carbon capture, nor nuclear, nor any other technology or sector on its own. It's really about ensuring that we have the lowest total system cost solution that we can manage. And it'll take a suite of technologies to achieve such an outcome. Importantly, in relation to this bill, it's important to note that the total system cost approach should be used to ensure that one sector doesn't have an adverse impact on another. So, for example, electrifying homes will reduce gas emissions, but it will put more strain on the electricity system. So it's about making sure that you have a total system cost approach from sector to sector as well. Again, thanks for your time, and I look forward to participating in the process.
Thank you very much. I will pass to Senator Payman.
Thank you all. My question is to Nuclear for Climate Australia, Mr. Parker, and it's I would like you to expand on two areas I wish to explore. The cost of nuclear power, essentially, can we afford it? And when do we anticipate such technologies being introduced or made available in Australia?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I'll firstly go to the cost situation, and Mr. Bonga's made a very good point. I work in close collaboration with a colleague of mine, and we look at the modelling. Dr. Robert Barr's designed a brilliant model for modelling our NEM. We closely follow the types of processes done by CSIRO, and we have looked at this cost on a system levelised cost of electricity basis. The purpose of that is to integrate all generation types to match our demand. And we've looked at a modelling of 100% renewables, and we've looked at an optimum modelling of nuclear. You find with renewables, and I totally accept that at the gate, wind and solar are lower cost than nuclear. Okay? That's not in question. What we do question is when you integrate them all into a system. And when you take each element and then you have to expand it. For example, the solar that powers us in winter is the same solar that powers us in summer. So you've got to do an overbuild for the winter compared to summer. At times in Australia, we'll have a wind drought, which may go for 10 days. We get periods where we have about 1 or 2% wind, 3 or 4 of that order, and we get no wind for about 10 days effectively. And so we need to overbuild the amount of wind to cope with these lulls. This is what we call the random variability. When we combine all these things and then we look at the optimum placing of these wind and solar and storage generators, we find that we need to increase our grid. And AEMO are telling us they need 10,000 kilometres of extra transmission. But we also need sub-transmission. This is lower voltage. And then we need to look at the concepts that are coming out of putting 69 gigawatts of PV within our systems when the system is only energised to about 30. So we've got to look at all this stuff. We've got to bring off the low voltage and put that into our high voltage system. That means we're going to have a monumental cost in repowering Australia around our transmission and distribution. And then there's the other thing called ancillary services. These are the devices that make sure that we've got the right voltage and the right current flows and cope with the lulls of wind and solar as they come out. All of those elements, plus storage, be it pump storage or batteries, they all amalgamate into what we call a system levelised cost. And our analysis shows that the cost with the renewable system is about 80% higher than if we used nuclear. Because if we particularly use suitably sized nuclear power plants on our grid, we do not need to expand the grid. So the highest cost component in our electricity bill requires no expansion. And so that comparative cost comes out of our analysis, and it mirrors what has been done by MIT and the OECD in various places around the globe, and Australia is no different. That comes to cost, and I'll leave it there. Have I answered your question, Senator?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll come now to when these would be available. I jumped off the plane yesterday morning at 6 o'clock after visiting facilities in Canada and in the United States with the direct purpose, with other colleagues, including Dr. Gillespie from the National Party accompanied us, and I'm really enthusiastic with the interest that Senator's taken in this issue. So we visited Ontario Power Generation. They're one of the world's largest generators of nuclear power in the state of Ontario. We visited the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the regulators in Canada. We visited their energy minister, and we visited Ontario Power Generation themselves and also General Electric, with specific purpose of trying to home in on the question you've asked, Senator, which is when could we probably achieve them? The reactor we were looking at, the BWRX 300, is a 300 megawatt, what we call SMR. That will be available in Ontario. That will be generating in 2028. There are companion states to Ontario who are building these. Saskatchewan has signed up for 2. The Polish Synthos Green are looking at 10. Tennessee Valley Authority, one of the largest generators in the United States, is now signing up for this particular plant. We were playing catch-up with the Czech Republic, who were there. The Swedes were there, and the Estonians were there. This technology is flying, and it is real, and I have gone right through their model. I have gone through the virtual mock-ups. I have seen the fuel being made in their facility on Monday of this week for the BWRX 300. It is real, it is happening. First is 28. What could Australia do? Australia could harness right now with our Commonwealth partners. We could get on board and we could really push this technology to be a partner with the state of Ontario. We could combine with our other Commonwealth cousins and we could drive this into right through the Commonwealth. It would be a tremendous project. Thank you.
Dr. Ho, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, so in direct answer to your question about the cost of SMRs, I think what I will do is quote a piece of work by Professor Stephen Wilson over from the University of Queensland, and he's used the most advanced SMR project, which is the NuScale power plant. And from the cost estimates provided by the reactor vendors themselves, working association with UAMS, which is a utilities conglomerate, as well as the national institutions in the US, the Australian dollar figure for the estimated levelized cost of electricity in an Australian setting is between $60 per megawatt hour to $102 per megawatt hour. And this is a real project because it's actually being implemented in the US as part of their carbon-free energy project. The overnight cost of the plant, including estimated interest prepayments as well, is between the range of 4.2 billion Australian dollars to 8.8 billion Australian dollars. And this can all be quoted. This is for a plant of 12 SMR modules outputting a total of 924 megawatts at perhaps the 90% capacity per year, meaning one of the highest availability in terms of all energy sources possible. So I would just like to quote that figure. And then in addition to that, I think what is sorely missed in the discussion around what is the optimal future energy mix is really about what is indeed the optimal energy mix to see us through to not being deindustrialized, to be able to keep value-adding jobs, to be able to add value to those minerals that we take out of the ground. As you can see from all over the world, it's not in any case always about one energy option over another. For each country, there is a very, very specific optimal energy mix that is suited for the natural geography that you find those countries with. And if you look at anywhere around the world, a lot of countries aren't actually talking about low decarbonised electricity grids without the use of nuclear power as well, because there can never be a year without one day not having the sun on or the wind blowing. And if we were to be completely decarbonised, and let's quantify that for a little, if we were to say have a carbon footprint of less than, say, 50 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour generated, we really haven't been seeing any country that's been able to achieve that without nuclear power. So of course, if you look at France, with about 65-70% of all electricity generated from nuclear power, their carbon footprint is less than 50 grams per kilowatt hour. Whereas, say, in Germany, which has spent billions, I think the order is about 580 billion US dollars into energy given there to roll out huge amounts of wind. They're struggling to get that target below 300 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. And this is what I'm really talking about when we're talking about being able to do decarbonisation properly.
Can I just have one follow-up question before we go to some of our other senators? If legislation was changed tomorrow around nuclear, how many developers and financiers do you know that would have projects ready to go?
In fact, there's a lot of closed-door discussion currently between utilities and industrialists as well to do some fact-finding on nuclear, but of course at the moment it's stymied by the federal prohibition.
So that would add to sort of how long it would take to get anything on the ground?
Sure, but I mean, as a complete project, I would say 10 years, similar in the vein of like what the US is looking at. The construction of the plant itself is targeted about from 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Hughes.
That issue from one of the findings we found in Canada and the recent examples in the United Arab Emirates. They managed to roll out in the United Arab Emirates 4 very large plants. They did that in a period of about 9 years. That includes their construction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming to your point around cost, and we're hearing figures around $20 billion to connect a lot of renewables to the grid. I think $20 billion is probably underselling what it's. 20 billion is being committed, which is probably actually an undercommitment when you look at the size of the actual grid. Any nuclear, and particularly SMRs, they could be directly connected to the grid straight away, so it wouldn't require that level of investment. We also hear, and you mentioned battery and hydro. What is with battery storage, how often do they go out? Like, what sort of capacity are batteries currently working at?
Currently, the batteries that we've got on the grid are batteries which are not actually storage devices in terms of long-term storage to address our emissions reductions. Virtually all the batteries that we've currently got are shorter term, which enable wind and solar variability to track more reliably to meet demand. And so when you get a fluctuation in wind or you get clouds come over a large utility solar, that's where devices such as battery storage are able to come in for grid stabilisation. But we're not getting yet large-scale batteries that are running in the 5-6 hour range to be able to take us through, for example, the midday through and to meet our energy needs. Nor yet, with the exception of Snowy Hydro 2, are we getting significant investment in pump storage. And pump storage in a climate-constrained world is a storage device of massive risk. Close by me in the Southern Highlands of New South Wales, we have Origin's Fitzroy Falls. That's in the Shoalhaven scheme. The average depth of that reservoir is about 4 metres. And if we go and put storage devices, and I built a lot of dams in my life, if we go and put those things up on hills where we're getting a lot of heat and a lot of wind, and we get evaporation losses of the tune of 1.5 to 2 metres, that is the nation's storage leaving into the atmosphere. We've got to proceed very cautiously with devices such as that.
So just quickly, on current batteries and the speed of this transition that's being proposed, just say, for example, the grid failed, how long could Sydney remain in?
Currently?
Yeah.
With batteries?
Yeah. The grid fails, seconds. Right.
Seconds.
Okay. So we probably need to take a bit of time on this rather than turn off all our industry. The UN have spent a lot of time putting together global initiatives and determining, Mother Earth and what we need to do to hit these emissions targets and reduce carbon emissions. They've actually endorsed nuclear as a green energy. And is it right that they've also endorsed it as being a lower energy, so they create lower emissions than any other form of renewable energy?
Yes, if I might address that.
Yeah.
The United Nations Economic Commission for Europe did an investigation looking at some 13 different parameters and summated those into one collective. So in respect of emissions reductions, they found in the Nordic countries that the emissions profile of nuclear is down around 4 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. And that was lower than virtually any other generating source, I think with the exception perhaps of small-scale hydro. They also found within those parameters things such as the effect of non-cancer toxicity, wherein they found that nuclear is about the second lowest, even lower than wind and solar. They looked at the cancer-forming potential of these technologies and found that nuclear is the lowest. It beats out wind and solar in terms of potential for cancer forming, and it's still beaten out by low-scale hydro, which we don't have a lot of potential for in Australia. And when they summated all of those, they found that nuclear power, and this is the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, nuclear power was the lowest overall, most sustainable form of energy that we have got, with the exception, as I say, low-scale hydro.
I'm just conscious of time and getting to some other senators. So you might want to take it as a comment. So going by your evidence and your submissions and what we have heard, nuclear is one of, if not the most reliable forms of power that produces lower emissions. This is actually supported by the UN. There's less cost involved than is probably purported due to its ability to immediately connect to the grid. It's an actual technology that it currently exists with SMRs as opposed to this pie-in-the-sky batteries will get there one day, don't exist storage-wise at the moment. So actual technology, yet technology to be developed. We've got business groups and the unions calling for a technologically agnostic approach and for nuclear to be on the table. So the only reason nuclear is currently not part of this mix or discussion is because of ideological objections. Would that be the case?
Well, legislative objections, yes.
Yeah, but the fact that it's only the coalition currently calling for a discussion on this would be that potentially ideological objections by other parties in this parliament don't want to see a change to that legislative framework to allow nuclear to be part of the discussion.
And party policies, but I think even within the opposing party policies, you've probably got people who are sympathetic to the cause of adopting this technology.
So it's time we took a sensible approach and actually...
Succinctly put, I would say that the only way we can see nuclear power on the Australian grid is for there to be a political solution.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Goodell.
I think I got most of my questions. Dr. Ho, you're going here. Just clearly for the record, I'm just doing some summary questions. You're not asking for help to build a nuclear reactor, you're just wanting your amendments to remove the barriers to having it considered by others. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's my opening statements, that we need the removal of those prohibitions to see nuclear power on the grid, yes.
Are we aware of any grid in the world that got under the 50 grams per kilowatt hour without nuclear?
Norm, I think Norway, which has been blessed by lots of mountains and a high elevation geography to be allowed to build a lot of dams.
Okay. And in your statement, you were talking about the system cost being overall lower. Does that include removal and disposal or storage of waste?
Correct, it does.
Okay. And the final question I would have then is something I've forgotten. If we go through this whole process and access to capital being being there, is it realistic on those numbers that you said, if we see a decreasing price of electricity, cost renewables are spent, that number of $60 to $102 stays commercially viable?
Yes, it will eventually decrease the cost of systems levelized cost of electricity to have nuclear power plants to augment large swathes of renewable energy sources.
Thank you very much.
I'll just mention, Senator, that I endorse the range that Dr. Ho is mentioning in respect of the companion technology, which are the General Electric ones. It's the same. It's the right sort of range. We just need to look at how many we put at each site, and putting 5 or 6 of them at a place like Liddell can drive down your ownership cost, which further reduces your overall cost. So multiplicities at each site is a good idea.
Just one additional. When we've asked other people here about the suitability of nuclear, it has always gone to cost. Secondary, it's come to social licence. How do you believe you consult the people of Australia? Lake Liddell is, a stone's chip and a putt from my joint. How do I tell the people around there that we're getting a nuclear? How does the nuclear industry do that? Does the government have to do that, or do you think the industry can?
I think it will require a combination of efforts. I mean, in my capacity as Australian Nuclear Association Vice President and President, I've been seeing the transition and the momentum swing towards nuclear power. Because, say, about 5 years ago, if you look at the general numbers in the polls, you might have, say, 35 to 40% of people in support of nuclear power. And now the numbers are much more balanced to about 50-50, in the same order of what you will find in the UK, which already has established nuclear power plants. I think a lot of that is brought about by people's understanding of the need to act on climate change and the manner in which nuclear power can supply baseload, low-carbon electricity. And we have to think about the fact that there hasn't been that much lobbying, etc., on nuclear power. It's just from a population that's more or less not knowing very much about nuclear power already. But we're seeing the momentum shift towards wanting nuclear power because also of a generational change as well. I'm hearing a lot of young people, they want solutions, they don't want political fighting, they just want to see that carbon footprint go down.
Thank you, Doctor.
May I mention, please, presentation I saw at MIT 2 weeks ago by a lady at the Oklahoma University who consults to the US Department of Energy. They've done significant polling in the United States, which found people on the conservative side of politics with strong support, and when you move further to the left, you get a reduction in support. And across the US, they saw a slope like that. If you call it nuclear power, across the states, Conservatives here, people of the left down there. When they called it small modular reactor, it went that way. It's horizontal across all the states of the United States. It is very much a wording, and the subtleties in the wording and the message can make huge differences. And that polling is available to us, even to the Parliament, to look at. Very, very comprehensive work.
Maybe if you can provide that on notice.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. You've quoted some figures which are obviously directly in conflict with the CSI Rose reports in relation to the levelised cost of various different energy forms. So why do you think the figures that you've quoted are correct as opposed to Australia's leading scientific agency?
As I believe the costs quoted in GenCost report is the CSIRO considering advanced nuclear power plants that have a wide variability in cost, and because of the advanced and uncertain nature of those power plants, this is the reason why they've quoted a high number.
Right. Well, I think we'll be taking the CSIRO's figures over others. Where should these nuclear power plants be put?
Okay. I've looked at that quite extensively.
You've mentioned Liddell, so the electorate of Hunter.
So let's go. We would put them at what we call the nodal points of our grid. Those nodal points would exist of existing coal power plants. So we could go through the Latrobe region of Victoria. We could then go through the Hunter. We could go out to Wallerawang, Mount Piper in New South Wales. We could go to the mid-north coast regions to get seawater cooling. So we have those regions. Then we've got places like Gladstone, and we could go to there, or some of the coal plants like Stanwell, Callide, those regions. When we go to the other nodal points, we look at where are the strong interconnectors that also coincide with cooling resources and good transport. And so then we can go to other places, for example, Portland in Victoria, where there is a huge load sitting at risk in an aluminium plant, which would be an ideal place to build a nuclear power plant, small nuclear power plants there to meet the needs of the aluminium smelters in metropolitan Melbourne. And so we can go to each of these strong nodal points. We have one near where I live, for example, in the Southern Highlands of New South Wales, where we could look at one of these strong nodal points. So you can go around and you can find that within Australia, even up to Townsville is another very good spot in North Queensland. We can go around to all of these nodal points where the grid coincides with, as I say, good transmission capacity existing, good cooling facilities, and there are more than double the number of sites in Australia to meet our needs, which our analysis through our energy model says we need about 24 gigawatts of nuclear power in Australia.
Well, I think Liberal and National voters right across the country are just going to be pretty freaked out by your list of locations that they're now pushing for these plants to be. I mean, the country's going to be covered in nuclear power plants.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator. I've got a little bit more faith in them than that.
Senator Hanson-Young's point, just to clarify though, about the CSIRO's costings, they were actually based on a 2015 report that's disputed by ANSTO, aren't they? So the figures they're quoting are particularly out of date and probably not looking at modern technology.
And
so maybe the CSIRO should update its...
We examined those in detail with General Electric last week.
Yeah.
And they fall in line with the types of numbers that Dr Ho has presented. So we don't have any particular disagreement. Levelised costs in the region of $65 through to about $100. It really depends upon owners' costs at each site.
That's right. I want to hand back to Senator Hanson-Young, but just to clarify, it is an old, outdated report they're generating.
Oh no, I'm done. These guys have cooked the country now.
So one of the issues that does come up a lot is the social licence issue, and I'm a South Australian, and we've experienced a lot of that issue in recent years. Do you believe that list of places that you have given us today for where you believe you could set up a nuclear facility?
Yes.
Do you believe that the community is on board in those locations?
From the polling I have seen in Australia, I'm seeing a majority of Australians are keen to consider nuclear energy to be considered in the mix. And it depends, Senator, on how one loads the question. If you link it to an emotive response, for example, you say, do we need nuclear energy to meet our Paris climate change goals? You can get the thing driven up to 65%. If you don't load the question...
We're well aware.
Yeah, if you don't load it and you ask it pretty flat line, you'll get just over the list, over the required level. So that's that side of things. I do not think... I'm seeing a significant number of Australians, and I speak to many communities in the Southern Highlands and into the Illawarra regions, where I look at changing attitudes to this and people's requests to know more. I can only say anecdotally, I'm seeing a very strong swing amongst the population towards looking at this technology.
But so if I could just finish, oh, sorry.
I just want to clarify about the polling. Who did it, and can we get a copy of it, please?
Yes.
Was it
So-
done by, sorry, can
Sorry,
I just
Chair.
check? Was it done by a registered polling company?
It's going to be tabled.
We will table these,
That's
so
why I've asked.
we'll respond to that.
Yeah.
So we'll give you, in my case, I've
Yes, I know,
got 4
going to
particular
next.
polls I'm thinking with, and we'll enumerate those and submit them to the Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. So in my experience, there are people who would say, oh, yeah, I wouldn't mind knowing more about it, but as soon as you talk about it in their community, they're keen for it to be in somebody else's community
Yes.
and not their own. Is that, I mean, certainly,
Farms and solar farms.
we're not talking about them right now, we're talking about
They're not
nuclear.
going to be in your communities, they're in mine.
Oh, no, they're in mine. Love them.
They do?
Yeah. Because the other thing, of course, is the waste aspect. And how would you anticipate the waste aspect being dealt with?
Okay. Dr. Ho's quite expert in this region, but I will address the issues of nuclear waste as I'm observing them occur around the world. The people of Finland, whom I spoke to, the Vice Chairman of the Finnish Greens, and we spoke about this in detail at MIT. And the Finnish people have adopted deep geological repository in 500 metres down in granite, and that's virtually open now. And they've determined that they're going to be placing all their used nuclear fuel down there with the possible potential for retrieval. Why retrieval? The future, which we're seeing in nations such as China, definitely Russia, and hopefully in France in the future, is to take that used nuclear fuel, strip out the long-lived isotopes, and put those into what we call a fast reactor. It's a new generation of reactor, and burn that up. The benefit of that technology is that the life scale of that used nuclear fuel diminishes from hundreds of thousands of years down to about 300 to 500 years, okay? And you get about 3% of the current levels of waste. So we can address it, as I say, 2 ways: deep geological repository, or this future technology, which is partitioning and transmutation, as the TECO word for it, and that's where we'd hope to see in the future. Dr. Ho?
Well, I just want to say a few words about, I don't think that the prospect of having a nuclear power plant in a certain community providing stable jobs is necessarily that unattractive an idea. It's actually the very industries, the very communities that understand the link between industry and the need for reliable power, and to swap out those older coal-fired power plants with something of a similar thermal plant that does not pollute the environment directly into the air, that's actually interested in nuclear power plants. I mean, in fact, I'm old enough to have worked at a nuclear research facility for 20 years, and back then, there was also a lot of anti-nuclear sentiments around the construction of the replacement research reactor, which has now been operating very reliably for 12 years. And in fact, it's that very community itself that's in support of nuclear technology. It's similar in the way that communities overseas that also have nuclear power plants are highly supportive of nuclear power plants there.
Yeah, I think that the issue I'm just exploring here is there are a range of questions that come from it that we need to discuss, not just have a kind of binary headbutt fest. I'll hand over to Senator Mackenzie.
It's fascinating, gentlemen, as one of the people at the table that actually has a science degree, how some scientists seem more equal than others. So thank you so much for coming here and putting on the table the science and advocating for a position that most of the countries in the G20 also advocate for, and it's how they can stay industrialised, have great paying jobs and lower emissions, and it's through nuclear power. Can I ask the advice of the International Energy Agency and the IPCC, what role do they see in nuclear power generation in lowering emissions as part of the global task that we're all seeking to achieve.
Just briefly, the IPCC, in all their reports, endorse a position for nuclear in the future low emissions profile of the globe, in every nation.
In every nation, because we had evidence yesterday that, that doesn't apply to Australia.
Yeah.
In every nation.
We choose not to apply it, but they see it as part and parcel of emissions reductions. Probably my term every nation is a bit slack because we do have nations like Iceland and Norway and Puerto Rico who seem to do quite well without it, but most nations that would apply, and certainly the major industrial ones. Your second question?
It was the IPCC and the IEA.
Yeah, the International Energy Agency also endorsed its use in the profile to meet emissions reductions.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. What incentives exist in other countries to ensure that communities are welcoming the investment of this type of power generation?
To my knowledge, in Canada, they have a very strong engagement with the First Nations people that goes to the heart of the Canadian policy to fully engage with First Nations people. And they've got a very sophisticated program to do that. Local communities, as Dr. Ho mentioned earlier, the closer communities are to nuclear power facilities, operating ones, the more at ease they become with it. Some nations, I'm led to believe, do offer electricity incentives to newcomers, which helps them get over the top for an initial setup, and that is advised in some areas. It might be the sort of thing you could happen with the initial ones in Australia. However, as you get more and more into the community and people come at ease with this, and we saw that recently with the submarines deal, where for a few days, the first few days, there were people expressing great anxiety, and after about a week, the thing fell off the news and people are accustomed to it. And I would suggest that that would be a similar situation with nuclear energy.
Gentlemen, do you have anything else to add, Dr. Ho, or?
No.
I'm just looking at the gentleman down on the screen. Jeff? Is it Jeff?
Yeah. Yes, thanks. The only thing I would add to the discussion is that I've heard lots of people talk about cost and
Yes.
levelised cost. No one has talked about value. Electricity generation is a team sport. Putting it in easy language, you don't want 11 goalkeepers. You only need one. Actually, sometimes you might need two, depending on the quality of your defence. And you might pay a lot of money for that one goalkeeper. He might be the second highest paid person on the team, but you don't talk about his cost. You talk about his value. So I would argue there is value in low emission technology that's dispatchable and reliable. Does that mean we shouldn't do renewables? Absolutely not. From the modelling that BAR has done and others, we're also talking a very, very renewable future, but it's underpinned by a valuable technology which supports the grid in times of low wind, low solar, but also because it's there, you will use it, so you don't need to build as much renewables and you end up with the lowest total cost system. So I would encourage the committee and the senators to think about value and not cost.
So just in terms of those with much greater aspiration around emissions reductions, without obviously the social and economic impacts we know a faster trajectory would bring to regional communities and the most vulnerable in our society. Nuclear actually is the win-win solution, isn't it? You could have a highly ambitious target of future governments if we could also make sure people could stay employed in well-paid jobs. Could you just expand on that? Because we're getting a lot of pushback, but people like unions like the AWU see the value of this type of energy production for their members and the vulnerable in our communities.
Senator, I look at this issue over cost of the generators comes up all the time. Let's talk to the human capital issue here for a minute. France, Sweden, Canada, which we should team with, in the US, they use their own human capital and their own industry, and they grow their industries around equitable jobs in their own societies to lift the bar and the education levels and the industrialisation of their own nations. And so the nation's creativity and strength, strategic ability, grows immeasurably. In Australia, if we follow this route of 100% renewable technologies, the highest technology we're going to end up with in Australia is to go to a wharf with a Stanley knife to open a cardboard box. That's where we're going. And in those nations that are producing these solar systems in particular, we've got millions of people locked up by the Chinese government in the Uyghur people.
In sweatshops, essentially.
Essentially in sweatshops. And that's the root of cheap labour that's underpinning the kinds of projections we're getting out of CSIRO and EMO. They aren't made in France, they're not made in the United States, they're not made in any volumes in Western nations.
Katrina.
And that's the difference in our human toll that we need to address.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say that what it really means practically for communities that already have established coal-fired power plants is that should they decide to have a nuclear power plant instead, actually there are a lot of jobs which are interchangeable between coal and nuclear power plants. We're talking about the maintenance, we're talking about the turbines, and also it's something that's kind of once built is established and will stay in the ground for operating for 50, 60 years, which is a lot longer than some of the solar or wind assets that are very much short-lived in comparison, say 15, 20 years. And so in fact, you might have to think about in a timescale of 60 or plus years, you might need to swap those solar and wind turbines out 2 or 3 times.
Right. Has anybody done sort of the carbon footprint of swapping them out 2 or 3 times? Yes, could you provide that to us on notice? I'm
correct.
conscious.
Okay.
That would be great. There's been some commentary recently around the technical difficulties of 82% renewable electricity generation by 2030. The aspiration is one thing, but the engineering and economics smashes into that aspiration. I'm just conscious of time, Chair, but maybe I could ask that on notice. Could you gentlemen give some thought to that and write back to us around what are some of the challenges about setting these ambitious targets when the rubber actually hits the road?
So 82% by when?
2030. I'll point you to an article in the Fin Review yesterday by Matthew Warren.
Thanks.
And that's an economy-wide reduction. Got to remember this.
I would just say that if you look at the examples around the world, there aren't many countries that produces electricity at industrial volumes which have been able to meet this target of 80% of electricity supplied by renewables.
Thank you. Thank you for coming along today and thank you for your evidence. We appreciate your time. If you have taken questions on notice, the return date for those is the 23rd of August. If you could provide those, that would be excellent. And I will now suspend the committee for a morning tea break and we will recommence at 11:05. Thank you.
I didn't think you were allowed to say them anymore.
The great shoes she has.
Didn't the payments shoes?
Yes, she's got fashion going on. I'd like to now welcome representatives from the Financial Services Council and the Investor Group on Climate Change. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today? starting with those in the room and moving to the video conference.
Thank you, Chair. Spiro Promedis, Executive Director, Policy and Advocacy at the Financial Services Council.
Thanks, Chair. Sinead Torres, Policy Manager, Financial Services Council.
Erwin?
Erwin Jackson. I'm Director of Policy at the Investment Group on Climate Change.
Thank you. We are having some challenges hearing on the video conference. If we get a bit wobbly, we might ask you to turn your video off. Excellent. Do any of you have an opening statement, preferably of a short duration, around a minute?
Yes, we do, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The Financial Services Council thanks the committee for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry about the Climate Change Bill 2022. The FSC is, the Financial Services Council is the peak body that sets standards and develops policy for more than 100 member companies in one of the largest sectors of the Australian economy, financial services. Our full members represent Australia's retail and wholesale funds management businesses, superannuation funds, life insurers and financial advice licensees. The FSC supports this bill, particularly from the perspective of our funds management members who are significant allocators of capital in our economy. A lack of climate change policy certainty inhibits investment confidence. Investment funds have priced in a lack of policy certainty when making investment decisions in the past. A jurisdiction where companies are not properly considering the risks of climate change to their business presents greater long-term investment risk. This means Australia has missed out on global capital as funds deem the nation to have less attractive climate-related opportunities compared to other jurisdictions historically. This bill is a positive first step in ensuring stable policy settings are put in place to transition Australia to a lower emission economy and to give investment funds the confidence they need to make long-term investment decisions. As we state in our submission to the committee, this bill is just the beginning. A mandatory climate risk reporting regime for Australian companies, which would require companies to report climate-related financial risks and opportunities, will enable funds to properly price climate risk and effectively allocate capital towards investments that can deliver value during the transition to a net zero economy. The FSC and its members take the challenge of climate change seriously, and we are working to support members as they consider climate risk and opportunities. The FSC earlier this month released its climate risk guidance for Australian funds managers, which sets expectations for the industry when setting net zero targets, labelling investment products and fulfilling their legal obligations to disclose climate-related risks. My colleague, Mr. Torres, and I would be pleased to answer any questions the committee has. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, do you have an opening statement? You're on mute.
Thank you for the opportunity. IGCC represents institutional investors. Our members have around $30 trillion in assets under management in an Australian and a global level. And as custodians of long-term returns for millions of Australians, our members have to consider long-term climate risks in their investment decisions. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what a colleague from the FEC has just said, because he's basically just stolen half of my thunder. But I will point out that a few additional things. One is, yes, IGCC does support this bill. We do think there are a number of areas where things could be clarified and improved, and I'm happy to go into those in more detail in questions, but they essentially focus around the role of the Climate Change Authority in providing guidance to governments, investors and businesses on sector pathways to achieve the long-term overall national target. Critically, the inclusion of physical risk into some of the considerations that both the Climate Change Authority would undertake, but also broader government agencies, that the physical impacts of climate change cannot be divorced from investment decisions now. It's mainstream practice to consider them in thinking about investment portfolios. And a classic example of why this is needed is we'd want to make sure, for example, that if we were building renewable facilities or renewable infrastructure, we'd want to make sure that they're being built in places which in the long term are going to be habitable due to climate change impacts. And I think finally, the other area which I think needs to be dealt with either in these bills or through other legislative instruments is the role of a just transition. Investors recognise that without an equitable and just transition to net zero emissions. It's going to be more expensive, harder and more costly both on communities and the broader economy. So we would encourage that in future the government looks at things like the establishment of a national just transition authority to ensure that we have coordination of those issues and funding for those communities across the country. So I'll leave it there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll give the call to Senator Bilyk.
Thanks, Chair. My first couple of questions are to the FSC. You mentioned in your introductory statement about investment decisions of the past. So can you explain to me how the policy uncertainty has affected investment in renewable energy projects?
I can talk to it at a portfolio allocation level, probably, and put my comments in that context. So what you will be doing from an allocation decision for funds to Australia in a global context will be thinking about the policy certainty that underlines the cash flows of an investment project. And so to the extent that the project has a long investment timeframe and there is uncertainty around the policy settings that could impact the cash flows of that project, you would build those probabilities into the cash flow profile if you were doing a discounted cash flow model, and then that would then reduce the valuation that you receive. And then if you compared that, if you had a hurdle rate that you're comparing the return that you needed to receive to invest, which is a common practice, then that would make it harder for that investment to get up. And so in that context, that's what investors do when there is policy uncertainty over policy settings in those areas.
Okay, so do you envisage that the carbon emission target will make it more attractive to invest in the renewable energy sector in Australia now then?
Yeah, yes, we do, and because we think that it provides more policy certainty for policy settings, and also the fact that the targets are embedded into also government agencies as well means that there's more certainty around policy and how policy will be set going forward.
And so do you see the Australian economy as a whole a more attractive place for investors then?
We would see that these types of policies would help in attracting capital to Australia, yes.
Great, okay, thanks. Look, that's all the questions I've got for you at the moment, but...
On what basis?
Well, on the basis that it provides more policy certainty for the investments.
We heard from earlier...
Excuse me, I didn't
we will come
interrupt
to you.
You do not have the call right now. Senator Bilyk, if you'd like to finish your
Chair.
questions.
Mr Jackson, so I'm not a scientist, so just work with me. I just want to clarify, green hydrogen's hydrogen that's created from converting water into hydrogen and oxygen using renewable energy sources, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Basically, yes.
Okay, so you wrote about opportunities presented by green hydrogen. Could you outline the opportunities as an export industry for us in regard to that?
Yes, it's been well established that because of Australia's abundant renewable energy resources, our expertise in things like developing industries like the LNG industry, that we are relatively well positioned and given our place in global markets to provide green hydrogen to export markets. The total size of demand is uncertain, and indeed that's one of the issues that investors face, is that without clarity on where the demand sources are going to come from, they're less likely to make large-scale investments in hydrogen. But certainly it's a major opportunity. I think going to the broader points around that, there's certainly, you need economy-wide settings, and going to the questions earlier to make this happen, is that when investors are assessing countries at a national level, as a classic example of that would be, they're now considering how their investments in a country's national debt are consistent with the country's climate change policy and long-term risk. So, and that in the long term is going to affect things like credit ratings. So this is a macroeconomic issue that investors are considering. So they need the policies at a macro level to make this happen. But then what they also need is the sector policies. And this is why I think, like, for example, in the bill, it's important to have the Climate Change Authority do that work. But it's also to make sure that, again, this is just the start. There's a whole bunch of things we're going to need to do to get a green hydrogen industry going in Australia. We have been making some very important steps under the previous government, for example, in terms of the process to certify what is the emissions intensity of hydrogen and how green it actually is. There's certainly still a lot to do, and I think the national policy settings that we have, plus the additional things that the government have committed to, like the safeguard mechanism, will be really important in making that industry happen.
And can you also outline for me how green hydrogen can be used for renewable energy storage?
Well, hydrogen can be a fuel. The core issue for, so you can put it into a power station, for example, you could put it into a fuel cell, which could all generate electricity. I think the critical thing that investors are confronting with hydrogen at the moment, in some respects, is creating a definition of what is green and what is not. So, for example, there's a lot, if you invest as a country a lot into blue hydrogen, which is based on gas, then you're exposing those investments to high volatility through high fuel prices, as we're currently seeing on gas. But you're also exposing the country to higher emissions because there are more emissions, much more emissions associated with blue hydrogen than green. So I think what investors are looking for is for the government to look at where we have competitive advantage, where we can deliver the best bang for our buck, and where we can reduce investment risk. So essentially, we're recommending that government programs focus on the development of green hydrogen in advance of other technologies.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Prometis, at all? No. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Is it true that some loans and investments are being refused to energy companies and primary producers due to carbon concerns?
So we represent fund managers, advice licensees, life insurers and superannuation trustees. We don't represent banks. So I think that's more an appropriate question for the banking industry.
Okay.
Senator.
All right. So with regards to the funds management and what you invest in, do you think that primary producers, for example, should not be open or not able to access that sort of capital and investment framed around carbon they might produce in their agricultural pursuit?
There'll be a range of views in our members, and the reason around whether those are good investment opportunities or not is probably the lens that they put on it. And so one thing to kind of, like, I'd want the committee to leave with today message from our members is we're not a homogenous industry, so there are funds that think that, you know, these are good investment opportunities and they have a view on whether that is a green investment or a transition investment. There are others that, you know, for perhaps other kind of investment principles, perhaps, or climate-related investment principles may not think that those are viable investments. But ultimately, what the investors are doing are looking at the risks and the returns, and then they're also thinking about it from a stewardship perspective, and maybe Mr. Torres can make some comments about stewardship as well, and how our members think about that.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, whatever the investment is, our members are viewing it as stewards of capital. They want to make a return on the investment of, mums and dads and everyday normal Australians. And so when it comes to agriculture or, whatever industry, while Mr. Prometis mentioned that there are a range of views in our membership, I think the key thing for our members is, does it generate a return on capital? And as a key part of thinking about that, climate risk is a real risk that they're considering when looking at a particular investment and considering whether it will be a long-term good investment.
And if I could just add to that some more. So Some investors will adopt a screening approach, and so they'll have a negative screen, and they'll just say these are activities that we're not going to invest in. Mark Carney, former.
Was the UN envoy current?
Former. I think he was from Central Bank land, so he used to be the governor of the Central Bank of Canada before he became very famous in this space. So he's also said that you should go to where the emissions are to help those industries transition as well. And so, if you're a good investor, one view would be if you're a good investor, I should qualify, is you would look at high emission industries and then think about how they can transition, what plans they can put in place and what capital they can, because if you can maintain their fundamental business model, then that's a good investment.
All right. Look, I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'm interested from a financing perspective how much the discussion about the international discussion in particular of no new coal and gas is playing into the metrics.
You go.
It's central to day-to-day discussions that investors are having between with themselves and the companies that they own. I think it's well recognized. We have seen the mainstreaming of climate risk management, both from the transition risk side, which we're talking about now, but also the physical risk side, so climate change impacts, into decisions. And I think we've seen last year, for example, it wasn't last year, the year before, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, make a fairly definitive statement, which was consistent pretty much with all the other modelling that had been done on pathways consistent with the Paris Agreement, which all show that you do need to phase out coal. And they all show essentially that in the longer term, we're also going to need to phase out gas. So the question then becomes for investors, how do we manage that pathway? And that's where you have two or three critical components, I guess. One is obviously, which everyone talks about all the time, which is the investment in the new industries to replace those older ones. You've also got mainstream considerations about community impact and just transition. That's sort of been something that's emerging to the mainstream globally amongst investors now, whether it be if you're investing in Asia or North America or Europe. The same questions are coming up. How do you help those communities and support those communities through transition? And the third part is really around having the policy frameworks in place that allow investors in the companies they own to actually invest in an orderly way and not do it in a disorderly way. And I think the biggest concern that our members have is that they see the end point, which is net zero emissions, very little coal and very little gas in the system, but what they don't see from governments at the moment is clear pathways to get there. And again, this comes back to, the need for what I've highlighted earlier about having sector pathways from the Climate Change Authority that gives policymakers guidance about how to manage that transition so it's not being done too little and then too late.
Did anybody else want to add to that?
The only thing that I would add as well is that when it comes to fossil fuel companies and investments in them, divestment isn't necessarily the best way to reduce real world emissions. If a fund were to automatically divest from high emitting companies, there's someone else on the end of that transaction. There could be a hedge fund or a short-term investor that might not be as invested in the long-term value of that investment. So funds certainly recognise that in order to achieve long-term value, they need to be working with these companies to reduce emissions over the long term.
And how do you weigh up those competing or conflicting positions? I'm thinking, say, in particular, BHP, who've committed to net zero by 2050, yet have an application currently on foot for a new open-cut coal mine. And from an investor perspective, how do you look and go, okay, are they actually serious about this? Where do we put our money?
That's a very good question. I think it depends on. This is the point I'm trying to make. It depends on the. Funds are different. They have different investment philosophies. They have different strategies. But the funds that are predominantly putting ESG-like filters over this they would be asking questions of management, and then they would be considering, at resolutions, what they do from a proxy voting perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that, our members and our guidance would say that they should be taking up with individual investments.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, ultimately, the concern of investors is that, a listed company like, say, BHP is doing what they say they're doing.
Mm.
And so, as Mr. Prometheus said, ultimately, they would be interested on an ongoing basis as to whether that company is making progress with their publicly stated targets, and it's open to them to challenge management, to use their proxy voting power, to challenge the board, etc.
Yeah.
Can I add to that? Because I think there's an important role which colleague raised earlier for mandatory reporting here.
Yeah.
Because part of the challenge that investors and companies have is that a company can disclose a plan, but it might take them a year or so sitting down for hours and hours with the boards of companies to try and work out what that plan actually means. Because we actually don't have in Australia the regulatory guidance and the regulatory frameworks required to remove the confusion and uncertainty in the way things are reported here. And I think that's why you've actually in part seen a very broad and strong consensus in the finance industry on the need for mandatory reporting. You don't get an industry asking for regulation very often, but I think it's recognising that things are moving very quickly on this front internationally. It's becoming central to the modern functioning of markets. So let's get the appropriate rules in place in Australia to help companies, investors and everyone navigate that. So we're actually starting to address some of the uncertainties that are coming up in things like corporate transition plans.
Mm-hmm. I'm also wondering about, in the context of the things moving towards net zero, no new fossil fuels internationally, what consideration do you give, or do funds need to give to companies who are saying, oh, well, we're net zero for scope 1 and 2 emissions, I'm thinking Santos here, versus BP, who say their goal is to be net zero across all three? How much is that starting to factor in?
Yeah, scope 3 emissions are a central conversation between investors and fossil fuel companies all the time. Because essentially, for particularly our coal and our gas exports, it's where the biggest financial risk sits. And we put out a big report last year looking at the LNG, for example, in this particular context. And what that found is that there are very substantial risks from the emergence of new technologies in Asia, the deployment of renewables and batteries, the faster uptake of policy that we're already starting to see throughout the region, which could potentially strand a number of the big gas assets that are currently on the table and make them uneconomic from a cash flow point of view. So this is a conversation that's happening at a day-to-day level, and as a result, what we're seeing our members doing is, in many instances, demanding shorter payback periods on projects. So, that's why, for example, you don't see much investment in coal anymore because everyone recognises that it doesn't have a long-term future. So they demand very short payback periods on the investment, and we're starting to see that trend emerge in the oil and gas industry. Recent events obviously have made that a bit more complex, but the longer-term trajectory is still the same. Investors are expecting an acceleration of clean energy investment, and they're backing that with their own capital.
So we can't. Scope 3 has to be part of these conversations, and Australia's not going to be able to avoid that. No,
it's already in there. And I think we had an agreement from 20 peak bodies across the finance sector just last week that was released, which recognise that Scope 3 is essential to the appropriate reporting and management of climate change.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great. I'll hand over to Senator Bragg. Or Senator Cadell while Senator Bragg gets organised online.
Thank you, guys, and go with some practical stuff here. Talking about investment certainty. We're talking about these things to make better investments, greener investments sooner. I come from some practical experience and would like to say, how is it when you raised, Mr. Prometheus, about transitioning businesses? Port of Newcastle, specifically where I came from, is a business that owns no coal assets. It owns water and wharves. it facilitates obviously the export of coal, but it had a heavy program of wanting to diversify its income from 80% of coal-based tenants to 50%. But the financial markets and investors has been withdrawn, so the subject has been that we've lost 300 million for diversification. Is that happens in one instance? Is that happening in other businesses that are trying to do this transition and trying to do their part?
Yes, it is, but I think that this is an evolving area. So they're like, to kind of go back to the comments that Mark Carney kind of said about kind of investing where the emissions are. I think when this, like, as these kind of investment strategies have evolved, they really started in a position of negative screening, because that was lower cost, easier to implement, and then as they've evolved, now there are more products that are emerging in this space that are kind of or investment strategies that are transition investment strategies, and so people are reassessing actively that view around not investing in, not doing the detail and looking at the actual underlying business now, and so I think that's a trend that's occurring.
The follow-up question, sorry, I thought Mr. Jackson was going to say something. The follow-up question on that is, with this certainty, and you're seeing diversification is hard, in the federal budget part handed down by the previous government, there was $100 million for hydrogen readiness, the Port of Newcastle, to go to about 150 to 200 megawatt electrolyser that seems to have been withdrawn. Is the change of government, change of policies all the time, is that in the interest of investment certainty, or should we be looking at making Australia more ready for facilitating investments? You get an export port ready to go, no matter where that is. Do we see government supply money holding up the chain because other projects won't progress until the government moves?
It's difficult to comment on an individual investment case, but I wouldn't back away from our principle saying that that's a different type of uncertainty in a different policy area. So we've really come here to talk about the legislation before the committee, and so our comments are in that context. Thank you. Yeah.
Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just have a couple of questions for you. The first is, and I asked the same questions yesterday to the BCA and some of the other. Do you have any sense of the capital cost of the transition across the major areas which require decarbonisation? So industry, obviously energy, transport. Do you have a sense of those costs? You might want to take them on notice.
Senator, we're not aware of...
Oh,
sorry, Owen.
Yeah, no, I was just going to, I can talk a bit to the work that we got done a year or so ago, which looked at sort of where the sort of major investment opportunities were over the next decade, but also going forward. I think the core points to that are that they're economy-wide. So we often talk just about the electricity sector, but certainly what we found in the work that we did is that in the billions that are invested over the next 10 years, the highest electricity sector is actually a relatively small proportion of that, because you're actually also getting a lot of investment in manufacturing in particular, but also in infrastructure around things like EV charging and so forth, but also in the land sector for nature-based solutions. So it's economy-wide, and it was roughly 131 billion, and I'm more than happy to send a report to the committee. I think the other thing, that, however, is that these are modelling exercises. All of them essentially are saying, from an investor's point of view, that a rapid transition to net zero provides the overall best net benefit to the country. And that's because, for a few things, one, it positions us competitively for where the rest of the world ultimately has to go. But also, as I mentioned earlier, investors don't see this as a binary choice. It's not a choice between transition and nothing. It's a choice between transition and climate change impacts. So what investors are looking for is a systemic approach to the problem which addresses both of those issues. So that requires very rapid emission reduction, support for communities, etc. But it also requires a coordinated and consistent national approach on physical risk and adaptation, because the less we do as a globe, the more that becomes important.
Okay, well, I think if you can provide that data on notice, that will be useful, given that we are competing with other countries, no doubt, for this marginal investment. And the other question I have...
Sorry, Senator, if I could just add, from the Financial Services Council perspective, yeah. So we've, like, there's recently been, like, there's recently been some, reports published that, and, one was like the Deloitte Access report commissioned by National Australia Bank, All Systems Go, and it finds there's a 20 trillion investment opportunity by 2050. But the point that I think we're really trying to outline here is that globally there's other reports have said, for example, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, they've said there's a $125 trillion requirement. And so globally, and so the point we're really trying to make here is there's lots of opportunities all over the globe for us for investors to spend their money, and they're going to go where the policy settings are the best and where where there's the most clarity.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that. Secondly, and finally, I just want to refer you to your earlier statements about the reporting mechanisms for companies. So what is a reasonable approach and timetable for Australia to be putting in place a mechanism that deals with those Scope 1, 2, 3 emissions from an investor's point of view, given the other things that governments and parliaments have to do? So what's a reasonable approach for Australia, do you think?
Well, I think we have the advantage that some of the work is actually being done for us internationally through the International Sustainability Standards Board, which is establishing global standards, which is actually really important for investors, because the last thing we want is market fragmentation with different standards in lots of different countries, which is already what we're seeing. Like, and our members are already having to deal with EU regulations, emerging US regulation. It's having some standardisation around that globally is really, really important. The timeline for that is to have that finalised by the end of the year or early next year. So that realistically would allow Australia to then start a process sooner rather than later, to start a process of how we're going to implement those domestically through our own arrangements here.
Next year.
And with a view to having them all in place and ready for 2025.
2025 or 2024?
2025. Reporting. Realistically, the first reporting round will be financial year 2025, yeah.
Yeah, Senator, if I could just add, from our members' perspective, there's a lot of, it's a very fluid space, so there's a lot of learnings that are still occurring. So we want a mandatory climate disclosure regime, but and we've called for that, and we think that is really a priority. But part of, like, the lessons that we would kind of, or the principles we try and put around it, is it should be a principle-based regime. It shouldn't be overly prescriptive, and so. And things will change in terms of interpretations, and so that's kind of the main reason, because it's such a fluid space, and it's still being developed, and consensus is still being developed around best practice. Prescribing something today might not work by 2025.
Yeah.
But I think the core point is actually setting the parameters so business can prepare. Like, at the moment, we're in a situation where there's uncertainty in the market about when it's going to happen. There is a lot of skills and data that's going to need to be developed to make this work. So the sooner we can get a signal when the deadline is, the sooner businesses can start to prepare, employ, etc., to actually get the work done that's needed.
Yeah, but just finally, I mean, but you're proposing a corporations law amendment. You're not proposing that this be dealt with by the Corporate Governance Council or some other self-regulatory body, are you? You're saying this should be in the corporations law, whatever it is, right?
Yep. Yes.
Righto. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Mr. Jackson, I was just wondering, when you were talking earlier to Senator Billick about hydrogen, green hydrogen, when a lot of the discussion we've had over the last 2 days is bridging that gap between the aspiration and the technical constraints, the economics and engineering that no one has wanted to talk about, having that collision. So when can we actually realistically expect things like green hydrogen to be powering our food and fibre manufacturers, for instance, in regional communities? Like that will actually be generating the reliable energy that we're going to need.
Well, the transition, and this is why I think in some respects the recent announcement from COAG ministers in the energy policy is actually quite important. Because at the moment, what it actually offers an opportunity to do, and given the announcements that they've made, is actually to come up with an integrated plan, not just on electricity, but also on hydrogen, manufacturing, transport. Because essentially what we're going to need to do over the next 30, 40 years is electrify as much as we can, power that by renewables with backup and storage, etc., but also transform a manufacturing industry to rely on green fuels and stuff. And this is why I think it's actually really, and because the challenge that we have at the moment is that we actually don't have clear pathway to how each of the individual sectors will transform over the next 50 years. We've had lots of analysis from various independent think tanks about that. Some saying it will be 2030, some saying it will be 2040. But what we really need from an investment point of view is for the Climate Change Authority to actually set out some sort of sector targets or guardrails, if you like, not legislated targets. I'm talking here about policy guidance targets for the role of each sector in the transition, whether it be agriculture, manufacturing, electricity, transport. Because what that would allow investors to do is look at across the entire economy where the risks and the opportunities are, and then direct capital in response to those risks and opportunities. So I think it's really important that we have an evidence-based conversation about what those sector pathways are and how those sectors are going to be transformed. We need to have that with those communities, because otherwise it's not going to work. But we also need to do that based on evidence, and that's why we think it's important that the Climate Change Authority does that work as part of its mandate.
But so what's your, I mean, you guys are giving advice to investors all the time around, which technologies they should be backing, which they shouldn't, et cetera, et cetera. And I appreciate we are going to need those plans, obviously. But what is the time frame with the research available to us now? Because you talk to some, I'm no nuclear physicist. You talk to some, it's going to be available in a decade. You talk to others, it's all a bit amorphous and it could be 15, 20 years before we're actually powering our nation on some of these technologies. So what are you telling your investors about them? Like, what's your view as somebody that's dealing with the rubber hitting the road on this rather than being a research scientist?
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think I think what we see from we don't advise investors on what they should invest in. That's their job. Of
course not.
We provide them with the evidence based on that's out there. And if you look at the evidence and the work that's been done out there over the last few years, then essentially what we're talking about is having a renewable, basically most of our generation from renewables in about 15 to 20 years. That's technically possible based on all the evidence that we have. The harder question, the electricity sector is not easy, but it's easier than some of the other sectors. And the big challenge with the electricity sector is really the transmission and distribution networks. Like, to achieve the government's plan, we're going to need to build 10,000 kilometres of transmission and distribution infrastructure. And that's a lot of kit going to a lot of communities.
That's a lot of community meetings across
the
regions.
It needs to be
with
managed
power
incredibly
lines.
sensitive. But I think, and this is where investors are really grappling and engaging with the manufacturing sector. So sitting down with cement companies, steel companies, and thinking about and getting into the detail around, okay, what are the real technical pathways here and how can we support you make that happen? But what makes those conversations very, very difficult is a lack of policy. Because we don't have the direction from policy, so the confusions become amorphous all over the place. So we don't have a clear direction. So again, it comes back to that conversation.
Well, I mean, the government's made a decision about giving you all that. So, you know, that's sort of,
No, I
that
think we're
your
talking about-
problem there is being taken care of through this bit of legislation I suggest the Labor Party would be arguing. So 15 to 20 years that we can actually get to renewable electricity generation of the scale we'll need it and the reliability we'll need it. I mean, do you battery, we'll have the battery storage that we need by then or not?
Well, you know, I don't have a crystal ball, but if we're going to make it happen, then we're going to need it, yeah.
Yeah, we are. Everyone says we need it, but no one can tell me when we're going to get it. And in the absence of knowing when we're going to get reliable energy generation, you do get requests for, given it's like fundamental to well-being of humans in our country, that reliability piece, you do get questions around small modular nuclear reactors. You do get questions about carbon capture and storage to make sure that that reliable generation we can have through fossil fuels can be maintained until you have the reliability piece through other mechanisms. I mean, this is actually the social justice piece that no one really wants to talk about.
I'm not sure that that's actually fair, Senator. We've actually had decades, like I've been working on climate change for 30 years, and we've had decades of analysis of what's possible in the electricity sector. And I think that the consensus is that it's possible with the existing technologies that we have and as we scale them. The question then becomes different countries will have different approaches to that. Some will use nukes, some won't. But the core principle is that we're talking about very large investments, which our members can have the money for and they can provide the money for, but they need the policy certainty to make that happen. I think that's the core point. And without that, those plans will be at risk.
And just one last question, thank you, Chair. Your investors, and I go to all three, I think, are they predominantly, and I apologise if you've answered this, but what level of percentage of foreign ownership across your investor portfolio would there be?
Well, we've got about 100 members. The vast majority of those are Australian and New Zealand, either industry or retail asset owners or asset managers. So, you know, everyone from Australians through to Super, through to BT, through to IFM, through to Colonial First State. We also do have a number of international members like BlackRock, Vanguard are part of our membership. But because essentially this is a global issue, where their capital is global, they're looking to invest in this at a global level and they're looking for opportunities in Australia.
Yep.
So that's why they invest in us.
Senator, I'd answer that a bit differently. So we represent retail superannuation funds. So all of the money that's invested on behalf of those is invested on behalf of Australians. We also represent funds management businesses. They will be investing on behalf of the superannuation trustees, and/or they'll be offering capability for global investors to come into Australia as well. So, like, those businesses may be foreign-owned or domestically owned, but the majority of the net investor or the beneficial owner of the investment is Australia.
So can I just get on notice, not now, but at the proportion of what's on your books in terms of domestic capital versus foreign?
I could tell you now that in Australia it's of a $3.4 trillion superannuation industry, or a $3.7 trillion asset management industry.
I'm just conscious, Senator Pocock.
Yeah. But it's like 3%.
It's
3% would be managed on behalf of foreigners.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Chair, this is for the Financial Services Council. Thanks for your time today. In your submission, you spoke about the role of transparency and the TCFD framework in the private sector. Would you provide in-principle support for greater transparency on the impact of government spending on greenhouse gas emissions?
It's not a question that our members have considered, but it's something that we're open to considering.
Okay. You have to take it on notice.
Yeah.
It is. Sorry, Senator. It is something that we've got a view on. I think there's been a lot of very investor practice on climate change has grown very exponentially in the business and investment community over the last few years, and government hasn't caught up. So we actually think it's entirely appropriate that the executive of all government agencies be considering physical and transition risks of climate change in their decision making. That's sort of best practice globally amongst companies and investors, and wouldn't see any difference from a government director from that point of view. And I think that's important, I think, because it comes back to the question I raised very early on around having a sort of a systems-wide approach to this problem. We're going to need tens of thousands of skilled workers to build the transmission and infrastructure that we're going to need over the next few years, and that's an education issue. We're going to need a plan to deal with the health impacts of climate change. That's a health issue. We need an energy sector plan. We need a transport plan. So having this integrated across government, I think from an investor point of view, is really critical, and having disclosures from government entities on how they're managing that risk is really important. And it becomes even more important as investors increasingly start to assess Australia's sovereign debt in the context of climate change. So the more confidence that they have that that's being managed well at a governance level, the more confidence they'll have in Australian debt.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for appearing today, and thank you for your submissions and coming along. We do have a date of return for any questions you may have taken on notice as the 23rd of August. And with that, I'll thank you for your attendance and seek to have the representatives of the Australian Industry Greenhouse Network, the Minerals Council of Australia, BP Australia and Santos come to the table or reveal themselves on the screen.
The big reveal.
The big reveal.
Do you know they do that for babies now?
I've seen that. Like gender. They do the gender thing.
Like the reveal of the baby. The gender. Oh, is it the gender? Isn't it? No.
Gender reveal. Yeah. Anyway, let's just not hansard our discussion. Sorry.
A little bit off track.
Okay. You're alive. Fantastic. Not that stating myself.
We've done Murray. I don't think you're alone there.
I agree.
Yes, he is.
What was that?
Disruptive.
He was saying that he was disruptive. Yes. Okay. Did you have
He's naughty. It's like sitting next to the naughty boys.
So for the Hansard record, can I ask for each of you in turn to provide your name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee? We'll start in the room and then head to the screen.
Gender balance is good, Chair, than some of the other panels we've had.
Yes.
Mining and industry.
Yes, well done, Money and Industry.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Senators. My name is Tanya Constable. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Council of Australia.
My name is Tracy Winters. I'm here representing Santos as a member of the senior leadership team.
Oh, hi, I'm Daniel Zavatira. I'm also from the Minerals Council of Australia.
Thank you. And we go to the screen. Ms Nation?
Hi, Susie Smith, Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Industry Greenhouse Network.
And Lucy Nation, I'm representing BP today. I'm the Vice President of Hydrogen for Australia and Asia Pacific for BP.
Thank you kindly. Can I ask if you would care to make a short 1-minute opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Chair.
Ms Constable.
Before beginning, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners on whose lands we're meeting today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The mining industry is Australia's largest exporter and industry, the biggest company taxpayer and investor in infrastructure and equipment, and the world's largest exporter of minerals and metals. The industry will continue to play a critical role in Australia and the world's future. The materials the industry provides are essential for a modern day living and fundamental to the major global transformation to low emissions economies. The industry is committed to contributing to the sustained growth and prosperity of current and future generations through the integration of economic progress, responsible social development and effective environment management. The industry supports the Paris Agreement, and in October last year, the industry confirmed its ambition of achieving that goal by 2050. The government's Climate Change Bill 2022 implements the government's election commitment and should go some way to providing certainty for Australia's industries. Achievement of both the 2030 target and the 2050 net zero target will require close consultation and collaboration with all stakeholders. It is vital that as a country seeks to achieve these challenging targets, that Australia's export industries continue to thrive and remain internationally competitive. We must avoid policy that drives businesses to reduced production or closure due to an inability to compete with competitor countries who are not implementing comparable emissions constraints on their export industries. This would just shift emissions overseas to jurisdictions without strict emissions requirements. It would be neither sustainable nor real emissions reduction. It's important we get this right because the opportunity to supply the minerals and metals for the low emissions global future is immense. The transition to net zero is a key issue for the whole world, but closely linked to it is the challenge of how we sustainably source the materials that we need to do it. By 2030, globally, we need to increase lithium production fourfold, double rare earth element output, deliver a 67% increase in nickel and produce 32% more copper. And all this comes before most car manufacturers completely switch their production lines to electric vehicles.
Can I just interrupt you there for a moment? If your statement is much more lengthy, I wonder if you would table it. We do have time constraints and most of the senators have questions for you, so if you might want to make some key points.
I think because the government's just released their EV strategy today, so...
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying to everyone who's running over. If you want to pick out the key points, that would be great, and table it so you'll all have a copy in the next few minutes.
I'm happy to table it all. I'll just mention a couple of, I think, really pertinent issues. Reducing the emissions intensity of our electricity is critical for all of us. Not only does it reduce existing Scope 2 emissions, but one of the key ways to reduce Scope 1 emissions in mining operations is via electrification. So our sector no doubt electrifies more processes. We need that electricity source to be affordable, reliable and low in emissions. And we're investing heavily across our industry in R&D and new low emissions technology development and deployment. Many such technologies relevant for mining are at various stages of readiness and maturity, and we look forward to talking about that today.
Ms Nation, do you have an opening statement, preferably a short one?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Senator. And I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where I am sitting today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to them. BP has been operating in Australia for more than 100 years and has more than 63,000 employees over 70 countries worldwide, including 8,000 here. In 2020, BP announced our ambition to become a net zero company by 2050 or sooner, and to help the world get to net zero. And in our case, this is a triple net zero commitment. So net zero across Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions, including net zero life cycle emissions on the products that we sell. And we were the first major energy company to make such a commitment. We're very committed to playing our role in trying to limit temperature increases to 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius over the coming years. And we believe that this is very important to the societies that we work in, our investors and customers, and to our employees. And we believe that we have a lot of the skills and resources at our disposal in order to really make this happen. We're aiming to be a very different company by 2030, reducing oil and gas production by 40% by 2030 and lowering emissions, while keeping up cash flow by high-grading our hydrocarbon portfolio and growing bioenergy. We are investing in low-carbon energy rapidly and at scale in order to really play our role in supplying what our customers need to decarbonise in a clean, affordable and reliable way. In Australia, we have already announced our investment in the Australian Renewable Energy Hub. We will become the operator of that project in the Pilbara.
If you could shorten it down. I don't mean to be rude, but
Sure.
the senators all have questions for you, and you can table your statements and we will all read them immediately.
Certainly. All right. Thank you, Senator. I will leave it there.
Thank you. Ms Winters, short, meaning short, if you wouldn't mind, and then table anything further.
Certainly, I'm happy to do that, Senator. For those who are not aware, Santos is a producer of oil and gas committed to cleaner energy and clean fuels production as customer demand evolves. We have operations across Australia and in Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste and North America. We recognise that a 2030 emissions reduction target of 43% was a core election commitment of the government, and we support its legislation. It provides greater policy certainty for companies like ours, which already have ambitious net zero targets, in our case by 2040 for Scope 1 and 2 emissions. We're already investing in Australia's decarbonisation journey, particularly through carbon capture and storage projects and technology, which will be critical to the achievement of the government's 2050 net zero emissions target. And I've included considerable detail in the statement that I'll table about carbon capture and storage technology, Senator. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms Smith, a short statement and any other tabled material would be lovely.
Noted, and will so. I pay my respects to the paramount people of Mount Lofty Ranges where I met you, and note your welcome at the start as well, Chair. Just an important caveat about AIGN. We're a network of both industry associations and individual businesses. Our focus is on collaborative discussions on climate change issues, and we provide a forum for information sharing and analysis. However, in considering our written submission and our comments here, the committee should note AIGN's broad membership base and note that these responses represent long-held climate change policy principles, and we do not speak directly for our members or the industry sectors that they represent. I'd just like to say, and I will table my comments, but we do support the objectives of the bill. The bill is an important step towards delivering policy certainty for industry and the community more broadly in Australia's transition to the net zero economy. And it's evident there's a strong commitment to get the design right, which we welcome. And I will just make one more comment, that the strategic framework needs to be broader than the cost and emissions focus. And I welcome those commitments there in the remit of the climate change authority. It should be responsive to the environmental and social integrity of the policy settings, and a key element of the next decade will be getting the settings right to manage that transition. And there's a significant opportunity to build capacity and unlock the skills necessary to drive to a net zero economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will hand straight to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Firstly, to the Minerals Council, sorry if I didn't hear it clearly in your opening statement, but just to be clear, do you support this piece of legislation?
As so much as it creates certainty, absolutely, Senator.
So you support a floor of 43%?
We support the legislation as it stands, the 43% target, and it creates certainty, as I clearly outlined in my statement.
Okay. Thank you. Do you, you've obviously got a lot of members who are directly impacted by this, and having to transition and readjust. There's obviously amazing opportunities as well, and you've outlined a number of those, particularly when it comes to the minerals that are going to be needed for the storage capacity under a decarbonised economy. Do you see that there is a change in the social licence of coal?
The mining industry as a whole, Senator, has been working towards a net zero ambition for 2050, net zero emissions by 2050. That includes the coal industries across Australia. They're very well aware that they need to reduce emissions to make sure that their product is sustainable for the period that demand is there. So they have been working towards that, and there's a lot of good examples that I have provided to all parliamentarians, including a copy sent to you, Senator, of the work that the mining industry, which includes the coal industry, has been doing on climate action. We had a 3-year plan that looked at developing technology, knowledge sharing and increasing transparency, and some 30 activities associated with that. We've been tracking where we've been going since releasing that plan in 2020. We had our first CAP progress report released in 2021. We provided examples across the whole industry, including for the coal industry, and we are just about to release our newest plan. It shows further reduction in emissions across every part of the mining industry, including the coal industry. Of course, there are difficult issues and challenges that relate to every sector, but every company is working towards the 3 issues that I raised in terms of emissions reduction.
How does your industry see that we can reach 43% emission reduction by 2030 while opening up new coal mines?
The 43%, every bit of work that we do, it's a race to reduce emissions and to reach net zero by 2050. So I think it's very fair to say it's a huge challenge for the whole economy, including the mining industry. But the industry as a whole is working towards that to that goal, and are doing things that I think are revolutionary as it relates to the reduction of emissions.
So you think Australia can reach 43% pollution reduction and still open up new coal mines?
We're doing our bit in the industry to reduce emissions, and there's an expectation that the whole economy does its bit, that every company and industry producing across Australia, and we represent the producing part of the economy within mining, along with other industries, including the oil and gas industry that are represented today. And we will play our part. It's a challenge, but I think that if you look at the work that is being done on mine sites, across corporate headquarters, working with other industries, with customers, particularly on electrification technologies and low emissions technologies such as carbon capture and storage, Senator, we are playing our part.
What evidence do you have that the coal exported from Australia is displacing dirtier coal or in any way reducing global emissions?
We look at the emissions intensity of our various commodities. We have had reports produced on the carbon intensity of our products. Again, that's work that I've sent to all parliamentarians that shows how emissions intensive our coal is compared to others around the world. It stacks up very well. It is one of the lowest producing emissions of all of the coal that you would see anywhere around the world, and that's important.
It'd be good if you could table some figures, Ms Constable,
I'll certainly do that.
Some evidence to show that. I'd like to know how much greenhouse gas reduction Australian coal being exported overseas is providing.
Can I just add to that? I don't know if we can have those exact figures, but we certainly have produced very recently 2 reports, because probably important here to differentiate metallurgical coal and thermal coal. And metallurgical coal's widely regarded around the world as some of the best quality coals in the world, particularly on the hard coking coal side. And so we've got a report on that that compares that with comparable parties or comparable other suppliers, and on the thermal coal side similarly. We are a little bit unique in the scope of our coal industry. I mean, other countries are either very thermal based. Ours is almost an even split between met and thermal. So we have got these two. We have done 2 reports that looked exactly at that, the sort of quality differentials between us and comparable parties.
Thank you. Does the Minerals Council of Australia see a future for coal and gas beyond 2050?
At the moment, Senator, we can't. We can look to what is being demanded within the region that we're operating, and we, as you know, most of our exports go into the Asian region, which is where high demand is right at this stage. There's over 3.6 billion people within this near region, and the demand is coming from countries like India, Vietnam, China, although we're not supplying any coal from Australia to China at this stage. But there is high demand for the product. Who knows where coal will end up post-2050. We're focused on what the demand looks like at this stage over the next 20 years, and it's showing still strong demand. As countries industrialise, we will see less need for some of those products, and as new technologies come through, they may displace the energy sources that are currently there.
Does the MCA, does the Minerals Council have a view on how the emissions that Australian coal creates, the pollution that Australian coal creates overseas, should be managed?
Well, we're very focused on what is occurring in Australia, Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions, but our companies are acting very responsibly and are also working with customers to discuss how those Scope 3 emissions might be managed in the products that are created overseas, the manufacturing that might be created overseas, the power generation, the use of our products for industrial purposes to build cities and new infrastructure. So those discussions occur on a regular basis, occur with investors and with customers, and the companies are always providing good case studies on that information.
How much pollution are your members exporting overseas?
Last question. Senator, we are exporting a whole range of minerals and metals that are critical to the industrialisation of the world around us.
Is that something, do you consider how much pollution your members are exporting overseas?
We're all focused on, in the industry, Senator, to reduce emissions overall within Australia and at a global level, and the mining industry is playing its part to do that. So we make sure that we're looking at the emissions we're creating in Australia and working with customer nations to make sure that what is being produced is done in a sustainable way. That's everybody's responsibility.
On notice, could you get back to us on notice as to how much pollution your members have reduced through their exports?
And the displacement. Thank you. And we'll go to Senator Mackenzie. Oh, I thought I'd be last. Thank you. And thank you very much for your attendance here today, to have somebody that is going to tell us how carbon capture and storage can actually help us reduce emissions and keep the lights on, because we've had a lot of evidence poo-pooing the idea. But, you know, when the International Energy Agency themselves and the IPCC themselves, that these people poo-pooing are simultaneously quoting every second day, says CCS is part of this low emissions future, says that nuclear is part of that future. I want to really understand, is it possible? We've been told it's not even possible. Rock, paper, scissors. Who's first?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I think when it comes to carbon capture and storage, it's very perplexing when people say there is no evidence for it, because there are, in fact, 27 CCS projects operating around the world today, storing 40 million tonnes of carbon dioxide every single year. And, that is a fact. And the other thing, as you said, the IEA and the IPCC say that you cannot achieve net zero by 2050 without that technology. In fact, the IEA's net zero scenario says that you need to store about 7.6 billion tonnes by 2050, but 17 of the 18 IPCC scenarios say that you have to store more than that, between 8.1 and 18.6 billion tonnes every year. So there is, and not one of the IPCC scenarios has no CCS in it as a technology for emissions reduction.
That's an important fact to get on the table. You're the first person in nearly 2 days of hearing that actually quoted what the IPCC has said about this. Does anyone else have anything else to add on the carbon capture and storage question?
I think that Tracy's very articulately put forward a case for carbon capture and storage. I think anyone that is working in the resources industry across the world knows how important this technology, along with all of the other technologies we've talked about, is for us to get to a net zero by 2050. And I think that there's two schools of thought that if carbon capture and storage is promoted by anyone, that will enhance coal and gas in the long term. The bottom line is we need to get out all emissions from what is currently operating around the world, and we need to make sure that if anything in the future is put into any new project is able to reduce their emissions immediately. So we need carbon capture and storage, and we need nuclear along with everything else that we've been talking about, including a massive injection of renewables to get there.
Thank you. I just wanted your opening statement on the critical minerals piece. The government has just announced their electric vehicle strategy. Obviously, a lot of those minerals, lithium, copper, etc., are fundamental to the ambitious EV targets in a country of utes that the government set for itself. You can't purchase, there's not a production line in the world that constructs a right-hand drive ute. And it's not just farmers that drive them, it's every tradie, because they can go away on the weekend as well. Europe likes to put all their trade stuff in a van, we like a ute. So it's not even possible at the moment. But what is the task globally? Because it's not just ourselves that are looking for these critical minerals in the decarbonisation future. It's the whole world looking at exactly the same time for these particular minerals. Can you talk us through that collision between aspiration and technical reality?
Well, I think that we've got a huge task ahead of us at a global level. We need to see trillions of dollars worth of investment coming into to electrify the world. We need to completely change energy systems to get there, and if we're to look at electric vehicles, that is going to require a significant investment at a global level. We're not even investing appropriately in exploration across the world yet to achieve important commodities such as copper.
So is your evidence to us today that on the current exploration and development trajectory that we're on, the opening of new mines, the expansion of existing mines, that we will be unable to meet the targets that have been announced?
In terms of what is being suggested, we will need a lot more copper investment to occur, nickel and cobalt to occur, and we're currently seeing some of the big mining houses investing very strongly in copper, just in Australia, for instance. So unless we increase our investment quite significantly, we are not going to meet those targets. So I will say there is concerted effort at a global level, but Australia has not been investing fast enough, and we've been making this point for a long period now, Senator, that we need to do more in Australia. So as much as we can receive support from governments across Australia and at a global level to make that happen, I think that's important. When I say support, that there's vocal support, and there is support at a state level for minerals processing to ensure that we have an industry further down the value chain where there is a higher value add and therefore higher revenues for Australia.
Yes, of course.
Because I think this is a really important area. And yet, just to reiterate Tanya's comments, I don't think we're on the right trajectory with things like copper. We're not exploring enough, not finding enough of the new mines of the future. But I think before working at the MCA, I had a long time in BHP and a long time in the iron ore industry. And the iron ore industry is quite interesting to look back on and see what happened there. I think if you went back to the mid-90s and said, this is what's going to happen in iron ore and coal and over the next 25 years, people would have said you've got rocks in your head. There's no way we'll be able to develop that capacity, get that many tonnes out the door and be able to fuel this sort of growth and expansion, a lot of it in China, but certainly in our region that we've seen over the last 20 years. So all I want to do is just draw the point to say, the task is huge, but we have got some experience of doing those kinds of things before.
We're an innovative species, yes.
Yeah, and we can, with capital and with the right application and enabling policies, really expand and invest in capacity.
I've got one final question because this is something we've also heard about. The bill we're examining in committee legislates a target. Government won an election, they've changed our target. Tickety-boo, off you go. By legislating it, though, we've had evidence, particularly from non-government agencies, that they refuse to rule out using lawfare to stop projects. Your industries, as you've just outlined, are critical to a decarbonised future with those sort of critical minerals. Do you have any advice for us on, by legislating the target, what the impact will be on increased lawfare on mining projects across the country?
Well, the Minerals Council hasn't received any advice on this specific issue regarding lawfare at this point. But I have provided advice to previous hearings, Joint Standing Committee hearings, about the lawfare that we have been seeing on projects across Australia, and I've made points particularly around uranium mining in Western Australia and in the Northern Territory, and it takes a long time, and there is significant evidence to suggest that we have seen lawfare. We would hope that we would not see that, and I want to make the point that the minerals industry is very committed to make sure that we are playing our part on climate change and reducing emissions. And it's in no one's interest to use lawfare to stop projects across Australia, particularly when it is, our minerals and metals are so fundamental to modern day life.
Can I just on notice get everybody on this panel to examine specifically that question? A lot of your projects require the Environment Minister to sign off or Infrastructure Australia to sign off, etc. All of those processes are going to be drawn in by this particular piece of legislation and therefore be exposed to that level of sovereign risk. If you could get some specific advice for us on that, I'd appreciate it.
And I will pass to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I've got questions for the Minerals Council and then Santos. For the Minerals Council, how do you respond to the latest IPCC report that basically says that existing and planned fossil fuel projects are more emissions than our climate can safely handle.
Senator, we don't dispute science at all. The science is taken very seriously by the minerals industry. It's what needs to occur to actually address that scientific challenge. And technology is always the answer to ensuring that we move forward as a global economy. Ms Winters has provided a lot of information around carbon capture and storage today, and I know that the committee has been looking at nuclear energy, and we would say that you need to consider all technologies to make sure that you are reducing the emissions of every producing entity, whether it's mining, whether it's transport, whether it's manufacturing.
Right. And on that note, your members contributed to the Coal 21 Industry Emissions Reduction Fund, which the coal was dropped, and I think it's now called the Low Emissions Technology Australia Fund. Of the $550 million that's been raised, how much has actually been invested in technologies to reduce emissions?
I can't answer for letter itself. I think that's a question that should be sent to Mark McCallum, who is the CEO of Letter. But I can say that my understanding from what I've observed of that group over a period of time is that most of it has been invested in technologies within Australia and indeed overseas in places like Canada and the United States around research and development and the deployment of carbon capture usage and storage.
Right, thank you. Ms Winters, would Santos welcome greater scrutiny and accountability for fugitive emissions as the technology improves?
Certainly, Senator. We already have very strict regulations in relation to fugitive emissions, particularly in Queensland, which is a relatively young industry in the coal seam gas sector. So we already have quite strict conditions that you'll find in our environmental authorities in Queensland to operate that require us to measure and report on fugitive emissions and so on. But yes, we would have no difficulty with it. That we're certainly not trying to have fugitive emissions out there. All our efforts are aimed at reducing any emissions from the production of our products.
So you'd be happy with a fine per tonne of fugitive emissions?
A fine per tonne.
As has been introduced in the US recently?
Senator, it would have to depend entirely on the regulatory regime that was established. I don't think that I could support a fine per tonne today when there's no indication of what the regulatory regime might be. We already operate under regulatory regimes with penalties for environmental infringements, and we support those because our objective is always to comply with the law when it comes to any emissions or environmental regulation.
Mm-hmm. And just finally, has Santos' decision to move more into sports sponsorship around the country, has that been driven by a concern around the social licence of not just fossil gas, but also some of your more contentious projects in communities around the country, issues with Indigenous people and farmers? Has that played a role in wanting to increase sponsorship?
First, let me say that we have very good relationships with most or all of our Indigenous communities and our landholders. So, I don't accept that we have bad relationships with our landholders or Indigenous
Some Gomeroi people may dispute that.
There are, families, communities. Not everybody gets along all the time. So I don't think it's, unreasonable to think that every now and then there'll be differences of opinion between people. But when it comes to sponsorship of sport, we have sponsored sport for many, many years, and like lots of companies all over Australia, it's part of marketing and branding.
But sorry, just specifically, your push to go more national with sports sponsorship and clearly bigger amounts for sort of headline teams, there's been no link between a concern around a dwindling social licence.
It's a brand and marketing exercise that is common in companies all around Australia in every sector, Senator.
Okay, so not tied to social licence?
No, it's brand and marketing, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Introducing the backline, going question to BP. Sorry, on the screen. One of the interesting things with your triple net zero going forward, and I hear historical things, we've been talking about fund allocation and funding. Have you seen from this legislation, global BP, a greater propensity to spend? I think you had a 40% allocation to clean projects. Is it likely to be greater investment in Australia now?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we are definitely supportive of a regulatory framework that helps give certainty to the very large-scale investments that need to be made in this sector. So for a company like BP, we are obviously making investments globally and looking at our green investments all over the world. And a key issue in making the decisions as to where we invest is looking at the risk profile over the coming years, given the amount of uncertainty that is involved. And the regulatory framework that exists is a really key factor that we look at, both in terms of trying to understand government support for an emerging industry and also the extent to which demand will be generated by the policies of that government. So we are very supportive of this legislation and supportive of working with the Parliament to make sure that industry has that certainty going forward with the policy statements that that is generated.
Thank you. Minerals Council of Australia, on the question about allocation of future minerals, you've mentioned nickel, cobalt, copper, and I think lithium was thrown in by the Senator. If these are to be fast-tracked, to be available for the scale and the time we need, you're talking about your solutions of a thing, is the current planning processes between state and federal effective and efficient enough for the industry to be able to meet the demands of bringing down these emissions?
I think there's more that needs to be done there, Senator. Certainly the work has been started between the federal government and the state governments. And if we're looking at minerals processing in some of those states, and that's, you're not going to see every single company adding value and having minerals processing. What we will see are hubs occurring across Australia, and there's potential where you've got companies that are within a reasonable distance, a close vicinity, and also working with some international investors, countries like Korea and Japan, for instance, that each of the states are in a race to try and secure that additional investment. So I think that the federal government plays a critical role, particularly with the ministers for resources, ministers for trade, ministers for industry, all working together with their counterparts in the states to make sure that occurs. And I do think that there will need to be support that is provided because it is an advanced manufacturing opportunity, a real opportunity for Australia, and that's going to take significant investment. So we are encouraged by what we're seeing. but we would like to see more effort put to that, and working with international like-minded countries to make sure that happens, that investment occurs in Australia. We were really pleased to see that the United States has received preferential status in relation to critical minerals coming from Australia. So that's a great thing for us in Australia.
Can I also add on that? One you didn't mention was uranium, which is one where we do have state issues, and that, I know it's probably beyond the remit of this group, but you know we have WA was highly prospective, and we've now got a uranium market that's really started to improve, and that's on the back of course, more nuclear energy. There's a clean energy source around the world. A lot of, particularly in Europe now, we've seen the Germans, I think the other day, reverse course and say they want to keep the last 3 reactors going. So there's opportunities in uranium, I think, for Australia to support low emissions power around the world, but we do have a lot of overlap of state and federal approval processes that is really just because it's uranium as opposed to any specific EPBC MNES issues. So that would be, I think, a strong area to focus on that can really be streamlined and improved.
Santos, we've heard about the carbon capture. There's a confidence that Pilliga specifically from New South Wales will be using carbon capture on that development, will we?
The last question.
That project is not one that has carbon capture included in its approvals at the moment, but we're looking at the possibility of carbon and capture and storage in many of our projects.
Yep.
And we will look at that for Narrabri as well. At the moment, we're actually building a carbon capture and storage project at Moomba in South Australia, and that project will store 1.7 million tonnes a year of carbon from 2024.
Chair, could I just add to the comment that I made before, just around the ministers working with state counterparts? I think it's not just a matter for the government. This is something that every politician, every political party, and mining likes to see bipartisanship occurring. That everybody in this room really can contribute strongly to having to increasing the value add around minerals and minerals processing within Australia. So anything that any senator here can do to enhance that, the minerals industry would be grateful for that.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who wants to take this, but some of the discussions that I've been having with different organisations is around issues on the accounting mechanisms around carbon and storage of that, and being able to sell green energy to businesses so they can then market themselves as energy neutral, or are you having a look at any of the accounting mechanisms that can then better reflect whether or not mines are using behind the meter renewable energy sources or whatever it might be to contribute to emissions reductions? Is anyone investigating what sort of reforms might be needed around the accounting mechanisms?
Maybe Susie might have some comments on this as well, perhaps. I think we tend to work, Australia's architecture in this space is pretty strong, right? We've got clean energy regulator, well-developed methodologies on ACCUs and whatnot. I know there's an inquiry at the moment, and we support that inquiry. We support access to least cost abatement. That's what we're after as a sector. And that's what's in the best interests of the country, is to reduce emissions in the least possible costly way. So I think the architecture's there. So when there are various reviews on and whatnot, we engage with those reviews, but we're not necessarily looking at, in answer to your question directly, I don't think we're necessarily looking at anything that's broadly looking to change that completely. I don't know if Susie, you wanted to add to that?
Yes, yeah, and thanks for the question. I think with measurement, reporting and verification, or MRV, it's important that we all in this space practice high jump, not limbo. So we need a high bar. And I think it needs to be transparent as well. And I will put a call out here to the work of the department and the Clean Energy Regulator in setting the lead and the benchmark in this space, not only for us in Australia, but international and helping capacity building as well in that regard. And I think the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Act is the foundation of this, and our NGI, our National Greenhouse Gas Inventory, but also the work that the Clean Energy Regulator has recently done on the corporate emissions reporting transparency reporting. I think it goes broader than the greenhouse gas emissions. It is going to the use of units or purchasing green power, as you said, or electricity. And I think this is a growing area of importance. It is something that is appropriately led by the government and then the departments, but with input from the stakeholders and how we can make sure that there are appropriate standards. And I like their approach to continuous improvement and stakeholder engagement in that process.
I think what
oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I think what I would add to that is, from our point of view, having global consistency is important here. And to the extent that we can conform with what is emerging as international standards rather than developing a new standard is enormously helpful, particularly given that we will be a major export country in this sector. And having standardisation on hydrogen certification, for example, renewable fuels standards and certification, all of that is going to be key to enabling these new industries.
I think what has just been highlighted, and I would follow Lucy's train of thought on this issue around consistency. We have a plethora of standards that are occurring across the world on a whole range of areas here. Hundreds and hundreds of standards. That means that the administrative burden that goes with complying with all those standards should not be underestimated. When you're actually looking at all of these compliance activities, you've got less time to be working on taking the action to reduce the emissions. So as much as we can see convergence occur as much as possible within Australia, and then looking towards what might be available at an international level, I think that that's something that industry would be very open to seeing.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just having a look now at AEMO, and we've got 56% of the mix at the moment is generated by black and brown coal, and that obviously goes up nighttime, and solar in particular drops out of the market. Interestingly, EV policy was announced today. I'm just wondering how we're going to charge all these EVs with this continued demonisation of the mining sector and a blanket ban on any new projects. Any thoughts on that?
Well, we're deeply concerned about the demonisation of mining just generally, because it is the biggest export industry in Australia, contributing to everyday to modern day life, and without minerals you don't have modern day life. So I think that we need to do a better job in highlighting what that might mean to communities, making sure that we're responsible in the way that, and sustainable in the way that we operate. But we are doing that, and it's no longer a matter of various groups being in different camps about emissions reduction. Everyone's on board about emissions reduction. It's a matter of how we get there and the timeframes that it's going to take, because not every sector is going to achieve that. It's not a linear approach for every sector across the world and within Australia. So as we see new technologies coming on, we will see a rapid uptake of those technologies across our industries, because that's what community is demanding. So the demonisation doesn't help anyone. What is better is if everyone is working together to achieve that outcome of net zero by 2050.
Thank you. And
that's all right. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. I just have one quick question before we finish up to Ms. Nation. You were talking about your triple bottom line, your triple net zero approach. And I also note that you have committed to invest 40% of your capital into your low carbon business. Can you tell me why is that? There's an awful lot of argument going on, but the idea that as a business in the industry that you're in would make those kind of commitments, why? Why are you doing it?
For many reasons. To start with, it's the right thing to do. It's what we want as a company, it's what our investors want, it's what our customers want, it's what our employees want. We're all living on the same planet, and we all want to make sure that the impacts of
That's unfortunate. Right, well, maybe you could take that on notice, because we have actually come to the end of our time. I will thank you all for coming along and for your evidence and contribution to this inquiry. If you have taken any questions on notice, the date for return is Tuesday the 23rd of August. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the committee will now suspend and recommence at 1:30. Bless you. I'd like to welcome officers from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, CSIRO, Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, Infrastructure Australia, Export Finance Australia, and the Clean Energy Regulator. I'm not sure. Yeah, oh, look, you're all going to fit. That's handy. There are rather a lot of you. I wonder if we just want to whiz through and get your names on the Hansard. If we start with Simon Avery.
Simon Avery, Head of Government and Stakeholder Relations, Clean Energy Finance Corporation.
Thank you. David Parker.
Hello, so David Parker, the Chair of the Clean Energy Regulator, and we also have 2 other people attending in person.
John Pacey.
John Pacey, Chief Credit Officer, Export Finance Australia.
Jay?
Jay Tolson, General Counsel and Company Secretary of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation.
Thank you. And the others, I'm afraid your names are too small. We've got John Hopkins.
Yes, Senator. John Hopkins, Managing Director and the CEO, Export Finance Corporation.
Do we have Craig Doyle? Craig? Chris?
Craig Doyle.
Craig.
CEO of Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have Chris Farris?
Yes, Senator Chris Farris, Chief Operating Officer of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency.
Excellent.
Adam Kopp, Acting Chief Executive of Infrastructure Australia.
Mark Williamson, Executive General Manager, Clean Energy Regulator.
And excuse me, Jeff Purvis-Smith, General Counsel, Clean Energy Regulator.
Thank you. Have we missed anyone? CSIRO.
Yes, CSIRO. So Peter Mayfield, Executive Director for Environment, Energy and Resources. Jack Steele, Director of Science Impact and Policy, CSIRO.
Excellent. Is there anybody else that we haven't covered? No, excellent. Now, I would invite you all to make a 1-minute statement, but there's rather a lot of you. Does anyone have any critical information they would like to just place on the record briefly before we start? You are welcome to. I'm not trying to discourage you. No?
No.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. We will start with Senator Hughes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have quite an extensive list of questions to go through, so a lot of these I'm probably going to end up putting on notice. But if I can start with the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, and just wondering if you can update us with how many projects are currently in your pipeline and how many of those projects are energy or resource based?
Thank you. First question. Thank you for that. So in our pipeline, if we call our pipeline up to investment decision or after investment decision, we have around about 80 projects in total. The exact number that are linked to energy, I have to get back to you, I'm sorry, on notice, but I'd say they are linked to energy would be at least 15%, but I can give you those more details on notice if that's okay.
Okay, so again, you probably won't be able to answer this, but just take on notice how many of these projects use transport, mining, export, supply, or the transmission of coal or gas. So we'll probably put that one on notice to you. If this legislation does pass the Senate, are any of these projects at risk? And are you able to guarantee that none of these agreed to projects will have their funding reviewed once the bill passes, if it passes?
Thank you. If we're already at contractual close, the contracts are obviously in place and binding in that. If they're in our pipeline and they haven't made it to investment decision or contractual close, obviously we're informed by the mandate and the legislation at the time. And we, as part of our due diligence process between just prior to investment decision, we have to abide by and operate within that legislation. So any changes would then be taken into account before those projects are approved or gone through to that investment decision stage. Hopefully that answers the question.
We'll keep going. So are there any amendments here that are now being put forward that will prevent you and NAE from supporting gas, coal or other so-called high emissions projects? And will it also prevent you from supporting projects that will allow for the transportation of coal or gas?
Yeah, good question. So obviously we're governed by that legislation. If a project comes through that can't meet that legislation, then they would not get through the consultation process and then therefore take it to investment decision. So yeah, they could be, some of those projects could be impacted and not make it through. There may be other projects that come into our pipeline that are a positive result of the legislation as well.
Okay. And what about supporting ports that have a coal terminal? Will that be something that you'll be able to look at, or will that also be off the table?
Good question. We've done a little bit mainly around ship lifts and so on. I would say based on how it's drafted at the moment, it probably would not preclude, but it would have to be on a project basis to understand that to more detail.
All right. I might put to you some more of the questions on notice so that you can have a look at those. And if I can just jump to Infrastructure Australia. Okay, well, Senator McKenzie can do Infrastructure Australia and I will jump in at the end if there is anything else. So maybe Export Finance Australia. Do you, I don't know who was from EFA. Sorry, I don't have a name there. Oh,
John Hopkins, Senator.
Right. Sorry about that, Mr. Hopkins. Do you currently exclude any sector of the current the Australian economy from financing?
No, we don't.
Right. So do you think that there would be any implications from this legislation if it was to pass the Senate, or even our Paris Agreement obligations that would in future lend itself to preventing you from funding fossil fuel projects?
Senator, as stated in the explanatory memorandum, the amendments are intended to limit the exercise of our powers.
Sorry, can we see if we can get a bit more volume on that?
So you're saying it's not,
Sorry.
the EM says it's not the government's intention to restrict their powers.
Right, but those unintended consequences.
Yes, that's what we're hearing.
Oh, how upsetting. So when you look at financing decisions, does the EFA consider energy security and looking at it from both a domestic or our near neighbours perspective?
Senator, we look at a range of factors when we're considering transactions, and they differ somewhat when we're looking at domestic transactions and also when we're looking at international transactions. And we're looking at a range of risks and positives to transactions. So energy security may well be a factor that we look to, but that's on top of credit, climate issues, technical issues, and whether a transaction stacks up from a commercial perspective.
Okay. So when were you first consulted on this legislation?
Look, it's been a process. We were involved early in discussions and asked for our feedback, but we certainly feel that we were given the opportunity to provide relevant input.
So when you say early, give me a time frame. Are we talking years, months, days, weeks?
No, maybe the last couple of months.
Right. Okay. All right. And when were you
consistent with the new government coming in and starting the process? We were involved in the discussion.
Okay. And when were you first informed of any changes to the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act?
Senator, a number of agencies were given visibility on the fact that the climate change bill would have implications for, their own legislation. So again, at a similar time, we were asked to provide input, and we were told that it would involve an amendment to our legislation.
Mm-hmm. So your own website states that, and I'll quote it, EFA has been empowered to provide loans to Pacific infrastructure projects, inject equity, support defence exports and finance critical minerals projects as the Morrison government, obviously you need to update, tries to counter China's growing influence in the region. Does this legislation provide for an exemption for any projects to be considered that are particularly important with regards to Australia's national security, or are they going to be required to go through the same sort of assessment process?
No, the legislation that we're looking at the moment doesn't have any implications for that.
Okay. And are you aware that if China has any infrastructure program restrictions or requirements on its infrastructure program in the region?
Look, Senator, I'm not aware of the Chinese financiers' legislation or the way that they conduct their operations. I'd have to come back to you on that with some further details.
Well, I'm going to have some more questions to put on notice, but just to clarify, we're currently looking at putting restrictions about what we can work off in our with our Pacific neighbours, while China has absolutely no restrictions on it, putting in jeopardy our own national security. So I will certainly submit some more questions through on that on notice.
Spent some energy over the last 9 years.
Well,
we wouldn't be in this situation.
Well, I'm not quite sure that's the case.
Okay, we are very tight on time. If I can just ask for some order, can you keep going?
No, that's all right. I'm
You're
happy
fine?
to.
Yeah.
I will allow, since Senator Mackenzie was so clear on where she was going, I will allow.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions for the CSIRO. As a developed country, is 43% by 2030 consistent with keeping warming to well below 2 degrees?
So, Senator Peter Mayfield, so I guess the work that we do around these sort of trajectories, we work closely with the IPCC and the reporting process that takes place there. And I think the various trajectories and the mitigation required globally is clearly laid out, especially in the most recent reports that have come out earlier this year and late last year. So we look at that as our guide.
Okay, so you just refer to and endorse the IPCC?
We contribute to the IPCC, Senator.
Great, thank you. Do you have a view on how Australia should treat the potential costs of the transition to renewables versus the costs of not acting fast enough? Is that something you think about in terms of your research and development?
So Senator, our research focuses on trying to understand, I guess, what are the trends in terms of what we're seeing with climate models, understanding emissions profiles, understanding the technologies that may be available to help us reduce emissions, whether they're hydrogen, whether it's renewables, how you integrate those into the system, all of those things. What CSIRO doesn't take into account is the policy settings that are required. That's the role of government. So we provide the scientific basis to inform as best we can, but it's not the role that we play. It's not part of our mandate.
So the costs of inaction are not something that the CSIRO has looked at?
No, not specifically, and I guess that's a fairly broad term too, Senator. You have to unpack that a bit to understand it.
No, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I've got some questions for Infrastructure Australia.
Yes, Senator.
I'm interested that the consequential bill will change your Act to require that your functions and development and evaluation of various infrastructure projects must consider Australia's targets, climate targets. That's the whole significance of these changes. There's two particular infrastructure proposals I understand you currently have before you. There's the Middle Arm petrochemical plant and the expanded LNG terminal in Darwin Harbour. And then there's the infrastructure support in relation to helping to open up the Beetaloo Basin. What will this consequential bill now mean for those various projects, and how are you going to where's the next steps on that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So the major changes to our legislation affect our infrastructure audits, which we do every 5 years, and they audit Australia's infrastructure, and affects our Australian Infrastructure Plan, which we also do every 5 years, which is the policy reforms to fix the issues in Australia's infrastructure. We are currently getting some advice on how to implement the impact on our infrastructure priority list, which is what you're referring to. Those projects are on our infrastructure priority list as potential investments for the Commonwealth to invest in. In order to have regard to Australia's climate change targets, we'll probably need to do some methodological change, and then we're doing that research at the moment, and then we'll seek to apply it to existing and future IPL submissions.
So this audit, you say every 5 years, so when is the next one due?
2023.
2020, so next year?
Sorry, 2024.
2024. And so just step me through this. Are you suggesting that what was on the current list, so since the last audit, will now need to be reviewed, or will you just simply wait until the next one in 2024?
No, any change to the way in which we assess business cases or add things to the priority list, we'll need to do some research on, which will take some time, and that will be separate to the audit process. And we will also, of course, need to work closely with the states and territories, our proponents, who bring forward business cases for Commonwealth investment usually, to make sure that there's a standardised approach to how you measure these greenhouse gas emissions to achieve those targets. So there's a piece of work to do. I don't think it'll be 2 years, but there'll be a piece of work to do to work that through to make sure that there's a standardised approach nationally.
And the advice did you say legal advice or just advice generally?
Like policy advice, how to build it into benefit cost ratios and things.
And when do you expect to have that by?
The initial work will be in the coming months.
Yep.
Advice.
The advice.
Yeah, the advice.
You won't get the advice on how this impacts you before you get the advice after it's passed Parliament.
Oh, the implementation processes of how to implement the changes. We'll get some. So we have an initial piece of advice. We're working through it at the moment, and I would seek to finalise that following the legislation passing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Is it your expectation that the government will continue with these projects following the passage of this bill?
It's really for the government to decide. We just provide advice to the best of our ability.
Okay. And I guess I'm particularly, I've mentioned those two projects or categories because they're currently on the books, does that mean nothing will, you'll just kind of pause?
So Beetaloo Basin, that's the enabling infrastructure around that. So it's not so much, it's more around the roads and that sort of thing to upgrade. So that is there as a potential opportunity, and there's more work that the Australian government will do on that. Middle Arm, from memory, the previous government did commit to funding Middle Arm, and so it's really a decision for government as to what they decide to proceed with.
So does this consequential amendment have any teeth then?
I think it's, that's probably more an opinion, but it will change. We see likely change to what will be considered in decision-making around infrastructure. So it will be likely be a component of the benefit-cost ratio, so measuring the externality of a piece of infrastructure that has not previously been consistently applied in infrastructure business cases.
Okay. Just drilling into the Middle Arm precinct, the Morrison government in April committed $1.5 billion. Do we have can we have some clarity as to what the Albanese government is that still going forward, or
that's a question for the Department of Infrastructure. We don't have a view on funding.
Okay.
We're not
All right.
involved
Well,
in funding.
I'll put that to the department. Someone sitting back there might make sure that they can answer that when they come to the table. Do you know how we got to the previous government got to the figure of 1.5 billion? Was that based on advice from Infrastructure Australia?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And did Infrastructure Australia speak to Prime Minister Morrison about the funding commitment at any point?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Do you know if Infrastructure Australia spoke to any representatives of the Northern Territory government about the funding commitment?
We have certainly had conversations about the project. We have, visited the site, not me personally, but others in the agency. We've had close relationships with the Northern Territory government around it being developed. But any questions around funding are a matter for the Department of Infrastructure or the government of the day.
Would you be able to just take on notice for me? I'd like to just know who and when Infrastructure Australia did engage with the Northern Territory government. Sure. That would be helpful. I'm wondering, no, I think they're questions for the department. I'll thank you based on what you've said. I will leave that. Can I go then to these other, the enabling projects, the infrastructure support for the Beetaloo Basin? You mentioned roads and logistics, I guess, communication, like telecommunications.
Yeah, it's not fully defined yet. So a lot of the things that are on the priority list are just early stage thinking or identifying that there's an infrastructure problem to solve. And then it's up to the proponents to come forward with solutions through a business case. So what we're recognising in Beetaloo Basin is that there's an economic opportunity there and that could be taken up by the Australian government if they wished. In our initial analysis, we wouldn't have had regard to the climate change impacts of that.
Okay, and now you'll have to.
Yeah.
Good-o.
Last question.
I just wanted for Export Finance Australia, I just wanted to know whether there are any proposals currently before you to fund any overseas fossil fuel infrastructure.
Thanks, Senator. Senator, look, we don't generally talk about a pipeline, but in relation to any transaction, we deal with it on a case-by-case basis and assess all the relevant risks and ensure that a transaction meets fairly stringent international standards, which include reference to the OECD obligations around environmental and social issues, the IFC performance standards and the Equator principles.
Mr Hopkins, I appreciate you don't want to give an answer, but this is a Senate inquiry into a bill that affects you, and I think it's a very relevant question as to whether there are current projects on your books or proposals before you in relation to this issue.
Oh, Senator, there would be a series of projects in the region that deal with a range of energy propositions and transactions that would include, fossil fuel type projects, right across up to, wind farms and other emerging technology projects. So yes, in answer to your question, we would have a range of transactions that we are considering along a spectrum of energy solutions for the region.
Could I get you to take on notice? It'd be good to have a bit of a summary of what some of those are. And I'd like to know in particular, are there any LNG import terminals proposals on your books?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much. Infrastructure Australia, how are you going? We heard from NGOs yesterday that they couldn't guarantee us that they weren't going to take a future federal government or its agencies to court over infrastructure and transport projects. What's your advice on that? Are you going to be subject to lawfare as a result of this legislation passing?
I might need to take legal advice on that, Senator, but I can't imagine. I can't imagine, based on what our role is, which is just providing advice to the Australian government on infrastructure projects, which is then up to the government to make a decision on funding. So we just provide our view on the project, and then it's up to government to make the decision.
But you haven't received. What would be the point, right, of putting projects forward that don't have any hope of being built?
Yeah, so usually the process is that the state or territory government will be seeking over $250 million of Commonwealth funding. And so there would have been an initial indication from the Australian government that there's interest there, and then they'll bring a business case forward for us. Of course, things change, governments change, and then different priorities happen, but we will still assess the business case if someone's seeking $250 million of Commonwealth funding.
So how will legislating this target impact that state Commonwealth decision-making process?
So based on the work that we're doing, we think that there'll be a need to have a standardised approach in business case development to measuring the impact of net zero targets or targets. So that's the initial advice that we're developing at the moment, and we would certainly seek to work with our proponents on how to take that forward, because it, how to implement that in a realistic manner. So I believe every state and territory has a target that they're trying to reach. So we'll just be trying to work that through with the various states and territories.
So that'd be a case by case?
I couldn't say right now, Senator. We're still working it through. We were certainly seeking to have a standardised approach at the national level.
So if a project's going to be removed or re-evaluated, there's going to be a potential loss of, economic stimulus. Jobs will be lost, etc. Is that going to be part of the assessment too when you're looking at re-evaluating? Is that
jobs impact?
Yeah. And economic impact.
Yeah. So I think we think that the way in which it would be implemented is another part of the business case development process. So there's a variety of things that are considered in a business case: the economic impacts, travel time savings.
How will you put the weightings?
It will be an element of our advice that the impact, it is likely to be, the impact on our advice will be that this will be the greenhouse gas emissions impact of this particular project, and then it will be up to government to make a decision on what they do with that advice going forward, whether to invest or not.
So when you're assessing the top 10, how will you weight the emissions piece versus the job growth, etc., when you're actually giving the government a list of projects rather than project by project?
We're still determining that, Senator, but but I think it would be likely that it is, we have a range of criteria that we consider. And so it would feature in the table of criteria that this is the greenhouse gas impact of this particular project.
I mean, it's pretty incredible that we're being asked to make a decision on voting for this legislation, and you cannot tell me the actual impact on the infrastructure projects that are essential and critical to the productivity of our country over the next 10 years.
Well, we're receiving advice on it at the moment, Senator. So we have that initial advice on how we would implement that, and we would certainly seek to work with the states and territories on how to get a nationally consistent approach.
Do you think that this change will put at risk regional infrastructure projects which may have connections to the energy, resources and agriculture sectors?
I couldn't say, Senator.
You need to be able to say. You are here at a Senate inquiry. We are needing your advice. This may be law in a matter of weeks, and you cannot tell me how it will impact existing programs and projects.
It would. So we do not provide decisions on.
No, I know you
projects.
don't. I understand the process.
Yeah.
So you're saying it wouldn't impact the existing pipeline of projects that you've put forward to government in agriculture, resources and energy?
Well, Senator, we haven't applied the work yet.
So you wouldn't anticipate it affecting current and existing projects that you've assessed?
Not the ones we've already assessed, no.
Okay, it's future projects. In the UK, the legislated emission target's been used to delay major infrastructure projects. Do you agree that we have that same risk here in Australia?
I couldn't say, Senator. I'm not aware of that particular instance in other jurisdictions.
So on notice, I want you to check it out. I'm happy to send you the brief I've got from the Parliamentary Library, but it is all over the regular news if you choose to just Google it, and I would love your opinion on that because it's a huge risk. So your testimony here today is that the passing of this legislation won't halt the construction of the Western Sydney Airport as an existing project?
We're not the decision maker on that. That's
I know
already
you're
been
not
committed,
the decision
Senator.
maker. You're the person that you are the agency that's going to be tasked with applying this framework to your advice to government.
Is your
I
question...
understand the difference between a decision maker and an agency that provides you advice. I'm very clear on the difference.
Yep.
So as the agency that's going to be providing advice to the Minister on which projects and why, is your advice to us today that by passing this legislation there'll be no impact on the Western Sydney Airport development?
Yeah, I can't see how there would be an impact on
Okay,
on
good.
that. Yep.
Thank you. What about the construction of inland rail?
I can't see that either. That's already been a decision that's been made.
And the Bruce Highway?
There's a number of packages underway. There's funding for a large proportion of that. Any future packages would need to be considered in the context of the new legislation, but that would be one criteria of many in our advice on a business case.
So how many projects have you got in the pre-feasibility phase that involve transport, mining, export, import, supply or transmission of coal and gas?
So we cover transport, energy, telecommunications and water. We don't cover mining, but we might cover the enabling infrastructure.
That's what I mean, the transportation here or there.
I'll take it on notice for the specific numbers.
How many projects have you got in the pre-feasibility and by sector?
Yep,
please.
that's fine.
And their value and the jobs. So nobody's going to be subject to review, and once the legislation's passed, we're not going to have to reassess projects, but if they have further developments being requested of an existing project, that will have to go through the new system.
What do you mean by further developments?
So if there's an additional piece of infrastructure adding on to an existing project like Western Sydney Airport.
Perhaps if there's a new business case, then we might need to have regard to the greenhouse gas emissions, yes.
And you can't tell me what weighting the emissions piece will have against economic indicators or social indicators?
No, Senator.
Will this see Infrastructure Australia preferentially advising governments to invest in public transport infrastructure in capital cities per se, over roads, bridges, and infrastructure developments in the regions?
I wouldn't think so, Senator.
Why?
Well, all of those projects would have some sort of emissions impact in terms of the delivery of the piece of infrastructure. And as I said, we would be providing advice on this particular new criteria, but we haven't made any decisions on weighting one way or the other in regards to particular types of projects. We're still developing our thinking on this, but what we're thinking is that it would be one criteria of many for government to make a decision on going forward.
So, given the emissions profile of things like concrete and steel, I mean, I think it's fair to say that Infrastructure Australia's work, it's going to be very hard to see how you will be advising government to invest in projects in rural and regional Australia that support particularly those enabling mining and exploration projects.
Well, the projects, the business cases are brought to us, independent from our own processes. So if they're seeking $250 million of Commonwealth funding, so we would cover it in our evaluation, the greenhouse gas impacts, and then again, it would be up to government to make a decision on what to invest in going forward from that.
Thank you. While you're there, is there anything that you do currently in your assessment that takes into consideration any aspects of climate change as it stands?
So in terms of the evaluations of business cases, there's some regard to sustainability. So we'll see if they have done some thinking in regards to sustainability, which is not climate change targets, I'm aware. It's more in our audits and plans, which is more our policy work, that we've always had regard to climate change. So when the Coalition reformed our legislation in 2014, that's when I came in, and our audits and plans have always had regard to the impacts of climate change. Infrastructure needs to pull its weight in meeting the emissions targets. So yeah, that's what it's more been on the policy side than in the evaluation side.
Okay, thank you. I wonder if I could ask a question of NAIF. Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Your submission references a little bit about what you already do in terms of taking climate change into account in your current work. Can you maybe expand on that and just give us a sense of how embedded the concepts are within the sort of day-to-day operations of your organisation?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So we have it's in the submission, an environmental and social review of projects policy. That's embedded into our due diligence phase. So before a final decision is made on any project, it must go through that process. And that includes a full assessment of the approvals under the Commonwealth, state and territory laws, the size and complexity of the project, the information that's provided by the proponent on how they'll manage and mitigate and take into account those factors on climate change, and then the reasonableness and likely effectiveness of the project components' intended mitigation of environmental factors. So we don't have, very similar to the IA response to the last question, we don't have a weighting system, but part of our due diligence is we must be consistent with the mandate and the legislation of the day, otherwise the project will not progress through due diligence.
Great, thank you. I might ask a similar question of CSIRO in terms of the work that you're already undertaking that is connected to the Paris Agreement.
Yes, Senator. So we do work across a broad spectrum. So obviously there's the climate science work we do through our Climate Science Centre, and we contribute, whether it's through authors, modelling data from our access modelling work into the IPCC process. So we do that. We also, in our energy business unit, we work on a broad range of technologies there from, I think as I said earlier, hydrogen is one of the focal points for us at the moment. We've got a long track record of working in carbon capture and sequestration, which we see as an important technology. We do work in photovoltaics in niche areas around flexible organics and also in next generation perovskites. We are working in how you integrate these technologies into the grid, so looking at the tools that you need to run a modern grid that has renewables, storage, and a fairly broad range of different technologies coming together, as well as different demand profiles. So a range of things there, and it's always been a substantive part of our research portfolio.
Can I ask further then, on the issue of nuclear, there was a report that's been discussed a bit over the last day and a half, where you see the opportunities for nuclear across Australia as part of a reductions plan.
So I think the report that you refer to there is the GenCost report,
That's
which
right.
we put out annually in conjunction with AEMO. And the purpose of that report is to try and have an up-to-date understanding of the costs of the full gamut of energy technologies that are currently out there. In terms of the nuclear technologies, we do include them as a watching brief. Historically, we used to look at large-scale nuclear, but it's always had a high cost, and there's obviously no workforce, infrastructure, regulatory regime in Australia, and also there's no policy framework that allows it to occur. The one that everyone's excited or looks at is small modular reactors, and we've included those with estimates of costs. The challenge we have there is that there are no deployments of any node globally, so they're very much cost estimates. And until you start getting deployments and getting real projects where you get an understanding of the true costs, you'll come in. You typically end up with a risk premium in there, which makes them higher than where you would think it could be. And over time, as you get more deployments, you can bring those costs down. So all we're really doing with that report is including it as one of the many technologies and using the best information we can get.
Thank you. And did you say that was an annual report?
Yeah, the intent is for it to come out roughly annually. And so the most recent one that got released in the last month.
Thank you.
Was that the 2015 report?
It's those figures.
So the 2022 that's come out, it would have been a
Who were you
report.
citing in the 2022? What was your base research you were citing in your 2022? Was that research that was the paper that was done in 2015?
No, that was, so each year we work with various engineering companies that get a lot of this information, so GHD and Oricon. And so we're working with the most recent data that they have.
But just to clarify, the SMR costs are only an estimate. They're not based on actual projects. So citing them as a determining factor is, you're talking about a guess.
Well, I guess the point being that if there is no deployment, that you've got a best guess, an
Yeah.
assumption,
Well,
as
there
you would
is.
in anything else.
There is now, so they could probably head over to Canada and have a look. Have a look in France, where 70% of it's coming from.
So, thank you for that. Could I ask a question of the Clean Energy Regulator, whichever of you? There were questions raised previously about forest wood waste, native forests and plantation forest wood waste, and particularly how that's being dealt with under the RAT. Can you just outline for us how many projects there are that burn wood or use that wood waste scenario? How many are native forest, and any other sort of whether there are any adverse or protection mechanisms that go alongside that in terms of the regulation and how those projects are authorised?
We've got Mr. Parker online. He may want to have the first.
David, do you want to lead off or?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. interesting questions. So the short answer is that it's very tightly controlled. There's a whole regulatory structure around that. Our entree into this is where a project is registered for the generation of large-scale generation certificates under the RET. So it's a very small part of it. And the short answer to your question is that we do see some biomass generation in the national electricity market. It's a very small amount. Most of it is things like bagasse, that is a byproduct of sugarcane and sawmill type trimmings. There is only one project that has been registered for LGC creation for native wood waste, and that is a project connected with the regeneration of a native forest over a mine site. The idea being to use trimmings from that project. As the forest grows up, you need to trim these to allow the bigger trees to grow. And to date, no LGCs have been created under that project. So, so far as native wood waste is concerned, we have not seen sort of wide scale registration of projects and use of native wood waste since that particular pathway was reinstated in 2015. The reason being is that it's very difficult to make these things economic, essentially. You know, a wood waste lying on a forest floor has to be collected, it's wet, it needs to be dried, it needs to be transported. It's got low calorific value, about half that of coal. And so it's just, you know, there's a good reason that our forebears generations ago moved away from wood as a primary energy source to coal. Of course, they weren't thinking about the climate change elements of that. So it's a fuel that is just very, very difficult to make economic, and we have not seen it at all in sort of broad scale forestry processes. But Mark, you can give the specific numbers.
Yes. Senator, this year we expect the eligible generation under the large-scale renewable energy target to be about 44,000 gigawatt hours. So that's 44 million large-scale generation certificates, or LGCs, for all types of woody waste, including bagasse that Mr Parker talked about. It'll be less than 1 million LGCs, or 1,000 gigawatt hours of that 44,000. The one project that Mr Parker mentioned did do some trial generation with the trimmings from the mine site, regeneration for native forest wood waste. That was done late last year and early this year. So far, no claim has been made for LGCs. If there was a claim made, and if the preliminary data were being given as correct, it would only be about 1,400 LGCs. The very strict requirements Mr Parker made is that we would be doing very thorough checks with the various parts of the Western Australian government that put mine site rehabilitation requirements, and we would be making sure that it actually was only the thinning of the regeneration areas done as part of mine site regeneration before, under the law, we could issue those LGCs. But that particular power station mainly runs on coal, and it does use other eligible wood waste, but it's only about 1.9% of all of the generation from the power station is other eligible wood waste from plantations.
Thank you very much. And we are at the end of our time. Thank you for all of your evidence today. We appreciate your time. If you have taken questions on notice, the return date is Tuesday, the 23rd of August for those questions on notice. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome officers representing the Commonwealth departments, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, Climate Change Authority, Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Department of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry. I would like to firstly remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinion on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of the department are also reminded that any claim that would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for that claim. Now, if I could ask you all to give us your name and the capacity in which you are appearing for the Hansard. And if we start over here.
Hi, Senator Jamie Spister, Australia's Ambassador for the Environment. I also head our Climate Change and Sustainability Division at Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Stephen Gardner, Counsel, Australian Government Solicitor, Outpost of this department.
Andrew Bray, Director, Climate Risk and Strategy in the Department of Climate Change, the Energy, the Environment and Water.
Jo Evans, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. And just to point out that we also have Kath Rowley, who's the head of the Climate Change, Emissions Reduction Division, also with us.
Brad Archer, Chief Executive Officer of the Climate Change Authority.
Eliza Murray, General Manager at the Climate Change Authority.
Now, would any of you like to make an opening statement, a short opening statement?
No. Happy to just go straight to questions.
No, from agriculture.
They are here.
But they're not at the table.
Here we go.
Emma Campbell, Acting Deputy Secretary at the Department of Agriculture, Fish and Forestry.
Cool. And we do have other officers behind, and as and when needed, they can change up. Okay, if we have no opening statements, Senator Mackenzie, would you like to go first?
Okay. I would like an answer from each department, but I would like to understand the legal advice you've sought on the impact of this legislation on the bill. On your work, sorry. It's been a long 2 days. What legal advice have you received on how this bill will impact the advice you give government?
So, Senator, I might start and then Ms Rowley might want to add to my answer. But so in drafting the bill, we did take legal advice from the Australian Government's solicitor, and the bill doesn't limit or constrain or direct the way that the government would either set policies or the way that the government would consider approving projects. So the bill doesn't impose any particular legal obligations for the minister to act in a particular way as a result of being introduced. The purpose of the legislation is basically to create a framework that gives the clearer signals that are necessary for the private sector to invest and to give them policy certainty on it. So that's what we understood they needed, and that's what the bill is designed to do. So there's no reason from our perspective to expect that this bill would result in any sort of increased any increase in the number of successful litigations against the Commonwealth for any of the kinds of decisions that you've been referring to.
So when we heard from NGOs yesterday who refused to guarantee that legislating this target would mean they wouldn't pursue lawfare against federally funded projects across a raft of your portfolio areas, do you acknowledge then that and I noticed you used successful litigation very carefully, but that would actually push out timeframes, would actually increase the cost to Australian taxpayers of pursuing the government's agenda, irrespective of which colour, in the projects that a variety of government agencies and departments oversee?
So, Senator, the advice we have is that because this bill doesn't limit or direct the way that any particular decision needs to be made, it doesn't add at all to the context in which that kind of litigation can already be brought forward. And so from that perspective, we would say that there's no change between before and after the bill about the prospects that somebody might bring some kind of court action. But sorry, Ms Rowley, did you want to add?
Yeah, I'd be happy to add. Thank you. So, Kath Rowley, Head of Division for Emissions Reduction Division in the department. So a couple of things that I would add. Firstly, much of the concern with respect to litigation risk relates to approval of projects. And I note that there has been a lot of discussion with respect to approval of projects under statutory regimes like state and territory environmental approvals and planning laws, as well as the Commonwealth's Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. The Climate Change Bill under discussion today does not bind states and territories, so it has no particular implications for state and territory decision making. And the Consequential Amendments Bill does not make any changes to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. So the bills as presented do not touch specifically on those big project decision-making processes. The other point I would make is that, of course, the legislation does create some obligations for government, things like an annual statement by the Minister to Parliament, requiring things like every successive nationally determined contribution to be more ambitious than the one that goes before. And for the consequential amendments requires in a range of agencies and schemes the consideration of Australia's international climate change commitments and or the emissions reduction targets. And as long as those things are done, then there is no expectation with respect to successful litigation. If those things weren't done, then legal challenges might come forward, but that's consistent with the stated objectives of the Act, or of the bill, sorry.
So its intention then is to restrict who gets through the pipe in terms of projects. What arrives on the Minister's desk.
Senator, I wouldn't. I mean, it's a. I guess. It's
I really am concerned about public transport in capital cities being prioritised over roads, bridges, highways in rural and regional communities. And I just can't see how, if you've got this sort of mechanism with those agencies that are providing government with advice, I just don't see how it gets through, how it can stack up.
So what the bill and the consequential amendments do is effectively make it a requirement that those decision makers turn their minds to, among a whole lot of other things, the need to meet Australia's international objectives under the Paris Agreement, which have already been sort of set out, and it's already been a commitment of the Australian government. So it seems very logical that those decision makers should factor that into their consideration, but it doesn't force them to make a decision in a particular way. So
I appreciate the difference.
So
Yep.
there's no intent to be restricting things that can be considered. It's not preventing any of those decision makers from fully contemplating all of the other important functions that projects perform, including regional impacts, including all of the things that you're pointing to. All this does is say, in addition to all of those
Have you
important
considered
things,
X?
also
Yes.
consider
I
this.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
But we've had the agencies before us, just prior to you, and you probably have got someone either listening to it or you listen to it yourself, and they all have not developed their methodologies. They don't know how this is going to work on the advice that they're actually going to give their minister on a raft of projects that come across their desk. So we're being asked to support a piece of legislation that our own agencies under government can't explain how it's going to work for us, for them.
And I can understand what you're saying, that they're not articulating that for you yet. What I would say on that front is actually we already had international obligations on emissions reductions in Australia, and so arguably all of those entities ought to have already been considering that in their decision-making processes. Well, there's the question. And so what this bill does is ensure that they will take that into consideration in their decision-making. And so the fact that they're still working through exactly how that will work goes to the point of that it's not a constraining requirement, it's just another requirement for them to consider. And so it's not surprising yet that they haven't had those conversations about how to balance all of these things up. Those are the kinds of conversations we're actually encouraging as a result of having this bill in place.
No further questions.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Ms Evans, and thank you for the briefing that we had on the guts of the bill earlier. I'm interested as to what type of modelling has been done around the 43%. Of course, we know the 43% target was arrived through the consulting firm Reputex when Labor were in opposition rather than being in government. So I'm interested as to what work your department is doing. Has it been replicated? Has it been stress tests? Or is it simply it's been taken, from an opposition party and then just implemented in government?
For the purposes of this bill, it's the case that modelling was completed while they were in opposition by Reputex, and that's the modelling that has been used for the basis of this target.
Okay, so and is there any plans for the department to, under the guise of actually being the government department, to remodel or work out how we're going to get to 43%?
Yeah, so you'd be aware, Senator, that we have a regular process of doing emissions projections, and so we will be going through those processes as normal, and typically they're sort of towards the end of this year. We would have a revised set of projections, and perhaps the other thing to point to is in Powering Australia as a policy document, there's a commitment in there to strengthening the capacity of the Treasury to be able to do climate change modelling, including both the emissions reduction side of the question and also the climate impact side. So that capacity building effort is already underway, and we will certainly be very closely working with the Treasury to enable that kind of modelling effort to be brought to bear in the future.
And will that be made public? Because part of the concern that I have in relation to this target coming from the then opposition's own consultation or commissioned report is that it's not made public, and yet we're now talking about, you know, a government decision that impacts on everybody being voted on by the Parliament. Surely the public have a right to see and understand.
So actually, it's probably a bit early to know about the future modelling work, but happy to come back to it. Kath, you looked like you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm happy to just add, so obviously the work undertaken by the then opposition prior to the election, reports on that have been published. I would note that the net zero target, which was set by the previous government, was also informed by modelling last year, which was published in November last year, and so there's other modelling for the 2050 target. And then the emissions projections, which Ms Evans referred to, that's an annual report, and that is public every year.
Okay, so that we have a sense of what 43% means, how many million tonnes of pollution are we talking about?
Ms Riley, do you have that figure with you?
I'm sorry, I don't have.
If you give us a moment, I
could get the number,
that.
but I don't have it at my fingertips. Give me one moment.
So I can say that based on a budget number, and so we should have the point target, and perhaps somebody can quickly do the maths for me. Have you got it?
Well, Senator, I think to get to the minus 43%, that's an annual reduction of 14 million tonnes.
14 million tonnes? Yep. Annual reduction?
That's right.
If it was to be averaged out?
That's an average, yeah.
Between now and 2030?
Correct.
And maybe to give some sense of it as well as to, so that once you, to hit the 43% target and meet that on a budget basis, the total amount of tonnes of CO2 equivalent that we have over the entire period from 2021 to 2030 is 4,381.
Okay. Thank you. You mentioned before, and there's been some talk about the statements, and I understand that the first statement will be by the end of this year. Is that correct? Can we just get that on the record?
So certainly the intention is to have the first statement completed by the end of this year, which would be consistent with the 6 months that's stated in the bill. And just for clarity, and then that would, you know, the sort of the bill says it then needs to be published within, you know, tabled within 5 sitting days, so that has the potential to be into the early part of 2024. But the report the intent would be to have the report completed by the end of this calendar year.
But we might not see it until Parliament resumes in February.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. What if we're talking about? Do you say 14 million tonnes per year? Where's that going to come from?
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, look, Senator, it will come from a range of different sources. In the Reputex modelling, significant reductions were modelled from the electricity sector, and certainly historically we've seen emissions reductions, and you can see that in the national inventory as well, that the electricity sector continues to decarbonise. So some contribution will come from that sector. There's an expectation that some of it will come from the implementation of the safeguard mechanism, delivering that over the period of time. So you've seen that the discussion paper on that was released earlier this week, and so that we're expecting that measure will be in place next year and be helping to drive emissions down. And then there are the various other policies that are committed to in Powering Australia, including the EV strategy and so on. And while the amount of abatement specifically attached to that might be small in the longer term, that will have significant emissions reduction contributions. And then there are a range of other things which didn't necessarily have a policy line in Powering Australia, but remain a really significant part of the current government's agenda, including on energy efficiency through the Ministerial Council on Energy, and so on, and agriculture and other places. So, I mean, all of the sectors will need to contribute to this outcome.
I'm interested as to how much of the effort will be made through the safeguard mechanism. So has that been defined as yet? Is there an aspiration or a decision as to how much of the effort of the safeguard mechanism will go into reducing?
No, the short answer is no. Ms. Rowley might want to elaborate because she's been involved in developing that discussion paper, but that's one of the questions that is out for comment. But Kath, did you want to elaborate?
I just note that is one of the key issues identified in the discussion paper for stakeholder feedback. The discussion paper outlines, options including what it would look like if safeguard facilities in aggregate made essentially a proportionate reduction, so at the same pace as the economy overall. But that is one option, and the discussion paper released yesterday seeks stakeholder feedback and views on the appropriate aggregate baseline reduction from safeguard facilities.
Thank you.
The last question will come back to you.
Great, because I've got lots of questions. I also, what I'm interested in then, and Ms. Evans, you've just said, there's all these other areas of the economy, not just those that are captured by the safeguard mechanism. But if we allow for more emissions to be created through new projects, surely that's going to make it even harder on all the other sectors, because people are going to have to do, if you're creating more pollution, there's going to have to be a larger effort by everybody else to make harder and faster reductions, if we're going to keep it at 43% as a floor. How are you proposing to manage that?
There's always, as the economy continues to grow and develop, there's always new activities that are coming on, and sometimes they are an absolute addition, sometimes they're a replacement for something else, and so there could be a project that comes on that's actually got a lower emissions intensity than an existing one. It would make it actually a helpful contribution to the pathway forward. But at the end of the day, it's a collective task across the economy.
Not going to be helpful.
Sorry?
A new coal mine's not going to be helpful.
Okay, we're going to move on. We will come back to you.
So, I mean, in the work that we have done on projections in the past, we always factor in the sort of expected demand for commodities, including coal, going forward, and that the Australian economy will respond to that, and we factored that into the projections. And we know that the Reputex work used our projections as a base. So I guess from that perspective, it's not inconsistent with our ability to get to 43% to have new activities starting up, including potentially coal mines, that are still part of our trajectory that successfully gets to 43% below and net zero by 2050.
Well, I'll have lots more questions. Yes. We will go back to Senator Mackenzie for two additional questions.
I had a couple of extra questions. So in modelling the 43%, did that include the social and economic impact on rural and regional Australia?
So, Senator, the modelling was done by Reputex, so we don't have a lot of visibility.
Has the department done any modelling, or the authority, on the impact of this legislation on rural and regional Australia?
So not specifically on this legislation. Ms Riley did point out that last year, when we were working under the former government looking at the 2050 net zero approaches, that certainly looked at all of those kinds of impacts, and overall the impact was still going to be positive for rural and regional areas.
Thank you. Agriculture Department, Ms Campbell, has the Agriculture Department done any modelling or socio-economic impact assessments of this legislation on the agriculture industry?
Similarly to Ms Evans, not on this particular piece of legislation.
Thank you. Just wondering why the updated NDC removed the 5-yearly Productivity Commission review into socio-economic impacts of climate ambition and our pathway to net zero on rural and regional Australia.
Senator, I think the answer to that is simply that the new nationally determined contribution reflects the current government's policy, and that we haven't yet tested with them whether the Productivity Commission inquiry is a part of that policy or not.
Well,
so until it's there...
So I've compared and contrasted. They won an election on 43%, knock yourself out, change the NDC, but they then have removed from the NDC that check and balance, I guess, that we'd written into it. And I'm just a bit concerned that that was removed as sort of a transparent mechanism to assure Parliament and the people of the how we get to net zero by 2050 and who's impacted and how we can then mitigate that impact.
I'll let Ms Rowley
She's
respond,
very keen
because
to...
She is, but that's because she well knows the detail of what the government will be obliged to look at when it reports to Parliament, so she's going to explain that now.
Yes, no, I appreciate there's been some amendments moved to the government's legislation. So I think the Minister will have to table a statement. But I'm going to the actual... That's an amendment that was moved in the House. It wasn't part of the original legislative drafted bill, was it? She can't see that I'm
Ms
looking
Rowley,
at
do
her.
you want to respond?
I can. Sorry. I'm happy to speak to that if it's okay.
Yes.
So, yes, you're correct. The specific references to impacts and benefits for rural and regional Australia flowing from the action to achieve the 2030 and net zero by 2050 targets were introduced in amendments in the House. They were ones that were consistent with the government's intention, and as the Minister reflected in the House debate, were happily accepted in that consultative process.
I appreciate what happened on the floor of Parliament, but when I look at the updated nationally determined contribution by the new government, it explicitly removed it removed the Productivity Commission review. And I want to know, I guess on notice, why, on what advice that decision was made. And I'm sure you'll come back with that's a decision for government, but that was an important piece to give confidence, I think.
Thanks, Senator, and I will take that particular one on notice.
Thank you.
I wonder if I could...
Yeah.
If I could just have a quick follow-up to that. What are the scope of reports and checks and balances that are already in place that will remain in place regardless of this legislation?
I think, maybe Mr Archer is best placed.
Yes, so, Chair, so the original legislation did already include the roles for the authority in relation to advising on emissions reduction targets and on the annual statement to Parliament by the Minister. So our legislation, the Climate Change Authority's legislation, already requires us to have regard to certain principles in providing our advice, in particular that the principle that any measures to respond to climate change should be economically efficient, be environmentally effective, be equitable, be in the public interest, take account of the impact on households, business, workers and communities, support the development of an effective global response to climate change and be consistent with Australia's foreign policy and trade objectives. So the authority would already be preparing its advice in accordance with that principle, and then with the amendment that has been accepted in the House, when we advise on emissions reductions targets, that advice must include the social, employment and economic benefits of any new or adjusted greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets. including for rural and regional Australia. So, yes, so that principle was already in place with the authority, and then I guess that's been elaborated on within the current form of the bill.
And Senator, if I can, I think this may also answer your question more directly. In the absence of this bill, the only mechanism where Australia needs to account for itself is through the international arrangements, so through the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, where we are obligated to once every 2 years put in a report about Australia's progress towards its targets and so on. And then there is some scrutiny in that international forum. What this bill does is bring that accountability fully into the Australian Parliament and has the government reporting annually on how it's progressing and across a really broad range of issues, including the things that it will also talk to the international community about, but even taking a broader perspective, such as the regional and rural aspects that we've talked about this morning.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. Firstly, to the department in relation to the cost, the capital cost of the transition. I know that there's been some numbers developed by the BCA and some other private sector organisations, but has the department done a costing on capital required across the major sectors of the economy?
No, Senator, I don't think we have as a department done our own estimate of that, but we're certainly aware of the estimates that have been done by a range of other institutions and very conscious that it is very significant capital investment right across the economy.
So what do you think is authoritative in this area?
I might have to take that on notice unless Kathy, Ms Rowley, are you able to sort of name the specific reports?
Well, if it's with respect to the transition to net zero, I would note the modelling previously undertaken to inform the previous government's decision to adopt that net zero target, and that analysis was a whole of economy, and the results were published, as I said earlier, in November last year. There's a different sectoral and national analysis done, and so I wouldn't point to any one in particular, and happy to take on notice in terms of ones that we could refer to.
Credible reports, yeah.
If you could, I don't want to take too much time this afternoon, but if you could come back on notice with the department's view about what is the most reasonable information for us to be looking at, accepting all the usual caveats, that would be useful as an economy-wide exercise, but also as a sector-by-sector approach, given, as you know, it's not a simple task. The second thing I just wanted to ask you about is in relation, were you listening to the evidence before from the investors?
Some of it, Senator.
I'm surprised you weren't glued to your television screens.
Riveting as it is.
Very exciting opportunities. Okay, well, we'll assume that you listened to some of it, and you heard that they have been calling for a emissions disclosure standard of sorts that would apply and capture those scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions from Australian companies. What do you think would be a reasonable approach here? I know that and I know you'll say that the Treasury Department would have the lead on this in some form, but I'm sure that you wouldn't be able to do your job unless you thought about how the emissions would be tabulated and calculated and disclosed in some form. So what is your view? You can take on notice if you want. What is your view about the emissions disclosure at a company level?
So, Senator, you're right. The policy lead on this issue is the Treasury, but we are fully supportive of them and the work that they're going to do on looking at the company level disclosures that would be required. And the sort of benchmark, I guess, that has been around for some time now in this area is the Task Force on Climate Related Disclosures, so TCFD. That was the work done through the Council of Financial Regulators and others. So that's the kind of framing we would put around it.
And what do you think? They were saying 2025. Do you think that's a reasonable proposition?
I don't want to offer an opinion on that one. I haven't had the chance yet to talk it through with any detail with my Treasury colleagues.
Okay. Well, can you come back on notice with with something on that?
Well, it's really for the Treasury to answer that one, so I don't have anything more to add to my answer at this stage.
So you're saying the Department of Climate Change has no view about how the company disclosure, carbon disclosure should work at a company level?
No, I gave you a quite complete answer earlier to say that actually the framework that we think would be relevant for consideration in that area, which I'm sure the Treasury is already looking at, is the TCFD framework. And in terms of the timing of when that might, or when something along those lines might start to be available, that's something I just haven't yet had the opportunity to have a discussion with my Treasury colleagues about what's the realistic time frame.
Senator Bragg, can I just maybe offer you a solution here? If you wish, we can put a question on notice to Treasury regarding that, if you're interested in doing
Let's do that. Great. Thanks, Chair. Okay, see you. Thank you.
Senator Cadell.
All good here. Hi, Jamie, one of the great things I'm new here struggling with is this is very Australian focused. We're talking about our emission levels. We're talking about the things we will do. And we've talked about scope 3 across things, people talking about this. I think questions asked about pollution, export earlier today. Is there an international framework or coming up to look at a very complex thing where through agriculture we feed 70 million people? We have exports of timber that may be done where we prevent forestry clearing or illegal or otherwise in other. Is there any framework going where Australia might get credits or otherwise in the international community for things we do that help other nations? Like one man's trash is another man's treasure. Our 6,300 kilojoule coal might be helping people in a heli plant get out of brown coal. Is that being considered on an international basis?
Well, I might make just a couple of brief comments on it, and then the Department of Climate Change might want to come in more broadly. But I think the guiding sort of framework for how countries are driving ambition is obviously around the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, and that mechanism is looking at how countries can bring the most ambitious commitments and that actions through that. But it doesn't dictate exactly how countries do that through different policies or approaches. There's absolutely increasingly through, you saw at COP26 and others, coalitions developing around how countries are working together to drive ambition, different sort of partnerships and investment frameworks that can support that. Australia's currently in discussions with Singapore about developing a Australia-Singapore Green Economy Agreement. And one of those issues is looking at how we might bilaterally look at the types of investment frameworks, standards, opportunities for us to sort of work together and accelerate our common interests, both economically, climate and trade and investment. There's obviously more broadly the international carbon trading mechanism that countries use. It's not something that Australia is currently got a position on in relation to offset, so we were very active in ensuring that the negotiations on Article 6 provided a transparent, high integrity mechanism for that, where that does incentivise at times countries to work together and look at ways that they can purchase offsets, encourage investment in a range of different projects, either in countries' transitions or management of their lands or coastlines in ways that can sequester carbon. So I think, but this is a space that increasingly countries are working together to identify how do they, yes, deliver the domestic elements of it, but actually increasingly look at the mechanisms and frameworks and we needed to drive that. I mean, one simple example beyond the carbon trading is well around getting agreement on clean energy standards, on clean hydrogen, on green steel. If these are going to start being traded as parts of sort of things, there's confidence around those transparency sort of on those. But,
sort of in the agricultural spaces, some concern in regional areas that, agriculture will be put down both on methane and carbon emissions, nitrogen, and that thing. Is there anything internationally structured so that, we can get the credit that we do it better? The old Economics 101, best 2 years of my life.
I'll refer back to the previous answer. So the international the international trading systems I think, have been described, and one of the things for Australian agriculture is looking at opportunities in terms of market access and consumer preferences around carbon neutrality, but in terms of tools and techniques across global trading, I think Mr. Isbister's answer is the right one.
In Ms. Evans, through what you stuff, Australian Defence Force, has there been any work to look at offsetting the role of the Australian Defence Force and their carbon emissions in their role day-to-day protecting our country?
Senator, I guess there's two ways of coming at that. So in the work that we have done, admittedly under the previous government, so with different 2030 targets, we were able to model a trajectory to net zero for the Australian economy that, it includes all of those emissions as well, even if there's not a specific measure that deals directly with those particular emissions, it's still kind of overall is included in the picture. And then at a more specific level under the current government, there is a commitment to have the Australian Public Service achieve net zero emissions by 2030, but there is a specific exclusion for the sort of defence and security activities to make sure that there's no inadvertent impact on those activities through that policy.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just start with you, Ms Evans, asking just whether or not the department will provide veto advice to the Minister with particular regards to any of the Northern Australian, so the NAIF projects.
So the advice that goes to the Minister on Northern Australia infrastructure facility projects comes from the Department of Infrastructure. So our department will not be providing any advice to any Minister on vetoes under the NAIF.
Okay, well, since the NAIF didn't know what was going on, I think we might have to talk to the Department of the Infrastructure Department then, because it doesn't seem
so
to...
just for your information, the Infrastructure Department were not called.
Right.
And so what we've said is if you have questions that you want to put on notice, the Infrastructure Department will go that way.
We will do that then, if that's who should have them. So...
Yeah, sorry, the Northern Australia infrastructure facility is in that infrastructure portfolio.
Right, okay, because, yeah, no one seemed to understand how they were going to decide what project was impacted, if it would be impacted by this legislation, whether or not there was any weightings to occur. So I guess we'll go to them. Okay. I'll start with Department of Agriculture then. What sort of consultation have you had with regards to the consequential amendments to this legislation prior to publication?
So the bill is really the responsibility of the Department of Climate Change, so I might talk to Dr Evans about it.
I'm just actually specifically asking, was there any consultation with the Department of Agriculture at all?
From the Department of Climate Change?
Any discussion at all?
We work with them closely, but we haven't...
Not about this bill, not the consequential amendments?
Don't, no.
Okay, so there was no... Okay.
But it also has no implications for our portfolio, specifically.
Okay, and has the government, as far as you're aware, conducted any further consultation with the Department of Agriculture or any other primary producing land-based stakeholders since then? Since they didn't talk to them beforehand, any chance they've spoken to you since?
Perhaps I'll answer in that. So I have been chairing a coordination group, if you like, which invites all of the major agencies across the Commonwealth to discuss all of the policies that are in Powering Australia, including this bill. So the Department of Agriculture has been a participant in that. Ms Campbell participated in the most recent meeting, but other representatives have been there before. And so she's absolutely right that in terms of the actual bill, we didn't specifically consult agriculture on the wording of the bill, because most of that was sort of directly relevant to just implementing the government's policy as it was outlined in Powering Australia. Where we did do consultation very extensively with other agencies was around the consequential amendments, and as Ms Campbell said, at the moment there's no consequential amendments in there that affect the agriculture portfolio, but we do have an expectation, and we have already been discussing in that group that I described, the fact that we will be looking for other opportunities to look for avenues where we can also use the effect of the bill in an appropriate way. And if there are some of those in the agriculture portfolio, then we'd be very happy to talk to them about it. And meanwhile, there are other policies, not specifically in this bill, but generally on agriculture, we have a really extensive engagement with the agriculture sector under programs such as the Emissions Reduction Fund, including some of the specific policies under the current government.
Okay, so we actually have heard that stakeholders are very concerned. The Australian Forestry Product Association, that there hasn't been any consultation, because agriculture is clearly a sector that is going to be hugely impacted by this. I mean, are these concerns just being dismissed out of hand, that agriculture hasn't been consulted, that these major stakeholders in the success of this bill, those that are going to be incredibly impacted, whether it's local projects, infrastructure, whether it's impacts to regional communities, that there has been no consultation with the Department of Agriculture? I just find this extraordinary, that the people whose lives are going to be most impacted, and you are responsible for one of the biggest industries in this country, and, you know, apologies to the Climate Change Department, but you're over here on a policy section. You're actually responsible for looking after some of the biggest producers in this country that feed not only Australians but the world, yet no one's bothered to actively consult with what the impact of this bill and any amendments that are now being put forward are going to have directly on agriculture and the communities that it supports.
What I would say, building on Ms Evans' evidence, we've worked with the sector for many years on potential moves, for example, the net zero target of the previous government.
Well, that's because we were focused on farmers under the previous government. We actually care about them. So this is why I'm very concerned that this new government's decided not to consult them at all.
I don't think that's a fair statement, Senator.
I would agree with you, Ms
I think it is a
Campbell.
fair statement, because that's what the stakeholders are telling us. So they haven't been consulted.
Senator Hughes, I wonder if we just ease up on the tone and just ask the
Right.
officials
Well, I'm
questions
absolutely
as opposed to badgering
astounded, absolutely astounded that there's been no consultation with agriculture over this, and that somehow or other that part of the economy has just been ignored. So
Senator,
anyway, I'll leave it there.
I think I have to say that it is true that there was no formal consultation process on the drafting of the bill, but the bill is drafted to reflect the policy platform that was taken by the current government to the election, and so it had a clear mandate to be drafted consistent with that policy arrangement.
32% mandate, but yeah, not so much in the bush.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Maybe I will ask a few questions now. I think to just continue on that consultation piece, I believe a number of agricultural organisations have come out and supported the target of 43%. I'm also aware of conversations going back to last time Labor was in government, where the ongoing relationship with agriculture, both with the department and with the minister, was deep and valuable, and therefore the understanding that will have been built over the last 20 years about how various aspects of the agricultural sector feel about various policy changes, obviously climate change and targets and such like, have been a bit of a toxic wasteland for a number of years, and quite the political football. Do you think, or do you have any evidence that anyone was grossly surprised by there being a change in policy following the change in government?
I think that's a question that's probably best directed at stakeholders. As Ms Evans said, the government took this to the election. There certainly has been a move, and for example, the National Farmers Federation, and I think you've heard from them, had commitments about net zero. Various ag sector peak bodies have various levels of targets and ambitions about reducing...
including meat, dairy, like a lot of agricultural
eggs,
sectors are very supportive
Yes.
of this move.
So really what this bill is gives the policy framework. There are a number of measures, and we continue to work with the ag sector on the implementation of those measures across the whole of the economy, and then specific measures that will help the ag sector, and, for example, the removal of the water rule in the forestry sector, for example, funding to support the Australian Sustainable Seaweed Alliance about different feedstocks that might reduce methane from livestock, for example. So there's a range of ag-specific policies as well as the whole of economy targets and programs under Powering Australia.
I'm just going to go straight down a rabbit hole here because I'm a little bit excited about that. I was out with a council in the Upper Spencer Gulf who were just about to start farming seaweed for exactly that purpose. Do you see that sort of seaweed technology and the sort of feed changes taking very long to become quite commercialised? How early are we in that process?
I think it's relatively early in that process. The government made an election commitment to provide $8 million to support the commercialisation, and that will roll out over the coming periods, and that will do some of that research, trialling, testing, commercialisation. But it's one of the exciting technologies that
They're certainly
provides
very
a
excited
pathway.
in the Upper Spencer Gulf,
Yes.
I can assure you. In terms of the agriculture sector and the kind of developments that you oversee, can you tell us what is currently on foot, the kind of projects that you might be looking at around emissions reduction, the things that are already in train?
In terms of things that the ag sector is doing, and many of them are supported through, for example, emission technologies under the Clean Energy Regulator, things such as plantation methods under the forestry, transferring land clearing and carbon storage on agricultural land, which can provide a really valuable income stream for farmers to supplement the work they're doing, the carbon and biodiversity programs that are really encouraging on-farm biodiversity and developing market mechanisms so that farmers can feed into the biodiversity, but also carbon services and access those markets are some of those examples.
Great, thank you. I wonder if I could go to DFAT now. Can you tell us how the NDC commitment and also this legislation has been received internationally?
Yes, Chair. I mean, when the government updated its NDC very early on after the election, and I think the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister very early on did a range of international meetings, both obviously to Japan for the Quad and then the Foreign Minister visiting the Pacific region. And I think the government's commitments on climate were a central part of that sort of engagement and discussion. And I think it's been, particularly in the Pacific region, very positively received. I think in terms of the commitment the government's made on not just the updated 2030 target in the NDC, but also its increased commitments on climate financing and how it supports and works with countries in the Pacific region. I also was recently in Europe, and I think it's been very well received in Europe. I think, as you know, one of the focuses of COP26 was encouraging countries to bring greater ambition, updated NDC targets to Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27 in Egypt, and I think the government's sort of updated target and updated NDC, I think, has really resonated in relation to Australia being seen to be very much back and trying to drive both ambition domestically, but also how it works with other countries. legislating it is something which is increasingly being seen as, an important way of reflecting ambition back into domestic commitments, and particularly, I think, in relation to how that feeds into certainty for investors and for business, in relation to having the framework and legislation that can then encourage investors to know that either bringing in quality financing into Australia and how that can deliver opportunities for them, but support Australia's transition. But it's also important, I think, in relation to the work that Australia's doing in positioning itself as also as a clean energy superpower, and what that means on the trade investment side of things, and how we work with other countries in our region to look at the bilateral regional frameworks that are going to be needed to drive that ambition. So I think the legislation and the policies that the government's announced behind those are seen as a sort of a key backbone to how we work with those countries and collectively drive some of the investment negotiations on a range of fronts. I think broadly it's to date been seen as very welcome, very positive, and I think the legislation, it's early days, but I think the indication the government wanted to bring this forward has been well received. I could say certainly in our direct region, but also in Europe and the US.
So in terms of our international relationship, our international reputation, do you feel that we are strengthening that through taking actions such as this, in terms of being seen as a good corporate citizen or a good global citizen? Yeah,
I think there's increasingly, as communities are aware of the impacts of climate change on them. There's a very strong look to see what countries are doing, both in relation to target commitments, but also in relation to how that's then reflected in policies and actions. And so I think there's a real appetite to understand what Australia's doing, but both in terms of what we're doing domestically, but the point I'd raise as well is actually how important they see Australia as part of the global energy transition. You could take Japan, Korea, Singapore in our region, who see Australia as absolutely critical as a provider of future clean energy and products for them to meet their own targets. And I think, one thing that I would flag is I think the government's policy commitment to have 82% of our electricity from renewables by 2030 is one of the most ambitious targets in relation to policy settings of it, and that also is something countries are interested in working with Australia about, how integrating renewables into the grid is something that Australia is doing, but what that sharing of knowledge and experience can also work for other countries.
Just one point of small clarification is that 82% renewables, that's actually a result of the modelling that Reputex did, representing the 43% target for Australia.
Thank you. So in terms of those relationships, you briefly mentioned the Pacific. Obviously that's a very close relationship. Has there been any sort of distinct commentary from them following these decisions?
Yeah, I think there's particularly following the Foreign Minister's visit to the Pacific region, there was quite a lot of commentary and statements by Pacific leaders in relation to welcoming the increased ambition, the commitment Australia had made at the PIF leaders event that the Prime Minister attended in Suva. Equally, there was a very strong, I think, resonance about sort of both what Australia was doing domestically, but how Australia could work with Pacific countries to highlight and increase awareness and understanding of the particular challenges small island states and in our region, Pacific Island states, face from climate change.
Great, thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young, do you have further questions?
I've got a couple of further questions. The explanatory memorandum of the bill quotes the NDC submission to the UN, and the quote is, "Our aspiration is that the commitments of our industry, states and territories and the Australian people will yield even greater emission reductions in the coming decade, above 43%. I'm interested what this statement in the bill is referring to. Is this voluntary action? Is it that there might be a more ambitious policy coming down the line? How do we read that, this fact that it's specifically written in the explanatory memorandum there?
I think the intent was really just to speak to the note that is in the bill about the 43% target, and the fact that that target, as it is in the bill, doesn't limit the Achievement Australia to just being at 43%, that in fact it could be more than that. So this has been the discussion about it being a floor,
yes,
not a ceiling. And so I think that's really just giving some explanation as to the kind of things that could contribute and going even beyond what Reputex had looked at in its work to get to the 43%.
I guess I'm interested in how this will be enacted in practice. If it's voluntary action, not just an aspiration. If the idea is that 43% is a floor, and if more can be done, I'm wanting to make sure we understand how that will be captured. For example, is the department going to act on the Climate Change Authority's recommendations from last week around voluntary action being able to increase without having to weaken the obligations on others? You understand what I'm trying to say?
So I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Well,
so you're saying is there no trade-off? So if there was more voluntary action, you're looking for, is there some assurance that doesn't take?
We don't just sit at 43. Someone does some heavy lifting over here, and that lets everybody else off the hook over here.
So I think it would be fair to say that the way we as a department are looking at it is that everything that happens in Australia is going to contribute to emissions reductions, and that the government's committed to every effort to get to at least to the 43%, and then if they can get beyond that, including through voluntary action. And I'm saying that's got to be a part of the picture. It's already a part of the picture, and it would continue to be a part of the picture into the future, and the combination of all of those things could well take us beyond 43%. So I don't think that notion of this the trade-off. I think from our perspective, everything that makes a contribution towards the target counts.
Okay, how do we make sure that if Australian households continue to be investing at the amazing levels they are at the moment on solar, batteries, energy efficiency, transitioning off gas for heating and onto electrification, how do we make sure that those efforts being done by everyday people doesn't give the fossil fuel companies a free ride? I understand you're saying, oh, we're hoping that everybody will just be on board the train here. I'm saying these companies don't, and these corporations, these industries don't just play fair. They're going to look every which way they want to wriggle out of this, aren't they?
So maybe I'll offer two parts to help show our perspective. Mm-hmm. So one would be some of those things that you've described as the households taking action. They are households taking action, but in many cases they are there because one level of government or another has put some kind of a policy or an incentive or a capacity for them to take those decisions in place. And so it's quite difficult to separate the individual action of a household from the broader policy framework that is trying to deliver emissions reductions overall. And in fact, setting the target at 43% in itself is part of that. So that's just one perspective on it. on the other side, your question about, well, what does this mean for the most significant emitters in the Australian economy? And on that front, what we have now, with the safeguard mechanism becoming an emissions reduction policy as opposed to a baseline maintenance policy as it was under the previous government, it's now an explicit policy to make those emitters contribute to the abatement task. And so that's why we will know that they are contributing to the degree that they are able to under those, and to the degree they will be required to under those measures.
But you can't guarantee that if one particular part of the economy or one part of the country does better than expected, that the coal and gas companies aren't going to go, okay, well, we can just pull back a little bit now.
Well, once the baselines and the architecture of the safeguard mechanism are in place, they will not change if there are other more successsorry outcomes in other parts of the economy. That won't change the way that the safeguard is operating. Sorry, Ms Rowley might want to contribute.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that this sort of thing will also be covered off in the Minister's annual statement to Parliament, because that will cover both how Australia is tracking, be underpinned by things like our inventory data, which really show the trends sector by sector and show the contribution that each area is making to achievement of the targets. And the annual statement also needs to address the effectiveness of the Commonwealth's emission reduction policies. And so there's an opportunity for kind of accountability and transparency through that, both at that aggregate level, but also at the contributions level.
With the safeguard mechanism, how will that account for new polluters? How will that impact on the existing list and what their obligation's going to be?
So, Ms Rowley, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. So one of the issues for stakeholder discussion and feedback outlined in the consultation paper is the setting of baselines, both where they start and how they ratchet down. And that's important not just for existing facilities, but also for new facilities. So the consultation paper sets out some options, including kind of site-specific approaches, industry average or benchmark approaches, and in the context of new entrants also invites views on options like best practice approaches to setting the baseline for those new entrants. And then once, and this relates to facilities that have emissions above 100,000 tonnes of CO2 equivalent emissions each year, once they're in the scheme with whatever their identified baseline is, then the proposal under the government's approach is that they would ratchet down over time on a trajectory to net zero by 2050.
Mm-hmm. It was described by one of our other witnesses yesterday that unless there is a genuine cap, and I understand what you're saying, there's an ability to ratchet that cap even down as opposed to ratcheting up the level of ambition and target. The concern and the characterisation from witnesses yesterday was that this would be the safeguard mechanism ends up being a cap and trade system without a cap. So what you're putting to us today is that definitely won't be the case. It will be new and existing emissions and projects, and those will all be captured under this same mechanism.
Yes, so for the facilities above 100,000 tonnes of emissions per year, they'll be covered by the safeguard mechanism. The government's explicit objective with the reforms is to put those facilities in aggregate on a pathway to net zero by 2050. And so as facilities exit, as facilities enter. The amount of emissions in any particular year might vary, but the stated objective of the scheme is to have all of those covered facilities on a pathway to net zero by 2050.
And what about those projects like the Beetaloo Basin, where we've been told via the Pepper inquiry that the emissions created through that would be 13%, would be a 13% increase? So you're saying even that type of capturing will be within the safeguard mechanism, and so everybody will have to everyone else will have to cut their emissions even more and faster if you're going to stay within the cap.
That's right. And so the intention of the scheme is to both ratchet aggregate emissions down to net zero by 2050, whilst also providing some flexibility, including through crediting and trading arrangements, to find the most cost-effective abatement opportunities across the covered facilities, so that where some facilities have very good opportunities to reduce their emissions in a relatively low-cost way, they have an incentive to take that up. And to the extent that that gets them well below their baseline, then the scheme would allow them to have credits for that better performance, so that other facilities that were well above their baseline and perhaps didn't have opportunities available right now because of technology or other factors, that they would be able to buy those credits. But that is within an overall limit that ratchets down to net zero by 2050. And so it essentially means that...
I just need to add one clarification there, which is that it's true that every individual facility would be on that trajectory and the ratchet down, but it is the case that if a new facility is added over and above the ones that were already in there, that won't make all of the other ones have to go down faster. It's just that the new one will also have to ratchet to net zero in the same time frame.
How do you stay within the 43% then?
Well,
this is where it falls over, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't fall over, because all of the modelling that we've done in the past, not that we've done it specifically around the 43%, but the modelling that we did previously and so on, all says that you can have new projects coming on to meet the demand that might occur in the global commodity markets, and that these you can still bring them on and you can still achieve net zero by 2050 in particular was the modelling. So that was the trajectory that we did before.
Okay, so now it's net zero by 2050 that's important, not the 43%.
No, they're both, sorry, Senator. I think you're, Kath, sorry. It's just, sorry, Ms Rowley, we'll come back to you. I just wanted to make sure, because I did think you were interpreting it as if there is an absolute cap on the emissions that will be allowed under the safeguard mechanism, and that's not strictly correct. What we do have is a mechanism where every individual facility will definitely have a limit and will be ratcheting down towards net zero by 2050 under the safeguard. So, Ms Rowley, what was your point?
Apologies for interrupting. If I could just add, some of these matters are actually issues specifically identified in the consultation paper for feedback. So in terms of the relationship between new entrants and the overall reduction of emissions, the consultation paper does outline that there are different ways that you might deal with that, including things like establishing some sort of new entrant reserve through reservation of credits, or periodic reviews, so having a look at how the aggregate emissions are tracking and determining whether the reduction rates over time need to be adjusted to achieve the overall emissions constraint. I would note that facilities close as well as open, and so there are upsides and downsides to that process of economic transition over time.
We're going to move on and we can come back to you.
It is just the last question, and it is directly related, so if that's okay. You talked about the using the offset system as part of this ability to kind of keep people below their cap. I'm just interested how this is going to work with the details of the safeguard mechanism when the review into the integrity issues of the offset system is not going to be, I understand, completed by the end of the year, and yet the time frame that the minister's outlined for the safeguard mechanism is also within that time frame. So we're going to be seeing this designed before we've even seen what the report and the review says.
You're right that we're trying to do a lot of things in parallel with one another, but I think that the bottom line is that the ERF, the ACCU review process led by Professor Chubb is really looking at, giving us confidence that those offsets that would be available have integrity. And so I think it goes without saying that the safeguard just assumes that the ACCUs that would be available in that context would have integrity, and so we don't need the outcome of that review, if you like, to be able to proceed on that basis.
So we just may not know which ones have integrity at that point, but we just assume there'll be some that do.
I think if I could just say that I can't imagine these two processes going on in complete isolation from each other.
Well, I guess that's I'm trying to work this out.
The department is supporting both processes. The review of ACCUs is being done by an independent group, but we're certainly aware of the kinds of work that they're doing and any issues that are coming up, so we can factor those in as we continue our work on the safeguard.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Just absolute clarity on that same point. The modelling for both the 43 and the net zero by 2050 anticipated growth in the economy, including new entrants, and it won't throw us out when that does happen. That's right?
So I can't speak to the modelling that Reputex did for the 43%, but I can speak to the work we have previously done on what does it look like to get to net zero by 2050, and that certainly allowed for new entrants in various parts of the economy.
And second point, very minor in the scheme of things, we're on this new road to 43. We're on a committed path to 28 prior. Best of your department, where were we going to end up to without the change?
Well, we're currently redoing our projections so that we can provide a proper answer to that towards the end of the year. The existing published projections, which don't reflect the current government's new policies, already had us significantly overachieving on the 26 to 28% targets. I think in the sort of higher technology scenarios, it gets as high as 34%. Ms. Rowley will correct me if I've got that wrong.
Yeah, and in the central scenario, 30% below 2005 levels by 2030.
Thank you. Done.
Okay. Could I just ask of the Climate Change Authority to kind of step out where your thinking is around how you're going to do the work on the 2035 target as a result of this bill?
So, Chair, that's a really good question. I guess the first thing to note there would be that the authority hasn't met yet to discuss the details of its approach. Of course, we're still waiting for the bill to pass. When we look at how the authority has approached these questions previously, generally speaking, the authority has started with the science and what the science tells us about what our targets ought to be, and incorporated some concept of what Australia's fair share of the global contribution looks like, and gone from there. So there was a framework that was developed for the advice that the authority provided in the first half of the previous decade. But it's, the authority will be working on its methodology, and I imagine consulting on its methodology over the course of the period to when we do provide that first advice on the 2035 target.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hanson-Young, do you have more questions?
I've got a question for Climate Change Authority. And I don't actually mean this to be provocative. I genuinely want an answer because I think it's important for people to understand. Of course, the chair of Climate Change Authority, Grunt King, former CEO of Coal and Gas Company, Origin Energy, was with BCA when they ran a very negative campaign against reduction targets, and of course campaigned the repeal of the carbon price. How does the authority now position itself in a way where, given the important role that you've got under this new piece of legislation, how do you convince the Australian people that you are able to do this and to be taken seriously?
Well, Senator, I think the answer to that lies in the analysis and the recommendations that we present in our reports. And I think, the merits of the analysis and that recommendations, stands for itself. I think you can look at the reports that we have released over the last several years, which have invariably made the case for strong, ambitious action on climate change, set out the case for why that's in Australia's interest to be making a strong contribution to what is a strong global effort to tackle emissions, and pointed to the significant economic opportunities that presents and the economic risks that arise if we're not taking strong action on climate change. And that's been a fairly consistent theme through our advice over the last several years, and that's been under the auspices of more than one chair.
I think that the ability for Australians to have faith that the Climate Change Authority will be fearless and independent in giving advice on the targets going forward is essential. Would you agree?
Look, I would agree with that, Senator, and I think that the Climate Change Bill provides the framework for that to happen, because it continues to place an emphasis on the transparency of our approach, requiring the publication of our advice, and with respect to our advice on targets, requiring that we undertake public consultation. The authority has always put a very high priority on the transparency of its work and its advice, and I would expect that will continue.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
And obviously, as a statutory body, you would have frameworks in place and the initial scoping of the organisation as that sort of check and balance on those things?
Well, in effect, Senator, our chair and our members are ultimately responsible for the advice that is provided to the government, and the authority is responsible for ensuring that that advice is consistent with the requirements of our legislation and the principles set out in our legislation.
Thank you. Anybody have any more questions? No.
Chair, if I just may, it's a minor thing, I suspect, but just given the way things have been running in the media recently, I do want to clarify. I said I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Department, and I am in my substantive role, but I am in fact Acting Secretary of the Department this week. So just to have that on the record.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any other commentary or points of clarification they would like to make before we wind up?
Yes. Chair, apologies to interrupt. Just coming back to a question that was asked earlier in the session with respect to the emissions in 2030 associated with the 43% target, just to have that on the record. On current estimates, that would be reducing Australia's emissions to 354 million tonnes in 2030. And that's a floor, not a ceiling, then it would be at that level or below.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. So thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you for coming at what I know was short notice. We do appreciate it. If you have taken any questions on notice, the return date for the answers is Tuesday, the 23rd of August. So heaps of time. Thank you very much. I hope you all have a lovely weekend. That concludes today's proceedings into the committee's inquiry into the climate change bills. I thank all the witnesses who've given evidence to the committee today, and thank the Hansard and Broadcasting and the Secretariat and my committee colleagues. What's left of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.